die, vote or die.
Rock the vote or else I'm gonna stick a knife through your eye.
Democracy is founded on one simple rule.
Get out there and vote or I will kill you. Yeah, I like it when you vote, bitch. Shake them titties when you vote, bitch. I slam my Jimmy through your mouth roof. Now get your big ass in the polling booth. I said vote, bitch, or I will kill you.
Vote or die, vote or die.
Can't run from a 38, go ahead and try.
Let your opinion be heard, you gotta make a choice.
Cause after I slit your throat, you won't have a voice. Vote or die. Vote or die.
Hey, everybody. This is never gonna work. Don't you see?
All right, you'll have to bear with me. Let's get that redone here. All right, let's see how this goes.
Hey, everybody. This is never gonna work. Don't you see? All this dividing up the town, it's just ridiculous. What we really should be doing is just beating the hell out of each other like we were. He's right. Boy, do I feel like a fool.
All right, welcome to our live event here. You'll have to bear with our endless technical difficulties. If you guys are watching on the Zoom stream, you're not seeing the camera that I'll be using for YouTube and for the show for today, which is going to continue until we have a decision or until I just can't stay awake any longer. I'm not staying awake until March, so if there's a contested election or a contested vote, we're not staying away. So the first thing we have to do is take care of some basic housekeeping. So there's a little bit of a disclaimer about that vote or die song you heard. No, I actually don't stand for that. I actually am much more in favor of getting people library cards than I am getting them a voter card. I think that an uninformed vote is so much worse than no vote at all. I would rather have a terrible voter turnout and have everybody be extremely well informed than have a great turnout and have it be just a whole bunch of really uninformed voters. So if you would like to join in on the conversation, you've noticed too, probably by the way, I'm kind of decided to keep it casual because it's going to be a long one and I want to be comfortable and I don't own a more comfortable shirt than this. And it's going to be kind of a casual, basically an AMA type video stream today. So the first thing we need to do in order to join the stream, in order to join the chat, if you want to hop on with us, you need to join in the Zoom webinar, which I will link to right now for everybody. So this is the link to the Zoom webinar. And join in that Zoom webinar, and I will, if I can make sure I have this taken care of properly. Again, endless technical difficulties here, of course. Okay, I see what's going on here. Bring this into here. Oh, for crying out loud. I said go on to this display. All right, so now I have, let's see, I want to view the participants panel. I guess I can't view participants from here. So I will have to monitor this on my other computer because Zoom has a terrible UI, but hey, that's the way things are going to be. That's the way things are going to be. Okay, so again, you click on that link. Remember to raise your hand. Again, I'll have to be monitoring this from the main computer. So when you get in, raise your hand, and that'll let me know that you want to join in and chat. Otherwise, it's just going to be me going on. You guys are free to enjoy yourselves while we talk about the day's events in this election day special. So, of course, I'm going to be covering the actual election. The other thing that is going to happen is that at as I review my notes here. If you would like people to join in, then you need to share. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do that one last time. All right, so you guys will just have to bear with me while I share this with one last group of friends. There. Now all these people should be able to join in. I am going to have kind of a lot of windows open, so you'll have to bear with me as we go through all of this today, so I can keep track of everything. Okay, the other disclaimer we need to. Okay, we're still covering housekeeping. At 7:45, Mike Furman, who's a friend of mine, is going to announce the results and begin his coverage of the local results here in my town and for my district and for this part of the state. That shouldn't run very long. He's hoping to have on some guests. I'd love to have on some guests too. If you think that there's a guest that you'd like to see join the show, again, share. That's how this information gets out. So this is the link, I believe, to my buddy's coverage. He's going to be providing official coverage from this side of the town. Of course, I'm going to offer my takes and my opinions. Mike's takes are not going to be takes. It's just going to be the results themselves and maybe an interview with either the winners, the losers, or both. I imagine Billy Mo Buckby is going to join him. I can't imagine he wouldn't, knowing what I know about the two of them. The other thing is that today there is going to be another video out on my channel at 3:30. So that is about 20 minutes from now. While you're watching the stream, if you decide that there's more that you'd like to look into, go ahead and check out the video that's coming out at 3:30. This is a Destiny video. So if you had problems with our last conversation, if it kind of puts you to sleep, this is going to be some hot takes. This is going to be the Mike from CT hot take. It's about an hour long, so that'll be coming out very shortly. Some more announcements. There's a video coming out tonight on my other channel, which is Mike Reads. That is going to be an announcement of a book that I'll be reading on the side and hopefully be reviewing. So you guys can check that out. Let me get you the link to my other channel, which is Mike Reads on Google, all one on YouTube, all one word. Here is the link to that. So you guys can check that out. That's the link to the channel. And when the video comes out, I will let you know. But in the meantime, last night I did a review of Frank Buckley's, F.H. Buckley's American Secession. So you guys can check that out on that channel. We do live reads, we do book reviews, we do analysis and review while we're doing certain live reads. Fun channel for people who are into reading. Most of the topics that we cover are economics related. It's kind of dry in that respect, but hey, apparently that's the channel that's been growing. People have really been liking, so don't forget to subscribe to that channel so you can get updates on notifications, and so you can be reminded tonight at 7 o'clock when the new video comes out. Again, that's going to be a book announcement. The other thing, let's see. All right, so as you'll notice, today we do not have our typical sponsor and that's just because I didn't want my company to be sponsoring this event. But if you like this content and you want to see me do more of this sort of stuff, then one of the ways you can help the show is to contact me about being a sponsor for a show. I try to do a weekly thing. I try to remain on the show on my Facebook page, which we will talk about at the end of the show, believe me, about where we're transitioning with all of that. I try to focus on more local stuff because I've always said that local politics is going to be there's a far more direct impact on the voter at the local level than at the presidential level. So the effect on your daily life is much greater when it comes to local politics than it does with national politics. So I just want to make sure that I have that right. MF6. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so that's one of the ways you can help the show if you want to see us grow. If you want to see if you're in Western Connecticut or Northwestern Connecticut and you have a company that you want to get a bunch of eyes on the show, the Facebook videos usually get around between 500 and 1,000 views, plus the clips that I make on top of all of that. When we go live, if we have a guest, if we have a special event, that's when we start to get like thousands and thousands and thousands of views on my show on Facebook. Again, I try to go once a week. It's usually a Wednesday or a Monday or a Sunday. I've got a lot of shows that I have to record that I get paid for, unlike these. So those obviously take precedence. The other way that you can help the show is to hop on to check out my Teespring store, which I will link to in this video's description. It will help me, especially in the event that this channel gets yeeted. And you'll notice that there are shirts specific to exactly that. Again, if you're just joining us, there's a link in the description and in the comments section to the Zoom webinar that I'm holding. If you want to get called in, if you want to get brought in, that's how you can go ahead and do that. All right, the other thing, of course, last thing I want to make to point out, to make clear, during our housekeeping section here is how you guys can reach out to me. Of course, the best way to reach me is probably on Facebook, but I do follow my comments on YouTube, and I do have, of course, the basic social media accounts. That's Twitter, Parler, especially Parler, and Library. So you guys can check out all of those. Just put those in the comment section. Not sure why Parler's isn't showing up properly, but hey, that's what you get. Okay, so the very first thing I want to talk about today is, of course, I voted. I went out this morning and I voted. There was a little bit of a line, but significantly more of a line than there has ever been in my experience. I think a certain amount of that had to do with COVID because everything was broken up so severely that if you had one dingleberry at the front of the line who was holding everybody up, there was no way to avoid that dingleberry because just the way they had things broken up for COVID. I've seen apparently responses. Apparently people on Facebook have experienced way, way, way longer lines and waits than they have been. That wasn't my experience, but we already know from early voting results and from the primary results, especially from the incumbent primary results, this is probably going to be the highest turnout we've had in a very, very, very long time. So probably pre-20th century as far as our turnout goes. Maybe part to the earliest part of this 20th century. That said, let's talk about my ballot. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a spreadsheet that has, because I understand there's some weirdness when it comes to presentation of fake ballots or whatever, or real ballots. Apparently it's either against the law or whatever or something to share your actual ballot. So we're going to make up a ballot. This is what the ballot basically looked like. So we got we had to vote on our House district, which is the 67th, the 30th Senate district. I will be talking very briefly about the 108th. In fact, let me get the 108th out of the way. So the only thing that we're going to talk about with the 108th is that I don't have to vote in that district, and I know almost nothing about the district. My hunch is, just based on response and what that district's history is, and the fact that the person who's running, I haven't seen any sort of advertisements for. I haven't seen any sort of targeted advertising for. I'm gonna gamble and say Danetta Onofrio is gonna win that district. Okay, so let's start off with and then we have the U.S. House. We're in Connecticut's 5th district, and then at the presidential race, on the ballot was Biden and Harris, Trump and Pence, Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen, and then Howie Hawkins and Walker. I forget her first name. So let's go right down the ballot, and let me show you how I voted. So in this 67th district, I voted for Billy Mo Buckby, who is a friend of mine. And I'll go into both why I voted for Buckby and why I didn't vote for Hillary. And sorry, Austin, if you're watching this, yeah, I know your name wasn't on the ballot. I'm sorry, dude, I wasn't going to vote for you. It's Billy Mo Buckby. I would describe Billy as basically a libertarian with an R next to his name in terms of his policy. So that should pretty much sum up already why I like him. He won by a decent amount the last time around. I think that number's going to go down based on the fact that there was just much more of an effort to get Hillary Ram's name out there And I think there was much more support in certain districts for her. And I think you also have a much more motivated voter base, especially considering in 2018, they were coming off of the 2017 mayoral elections, which went really bad for Democrats. So there was kind of a hangover from that, I think. And that's, I think, contributed to Billy Mo Buckby's result. And of course, there's been a lot of mud being slung at Billy Mo Buckby this time around, which tends to, in some cases, dissuade certain voters. So Ram, in terms of her policy, seems to prescribe the policy of the DTC leadership here in my town. I won't get into too much detail as to what that looks like, but it's not a policy I could possibly stand for. So Billy Mo Buckby is the one that, of all the votes that I made, was the one where I was the most proud of that vote. I was the most confident in the vote itself, not because Hillary was bad, not because Billy was good, but because both, I think Hillary was somebody who I would never vote for, and I love Billy Mo Buckby, not just as a person, but from his actual politics. And by the way, I don't engage in identity politics. I don't vote for a person. I vote for their policy, their ideas. And Billy Mo Buckby is basically perfectly in line with mine. Not perfectly, but very, very close to in line with mine. So let's go down the ballot to the 30th Senate District, and this should be very obvious who I voted for here. This is winner by default with Craig Minor. And when I say by default, Craig, you've done absolutely nothing on that campaign trail. And if you lose the 30th district, it's on you and no one else. You can't, I said this in my last video, I said this in my last stream, you can't just be not Dave Groenbeck. You can't win on just not being Dave Groenbeck. And for the record, for those of you that don't remember what it was like to have Dave Groenbeck as our mayor, and again, if you guys want the rest of the people in the 30th Senate District to know what that's like, the last minute voters, for God's sake, share this video now, because we're gonna have a nice, healthy reminder of exactly what that was like. Here we go, folks.
For our rules, policies, and charter, you need 3 days.
I overrule it. Pledge of allegiance.
Excuse me,
I pledge allegiance.
This body has no right to discuss this in this meeting. I have put a motion to strike this and to end. If rules, Mr. Winter and others have said, follow the rules.
Appointments and reappointments to boards and commissions as listed on the agenda.
Is there a second? On favor?
Aye.
Whoa. Requirement may be waived by the mayor under exigent circumstances.
It's not an exigent circumstance.
I declare exigent circumstances.
For the unexpired portion of the term, or until the next regular town election, as defined in the statutes, whichever shall first occur. So as our attorney, which do you believe first occurred? For the unexpired portion of the full term, which would be November 30th, or until the next regular town election?
But it's an or, so if you fill it,
No.
Attorney Riggs, you've rendered your opinion.
Respectful.
I have the floor! Thank you!
Respectful.
You don't.
Robert's Rules of Order dictate discussion.
Robert's Rules of Order doesn't dictate anything.
You guys are Democrats and you guys are putting this stuff up? You're Democrats!
You're not here to
and I'm not
respect
going to buy
the rule
it
of law.
by giving
You're
it to
not here to
Gentile
respect
or
transparency.
anybody else.
It's your agenda and nobody else's.
Talk
So
about
does
my
Gentile.
motivation.
We are recessing the
The biggest mistake I ever made in politically was voting for you.
Good. This is how you want to work for the town, right? Keep yelling. This matter. Sir, did you recess? Point of
Point of order, Mr. Szymanski, you are not an
Which
attorney.
occurred first?
What does that mean?
Yeah, so if those of you who, again, at home watching this, remember, please, for the love of God, share this video if you don't want this guy to get elected. I talked at length about what it was like to have this guy as our mayor. I just want to make sure that we actually have... okay, my audio input is actually working properly. Okay, so just want to make sure you guys understand what that's like. And I'm going to link to, I talked about this on my last show at length, and the previous show before that too, about what it was like to have this guy as our mayor. I put together clips and everything, and it's all on my Facebook page. It's all under my videos, Mike Sennello Show, //videos. In fact, I'll link to it right now. There. The link is in the comment section. You can go follow those links and check out all of those videos. There couldn't possibly be a worse candidate. And by the way, I mentioned in terms of there being a worse candidate, I mentioned this in one of my one of the most recent videos here. When in 2019, in 2019, well, let's roll the tape back. In 2017, Dave Groenbach, the incumbent, lost the mayoral election to Pete Bass, who was a relative unknown at the time. Okay? In 2017, the Republicans won every single seat they could possibly win in a pink town. This is not a blood red town. Do I think Buckby's going to win? Yes. Do I think Minor's going to win? Maybe. Do I think Sullivan's going to win? No. Do I think Trump's going to win New Milford? Maybe. But the point is, this is a pink town. This is not a blood red town. Donald Trump won this town by a lousy 5 votes in 2016. 5%, sorry. 5 points in 2016. That is nothing. That is nothing in the grand scheme of things. We're not a blood red town. We're not a purple town. We're not a light blue town. We're not a dark blue town. We're a pink town. And in 2017, Republicans won every seat they could possibly win. And on top of that, in 2019, because the DTC leadership, and especially Dave Groenbach, poisoned that party so hard, Tom O'Brien, who seemed like a very decent fellow, lost in like the most preposterous landslide I've seen when there was a serious candidate running against an incumbent. Pete Bass won 67-33. That's a tiny bit more than 2-1. Again, this is a pink town. And the reason Tom O'Brien lost that was because of the insanity of the local party leadership, including and especially Dave Groenbach, who in 2019 ran for the Board of Finance after in 2017 running on a platform built around dissolving the Board of Finance. So it's a fair question to say, you want to dissolve the Board of Finance and then 1 year later you're going to run for a seat on the Board of Finance? Okay, now you need to answer the question of what's going on here. Why? Why are you now running for the Board of Finance? And in 2019, every Republican, not only did the Republicans win every single seat they could possibly win, they won in landslides. And Dave of all people, was demolished in the Board of Finance. He was, of the 5 candidates that ran, he took dead last. And 4th place, which was a Democrat, still beat the pants off him. So for those of you who want to know what's going to happen here, Craig, like, I'm holding your feet to the fire here, man. Like, you're going to win New Milford. And New Milford is the largest voting block in the 30th district. But for the love of Christ, Craig, you got to do more than just not being Dave Groenbach. Look at Billy Mo Buckby's campaign over the last week and a half to 2 weeks. That's what you should have been doing 2 months ago. And in fairness, Billy, that's what you should have been doing 2 months ago. That said, I don't think Billy's going to lose. I think he's got a fairly locked-in seat, especially here in New Milford, and it's the 67th district, which encompasses all but what the 108th district doesn't, which is Gaylordsville. 108th is pretty much Gaylordsville and nothing else. Not much more. Okay, so let's continue down the ticket line. Let's continue down the line. Let's talk about the U.S. House 50. Holy moly. The U.S. House is 5th district in Connecticut. Jahana Hayes is the incumbent. She's the Democrat. And David X. Sullivan is a Republican. So I voted in this case for David X. Sullivan. He seemed like a reasonable dude. And let me pull out my notes just to be sure, just so I can make sure I don't screw up anything. So here's my thoughts. I have huge disagreements with Hayes' view on the Second Amendment. And so does Dave. And Dave's view on the Second Amendment kind of aligns better with a lot closer to mine. It's not quite Karen Testament. Karen, if you're watching, happy to have you on. Click on the Zoom link, and we'll bring you on. He's not quite Karen Testament up in New Hampshire on 2A, but he's also not Jahana Hayes, who has a completely warped view of the Second Amendment. I have huge disagreements with Jahana Hayes' views on economics. She seems to take a very Keynesian view on a very zero-sum level of economics, and this is just a wild misread. This is a misread that even Karl Marx was walked back from by Engels, who got virtually everything they said about economics completely wrong. But Jahana Hayes seems to be aligning with kind of the radicals within the ranks. She seems to be kind of aligning with the Vosches of the world when it comes to economics. And David X. Sullivan has come out in direct opposition to those takes. So that's a huge disagreement I have with Hayes, and which and which David X. Sullivan also has. I have huge disagreements with Hayes' policy prescription when it comes to COVID. She seems to think that tyranny is okay as long as unlimited, temporary, indefinite declaration of dictator for life and part of Trump is something that she supposedly would have supported, which is a load of crap. And I'm very sure that they wouldn't be making these policy prescriptions with COVID if it weren't for the fact that Biden is the favorite going into election day. And we'll get into that in just a bit. The other thing is that Jonna Hayes has associated with the squad. And I don't mean like in terms of her friendliness, or like, I don't mean she is physically associated with the squad. She seems to be aligned fairly well with the policies of the squad, in terms of her in a rhetorical sense at the very least. So that to me is just an automatic, no, I'm not voting for you. If you are a Bernie bro, or in this case, a female Bernie bro, no, I'm done. No, I kind of don't care who's running against you. We're not doing this. And Sullivan's come out quite voraciously against the policy positions, the rhetoric, and everything basically coming out of the squad's brainless mouths. Hayes is entirely in favor of the Green New Deal. And I've already spelled out why. And Sullivan has actually taken the time to spell out why that's an insane position. And it is an insane position. Jonna Hayes said that she would have voted for the Green New Deal had it come to the floor of the House. She then had to walk that back after the Senate voted it down basically 100-0. And the Democrats colluded to abstain rather than actually voting on it because they didn't want to vote no. And the reality is, if they voted yes, a lot of these Senate seats would have been lost come 2018, come 2020. So it was actually a really trolly and neat move of Mitch McConnell to bring that to the floor of the Senate, especially knowing that it was definitely not going to pass, and knowing too that Democrats definitely would have voted for it if there was actually a majority in the House. If for whatever reason, half a dozen Republican senators, say, got into a car accident the day of the vote and couldn't vote, Democrats would have said, oh, here's our opportunity, and they would have voted it in place. And Hayes is in favor of the insane Green New Deal. And it is genuinely insane. So that's that was basically the policy reason why I voted for David X. Sullivan and not Jonna Hayes. I did watch 2 of the debates that they had together. I believe they've had 3. I would love to have these type of debates on this channel and on my Facebook page as well. So if anyone has a way of reaching out to those folks, that would be a great thing. I would really appreciate that. Remember, share, share, share. Okay, now let's talk about the U.S. president, because this is going to be a little bit weird. And I think people who know me really well know where I was going with this. And in this case, I did a write-in. And I'll give you the brief reason why I did a write-in. And that is Biden's going to win Connecticut. There's no way he's not going to win Connecticut. It's a guaranteed lock that he's going to win Connecticut. There's like 6 cities in this state that are 99% blue, and it doesn't matter how many R's vote in favor of Trump. There are fewer R's than there are Democrats that are going to vote for Biden in like 6 cities. So even if every single R came out of the woodworks, every single L came out of the woodworks and voted for Trump, every single person who was going to vote for Trump voted for Trump in this state, he's still going to lose. So it does not matter. It's a completely thrown away vote to vote for Trump. So in my case, what I said was, well, I'm going to vote for somebody then. And by the way, I wouldn't do this if I was voting for Biden. If my plan was to vote for Biden, I would vote for Biden. If you live in a deep red state, you should not be voting. You should be voting. You kind of have a duty to vote for Trump, right? This doesn't work. This strategy that I'm about to tell you about doesn't work if you're in a state that has any chance of going red. And the opposite would be true for a state that has any chance of going blue if you're planning on voting for Biden. So obviously the question that you guys are all asking is, who did I vote for? And in this case, I wrote in Ben Shapiro. And there's a reason for that. So I talked about the generic, and, you know, I'll give you, so I really thought about this for a long time. It's something I've been thinking about for months at a time. For me, if I'm writing somebody in, it was a toss-up between Ben Shapiro and Nikki Haley. And the reason I voted for these type of people is in the hopes that if they got enough votes in 2020, that would convince them to run in 2024. In fact, I actually have a video that I put together a few months ago, and you can see that it was a video I put together a few months ago that kind of explains pretty well exactly why it is that I did what I did. So here, enjoy. Hi folks, Mike here, and today I want to talk to you about the hashtag WriteInBen campaign I'm hoping to get started. This is my effort to let Ben Shapiro know that we stand in solidarity with him, and that he will have our votes in 2024, and that it will be worth all the mud the left is sure to sling in his face on the campaign trail. So what I'm asking is that in 2020, for those of you who are like me and living in a state like Connecticut where the Democrat will win regardless of how you vote, to join with me and write in Ben. I've voted twice for third-party candidates. I don't see one coming out in 2020 that I can seriously vote for. And my vote is honestly wasted in 2020 if I think I'm using it to get somebody elected in that year. And I'm not asking you to throw away a vote in a battleground state, or a state that has any hope of sending electoral votes to a candidate who doesn't want our country to look like Venezuela. I'm only appealing to the forgotten minority who live in democratic strongholds. So as a sign of solidarity, I'm voting for the only person I trust to restore honest constitutionalism to the office of the chief executive long term. I'm Mike Sennello, and in 2020, I'm writing in Ben, and I'm asking you to join me. Okay, so that's my explanation for why I did that. That was something I put together, again, months and months and months ago. So if you wanted to check out the Facebook page I put together, I just posted the link to Write in Ben on Facebook in the comments section here. Again, I had a tough time with this one. There's a reason I didn't really follow up with the page, and that was because for months I've been trying to decide between whether I would have voted for Nikki Haley, and just so that everybody can be reminded, this is basically what my ballot looked like. It was a toss-up. It was a toss-up to me, but it was a total coin flip to me between Ben Shapiro and Nikki Haley, and the hair that I split was that, in short, I think Nikki Haley is probably going to run in 2024, regardless of whether or not I vote for her. I write her name in this year. So, in terms of Shapiro, let's see. Biden's going to win Connecticut. I wouldn't be doing this. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of policy, and the reason I picked Shapiro, I don't know what Nikki Haley's policy prescriptions necessarily are. It's been a while since she held an office where there was anything related to policy prescription. That would be her governorship in South Carolina. And I really liked what she looked like as governor. And to bring that onto the national stage, I think I would really like that. But in terms of Ben, it's basically the same thing in terms of policy. Ben, in terms of policy, pretty much perfectly aligns with what I'm looking for. He's become significantly more libertarian over the years, and he's headed in that direction. Honestly, I think if I had a chance to sit him down and actually have an honest conversation on his takes on libertarianism, and if we could convince the LP National to not suck so bad, I think there's a real hope that if he wasn't going to run as a Republican, we can get him to run as a libertarian. And like I said, the policy, it's near perfectly aligned because of that with my policy prescriptions. Do I agree? Do I agree with him on his personal takes? No. I think there's a lot of personal takes, especially the ones that he forms on religious principles, that I completely disagree with. But that isn't his policy, and it only barely informs his policy. And he would never prescribe his religious takes on someone else. Plus, oh my God, if Ben Shapiro ever got on a debate stage, the juices would just be flowing. Like in 2024, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will be old enough to run for president. And if you think she's not going to, you're delusional. She's going to run in 2024. And to finally get the two of them on a debate stage. Now, I realize that would mean that AOC would have to win the nomination in the Democratic Party. And it would also mean that Biden would have to lose in this year. Otherwise, he's the incumbent. There's no way she's running in 2024. Though, I mean, let's be honest, is Biden going to be the incumbent? Is he actually going to be president in 2024, 2025, if he wins in 2020? I don't know. His health looks pretty terrible, and I think there's a real case for Kamala Harris being the president between now and 2024. 2024. So, yeah, go ahead and join the Zoom meeting, the Zoom chat. The Zoom webinar that I've been hosting, and Let me know what your thoughts are in that respect. Let me see if there are any other participants here to poll in. No? All right. But yeah, seeing that debate stage with AOC and Ben, just finally getting him just to clobber her, would be delicious, would be utterly delicious. And this isn't me drooling over Ben. It's me drooling over the debate between the two. Ben has been the biggest proponent of free markets in politics. Yes, he's a war hawk. Okay, I grant that. There's no such thing as a perfect presidential candidate. He's somebody who has a real chance of winning. And of course, me seeing him on a debate stage with AOC is just incredibly self-serving. I get it. But, he's not the only person I would vote for if they ran. I don't think that there are realistic candidates other than Ben that would be worth writing in given this strategy. And I'll give you an example of that. I would vote for Larry Sharpe if he ran. I don't know that he's going to run, and I don't know that writing his name in now is going to be worth it, knowing that he's almost certainly going to be running for governor in 2022 in New York, and I think that's a much more important position for him to fill. Now, some of you are probably going to be asking why I didn't vote for Jo Jorgensen, and there's a lot of real reasons that I didn't vote for her, and they aren't just strategic. And I want to start with the flaws of LP National, which I've already talked about, and this will naturally segue into our conversation on Jo Jorgensen. So excuse me while I take a swig. Yeah, I've got plenty of water here. Got a bucket of bubbly. One is, and if there's a reason to celebrate, I'll have a reason to celebrate. If there's a reason to drink, I'll have a reason to drink. So I'm fully prepared for the day. Just so you know, should have gone over that during our housekeeping session. However, we were talking about the flaws of LP National. Let's talk about the flaws of LP National, because that'll bring us on to Jo Jorgensen pretty nicely. First things first, they didn't announce a candidate until the last damn minute. That says to me that at least LP National, the party that is backing Jo Jorgensen, is straight up not taking this seriously. And if that's going to be the case, then why should they take their candidate seriously? They waited until the last possible minute. In fact, because they ran one as late as they did in 2020, they shouldn't have run a candidate at all. Here's why. Donald Trump is basically the last bastion, is the Hoover Dam behind socialism. Because let's face it, Joe Biden, as much as he is not Kamala Harris, as much as he is not AOC, as much as he is, God forbid, not Hillary Clinton, we know who's pulling his strings. We know he's just a puppet for the extremists and radicals within their ranks. Because the Democrats don't do housekeeping. They don't clean house. We do. One side of the aisle does. In fact, libertarians don't do a very good job of keeping house either. But the point is, I lost my train of thought. Wonderful. But yeah, so the point is that in this year, in 2020, in order for Trump to win, he's going to need to get all of the votes he can get. And this isn't me even saying that you should be voting for Trump because he's Trump. This is me saying that he is the dam. He is the dam that's keeping socialism away. And even if Biden wins and doesn't immediately start instituting these more socialist policies, which deep down, Joe, I know you're not a socialist. I know you don't like these dumb policies. You came out in objection to the Green New Deal initially. Now that and of course you've had to walk back that position for whatever reason and now have shown some sort of support for it, which is insane, especially considering I know, Joe, that you don't actually support it. There's no way Kamala Harris doesn't take over for Joe at some point during his presidency, especially if Joe somehow survives to and wins again in 2024. And Kamala Harris is a straight up socialist. We're probably not in the Vosh land of communism. And Vosh, you're splitting a hair. Anarcho-syndicalism, whatever. You are a communist. And that's how you've described yourself in the past until you had to walk back that position to anarcho-syndicalist. Yeah, it's a distinction without a difference. Debate me. So if anyone who wants to reach out to Vosh, yeah, it's election day. I know he's streaming all day. Come on, Vosh, let's debate. And the other thing is that if you're not going, and so if you run a candidate at all, first things first, there's no hope of them winning. Gary Johnson at least laid out a pathway to victory, and it meant basically getting one or two important states, which would be just enough to reduce basically Trump's vote so that there was nobody who got a majority. And then when it went to the House, because in 2016, Republicans held their nose and voted for Trump in 2016. That's not the case today. That's not the case today. And today, November 3rd, 2020, Republicans voting for Trump are voting for Trump wearing MAGA hats and waving Trump flags. They're not holding their nose and voting for Trump. That's the first things first. The second thing is that Gary Johnson got a whopping 3.4% of the vote with a much better run campaign. A much better run campaign where he announced his candidacy for all intents and purposes almost a year before before Election Day. Joe Jorgensen, I hadn't even heard of until like May. That's a serious problem from LP National. And at that point, what you do is you just don't run a candidate. You say it's not worth the millions of dollars we're going to have to pump into this candidate. What we're going to do is we're going to send all that money to the lower levels where we have real shots at winning local elections in places like New Hampshire. In places like New Hampshire where you have the Free State Project, where there is a concerted and deliberate effort to bring libertarians and libertarianism, all capital L, to that state, in a state with a House that has like 1,000 freaking seats in it. I mean, there are more seats in that House than almost all of the towns in New Hampshire, right? Like there's maybe 10 or 15 towns in all of New Hampshire that have more people in them than there are seats in the House in New Hampshire. So they should have focused entirely on that. I would have been perfectly okay with the LP, for example, using that money to find basically libertarian candidates who are running with R's next to the name and cross-endorsing them, like the Independent Party did with Billy Mo Buckby. And by the way, if our mutual friend, and he knows who he is watching this, yeah, that's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. If the Independent Party just decides to endorse Billy Mo Buckby by putting his name on their ballot, move on. Move on. There's nothing nefarious going on there. Their charter doesn't say, we stand for anyone who doesn't have a D or an R next to their name. No, there are principles that they stand for. And if you as a candidate stand for those principles as well, then you'll get their endorsement. And by the way, this is completely out of Billy Mo Buckby's control. They endorsed him without his knowledge. And then when they announced the endorsement, they said, hey, Buckby, we're going to endorse you. Here you go. And he was like, proud to have your endorsement. Of course. And that's a reasonable take, Reed. Oh, did I just mention Reed Moroch's name? Yeah, okay. So the other thing, too, is that there was nowhere near the effort, generally speaking, to promote Joe Jorgensen in 2020 as there was to promote Gary Johnson in 2016. So, again, if you're not going to take the campaign seriously in a year like this, why should you take the candidate seriously? Especially knowing that she's going to have a mountain to climb, an utter mountain to climb when it comes to this sort of thing. So in order for Joe to get... so the thing is that Gary Johnson, like I said, got 3.4% of the vote in 2016. That means that you're going to need to get 1.6% more of the vote. And it's all Republicans. Come on, don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. It's all coming from Republicans. You're taking votes away from Trump and Trump alone. That's where that extra 1.6%, that's where that would come from. And you're delusional if you think that with the campaign that the LP National has run for Joe Jorgensen, that Jorgensen's going to do better than Gary Johnson did in 2016 when Trump was an unknown and Trump's opponent was Hillary freaking Clinton. Like, as much as people might not like Joe Biden's policy, he's not Hillary freaking Clinton. This isn't the 2016 election. We do have to take Biden act seriously. And Trump can't win on I'm not Biden. No, just like Craig Minor can't win on I'm not Dave Groenbach, Trump can't win on I'm not Biden. The other thing then, and that's just from a strategic standpoint, that it's just, there's no way she's going to get the 5% threshold in order to get ballot access in automatic ballot access in every state. The other thing is that she's not a good candidate. And I'll explain to you why. With Gary Johnson, we knew what his policy prescriptions were months ago. We knew what they were in January of 2016. He had a very clearly laid out policy prescription. It was extremely principled, and he stuck to those principles, and he stuck to those policy prescriptions. Joe can't make up her mind if she's an SJW or not. And that's a serious problem. Because if she is, then I can't vote for her. I can't vote for a candidate that runs on identity politics or even so much as agrees with it. That's a serious problem for me as a candidate. And it seems to me like the only reason she kind of walked back her position was because she was bombarded with criticism from within her own ranks, saying, you just lost my vote. I'm not supporting you if you're going to stand in line perfectly with Black Lives Matter. And speaking of which, she seems to bend with the wind when it comes to police. Police have a legitimate role in society. I agree with you that there may be some areas where, in terms of practice, there can be some areas of improvement. But they do need to exist. And again, her takes on police generally have been anywhere from anarcho-communist, disband the police and let everyone run roughshod over their cities, as long as it's BLM, to, being a full-on Blue Lives Matter supporter, which I can't understand. Like, she seems to be bending with the wind on this one. It seems to be more of, I'm running as a libertarian so that I can run as a libertarian, and I'm going to prescribe the policy that seems to be popular, which I can't stand for. I just, on that ground alone, I would rather you have a principled position I don't agree with all that much than a position that bends with the wind unpredictably and is popular. Especially even if it's a popular position, which I kind of agree with, but if it's a popular position I kind of don't agree with, then you kind of lost my vote. Now, there are a lot of things that make Joe a good candidate in certain respects, but this is scary to me. She seems to be far more populist than principled. And that to me says that I don't know that I'm voting for a libertarian in that respect. Why should I trust her other policy prescriptions if she won't stick to the primary ones? If she won't say that this is what I stand for, end of story. But again, none of this really matters because she's not getting the 5% she needs to get ballot access. She's not going to get it in Connecticut. She's not going to get it nationally. Again, even if every libertarian voted for George Jorgensen, even if every person who would prefer to vote for George Jorgensen than the other two candidates voted for George Jorgensen, she's not going to come close to 5% in Connecticut. You're utterly delusional if that's the case. If you think that's the case, I would wait for certain things like that to the midterm elections in 2022, especially when it comes to the gubernatorial election here in Connecticut, where the Libertarian Party, if they actually mount a real candidate, if they actually mount a real run, which, by the way, should be starting on November 5th. The campaign trail needs to be entered into on November 4th, tomorrow morning. The moment the results are in, the moment the hubbub surrounding the presidential races in 2020 is done, you need to do like Larry Sharpe and get on the trail right away. Now, do I think that a libertarian candidate has a real shot in Connecticut without basically getting the endorsement of the Republican Party? No, we don't. It's first past the post here. You could be governor of Connecticut with 36% of the vote. And that to me is a Democrat governor, because where are those libertarian votes coming from? Are they coming from Democrats? No, they're not. They're not. Let's not be naive here. Let's not kid ourselves here. Yeah, and I mean, like I mentioned, Gary Johnson was just a generically better candidate. And I'll also give the caveat too here that libertarians, one of our flaws here is that, and I want to talk about little L libertarians. We suck at grassroots campaigning. Now, I've said the Democrats are better than Republicans at grassroots campaigning. Libertarians are much, 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 much worse than Republicans at grassroots campaigning. And I think that's reflected in the fact that LP National doesn't realize that if they're going to run a candidate and basically announce it until May of this year, that they need to start going door to door at the local level. That they need to start having these parties, which would have to be over Zoom basically this year, where they get together and they write handwritten notes to likely libertarian voters in districts that are likely to go gold, right? We're terrible at grassroots campaigning. That's something that we really need to work on. We also suck at memeing. We suck at attracting viewers, marketing strategy, and getting rid of the kooks within our ranks. And I think everyone knows what the stereotype of a libertarian is. Just some basically unshaven mountain man who hasn't bathed in forever, is probably autistic in some respects, and is an anarchist. So those people, we need to either walk them back into reality, Like how many libertarians have you seen not be able to put on a shirt and tie? I know, I'm not wearing a shirt and tie. Also, this is basically just a casual AMA live stream that I'm doing for what's going to amount to my friends and my family. And, the handful of people who might check in on this from YouTube and from my subscribership and from my subscriber base and from my fan base on Facebook. So let's move on to my predictions. So we talked about how I actually voted and why I voted that way. Now let's go on to some predictions. So let's bring that up. Okay, so this, if you guys can bear with me, is it's 272 wins. It's 272 wins. Map of, what do they call it? Let me look this up real quick. This is consensus forecasting. So the reason I'm starting with this, in terms of my predictions at the national level. By the way, I'll just blow through the local level because I mentioned them already. I think Billy Mo Buckby's going to win. If I had a gun to my head, because I can't bring myself to imagine Groenback winning, I would say I'm favoring the incumbent, and hopefully the New Milford vote, which is going to go like 80-20 minor to Groenback. I hope it's enough in terms of total votes, just vote disparity to win over a district, which in Northwest District is getting very, very blue. So I think Minor's going to win. Donato Nofrio in the 108th, I think she's going to win. I'm splitting a hair on that one since I know very little about the two candidates except for their track record and their history in terms of strategy. I think Johanna Hayes is going to win on a landslide. This district in the southeast corner of this district and the northwest corner of the Connecticut's 5th congressional district, it's very blue. It's deep, guaranteed blue, and there's a ton of population in the southeast corner of that district, where there are no blood red towns in Connecticut. There are some pretty red towns in Connecticut, no blood red towns, like where I came from, Cookville, Tennessee. That's a town that's going to be 90 plus in favor of Trump. In fact, I would say Putnam County, because we can get county level statistics. I think what we're going to find is Putnam County. Here's my bet: 88% or more Trump. Okay, so this is the initial consensus map. So I talked about all the other positions. Now we'll talk about presidential. I still think Joe Biden's going to win. And here's why I think Joe Biden's going to win. So first things first, they have highlighted in dark blue the guaranteeds. And I'm going to go through what I think are guaranteeds. I think they're probably almost spot on their guaranteeds. So the guaranteeds in this case would be Hawaii, California, Oregon, Washington, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, and then they only have one guaranteed district in Maine. It's probably going to be more like 2. I'm not going to split a hair over that. They're probably dead on with that. Their guaranteed with red are perfect. Although what I would do is I would add Utah's a guaranteed red. Let's not kid ourselves. And I would say Kansas is probably a guaranteed red. So where does that bring us? That brings us to Trump having 89 guaranteed votes. That brings us to Biden having 183 guaranteed votes. That is a mountain to climb in terms of the guaranteeds. Now, we got the likelies on top of that, the 39. So that would be Colorado and New Mexico. So let's make Colorado a guaranteed. Because let's be realistic about that. And then we've got Virginia as a likely and Minnesota as a likely, with Maine having 2 more likelies. That's probably about right. And then there's the state. The light blues are close to toss-ups, but favor Biden. The pinks are, for whatever reason, close to toss-ups, but favor Trump. I don't see Texas going anything other than red. I just can't imagine it. So that to me is probably closer to what the guaranteed would look like. They're probably right in South Carolina. He's favored there. I can't imagine him not winning Missouri. I can't imagine him not winning Montana. There is probably going to be a vote, an EC vote that goes to Biden from Nebraska. It's possible that he wins all of them, but that one's probably correct. So this kind of leads to a pretty rough road for Trump, because the automatics, Biden is basically already at 220 EC votes, and Biden basically only needs 50 votes to get there. So if Biden gets something like, I don't know, Ohio, Michigan, PA, he's there. 3 states and he's there. Win the automatics and Win 3 states and you're automatically there. Trump needs to win the automatics. He needs to win the ones that are pretty likely. And then he needs to win basically all of the toss-up states. So let's bring up my map. Let's bring up my prediction of what this is going to look like. So that's my prediction. And as you can see there's a few things to take note of. Number 1, yes, this is me predicting a Biden win. Number 2, by 2 electoral votes. What's interesting is if I take the district in Nebraska that went blue and make it red, then we have a tie. And if we have a tie, then it goes to the House. Right now, Trump pretty much has a guarantee of winning if it goes to the House, because they don't actually vote by House seats. They vote by states. And in this case, Trump would have 27 states, so he would win. There is a pathway, as convoluted as it may seem, to Trump winning to a tie at 269 on the EC, and then in the House, getting exactly 25 states voting in favor of Trump and 25 states voting in favor of Biden. There really isn't anything in the Constitution that spells out what would happen in that case. No, it would not go to the Supreme Court. It seems to me like there would be a lawsuit involved, which would eventually make its way to the Supreme Court. But it seems to me like what would happen then is you would just, once a week, you'd have a vote, and you'd have another vote, and then you'd have another vote, and then you'd have another vote until somebody is declared winner. If that just continues on ad infinitum, come January 15th, I don't know what you do. I would assume the incumbent would remain. The incumbent won in 2016. There was no winner in 2020, so I guess you go with the one that already won. Excuse me while I take a sip. So I don't know if that's Albanian, but I speak only English. I guess if you could translate into German, I might be able to work with that, but I don't understand. There's somebody who's commented here in the YouTube comments, the YouTube chat. Yeah, I can't read any of that. I don't even know how to pronounce half those words. It looks like something Slavic. I see Rotterdam, but it doesn't. Rotterdam's in the Netherlands, and it doesn't look like Dutch. Yeah, that's based on the characters, that's either spam or it's some sort of Slavic language. Sorry, folks, I don't understand that. So here's what we're looking at. I told you there's a 1 in a billion chance that this becomes a tie, and the House, it's a tie as well. Not likely to happen. Super, super, super unlikely to happen. I'm just moving some things around here, folks, so I can see things better. Here's the thing. There's not that many states that Trump would need to flip. This is me basically giving every single toss-up to Trump and also giving Michigan to Trump and New Hampshire to Trump. I can't imagine Trump losing. First things first, the people in Michigan, the Republican voters in Michigan, hate Whitmer's guts. And that, I think, is going to motivate them to get out and vote in a way that the Democrats in that state may not be as motivated to get out and vote. Imagine if there was a Republican governor in Michigan that Democrats hated. Well, that would be the same thing. So that's why I'm kind of on a hunch giving Michigan. This is also basically my way of saying any state that's Biden +4 or less, I'm giving to Trump. Any district where it's Biden +4 or less, I'm giving to Trump. And there's a reason for that. And that is that there is at least one clear flaw in the polling that's coming in. And the big flaw to me must start with that Democrat voters skew younger, and the youth vote doesn't turn out. I know what everyone's saying, that this year the youth vote is going to decide the election. No, they've said, everyone has said that every year that I've been alive, and the youth vote has yet to turn out, and the youth vote numbers have yet to even improve year to year. So I'll believe it when I see it. And even then, I'm probably going to be skeptical. But like I said, even at this rate, even giving as many states as I gave to Trump, this is a giant uphill battle. So there's a very specific pathway to Trump victory, and it requires a lot going his way. Biden only needs a handful of states to go his way. Biden only needs, just hold your blues, and get like 1 or 2 toss-ups. And again, that's if you believe the voting data at all. Because the other flaw of polling is that anything that involves a poll is self-reported. And that means that it's going to suffer from self-reporting bias. Well, what does that mean? There's this idea going around that Republicans in polling are just straight up lying, which is entirely possible that that's the case. And they actually probably have pretty good reason to do that. And that is that they don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to lose their job. They don't want to risk their career for being outed. And this is the sad thing is we all know this is the case. Everyone who's been right of Mao, anyone who's professed any position at all ever that isn't perfectly aligned with Maoist, Leninist communism, you know what it's like. You know what it's like. And the reality is that you're putting your job and your career and your income at risk by doing that. You are, we know what it's not Trump supporters. It's not Republicans who are going to restaurants and giving the heckler's veto to people who are Republican supporters just eating. There's real consequences for letting people know that you are not going to be voting for Joe Biden. And Nicholas Sandmann's reaping those consequences as we speak. Dude couldn't get into all of his college acceptances were immediately revoked because the dude wore a red hat, because the dude wore a MAGA hat. And we all know that what that's like in reality. If you have a picture on Facebook of you wearing a MAGA hat, even if it's just as a Halloween costume where you're making fun of somebody in a MAGA hat, you've just been outed and you will be yeeted. And everyone knows it. The thing is that if you do the same thing with a Bernie shirt, a Bernie 2020 shirt, a Bernie 2016 shirt, the opposite side of the aisle, if you do that with a Joe Biden shirt, you're not risking getting egged. You're not risking what Andy No risked when he went to when he had to go to the hospital because he had his skull bashed in. You're not risking having violence be impugned upon you. You are not risking your livelihood, and in some cases your life, by announcing that you may or may not vote for Trump. So it's entirely plausible that Republicans are in some way lying. Now, I don't think that this would skew the ballot all that much. What I think that would do is skew the ballot probably in favor of Trump winning Michigan. But it's entirely plausible that it would skew beyond that a little bit more to where Trump might win, say, Wisconsin and or Pennsylvania and or Arizona, in which case, based on the map that I have here, he would actually win. I don't think that's likely. I don't think that's likely. But if there was some major foundational flaw in the voting, so I've given you two possible outcomes. Trump wins by the skin of his teeth. Trump wins by the skin of his teeth. Biden wins by the skin of his teeth, or by some small amount, generally speaking, or there's a Trump landslide. I don't see a Biden landslide. The polls are not skewed in that respect. But there could possibly be some underlying fundamental flaw with how we do polling generally because of what's happened when it comes to how people how one side of the aisle is treating the other side of the aisle. Orange man bad. Dude is actually Hitler. Dude actually ordered the genocide of all the Jews and killed 6 million people and started a world war that caused the deaths of over 70 million people. Dude is actually that guy. Well, where do you go from that? And all of the supporters are also actually that guy. Well, what's the proper response to that? What is the proper response to that? Violence. If it is an actual existential threat to your life, the proper response to an actual existential threat to your life is a defense of that existential threat from that existential threat to your life, which means the use of force. So there may be some sort of colossal and foundational flaw in how that voting has been conducted. And that would lead us to a Trump landslide. Now, when I say a Trump landslide, I'm talking like 350 electoral votes. Nobody is getting 400. And I'll show you what that looks like real quick. If there is some sort of Trump landslide and he gets Arizona and he gets Pennsylvania and he gets Wisconsin and Nebraska goes red, right? He gets all of those states. There's a possibility that he gets another district. He gets another main vote. And then there's a possibility that he flips either Minnesota or Virginia. I would guess Minnesota if that's going to be the case. And that's what we have. That's the map that we have if there's some fundamental flaw in the Trump vote and in the polling. In fact, it would probably honestly also extend into Virginia. Because Virginia is deep blue in Arlington. It's deep blue in Asheville. It's pretty much purple in Charlotte, and it's kind of blue in Richmond. Outside of those districts, and it's pretty blue in Virginia Beach. Pretty doggone blue in Virginia Beach. Outside of those tiny little clusters of people, and those are not tiny clusters in terms of the population, it's as red as it gets. It's Middle Tennessee, Southern Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, blood red. Which means that if Ralph Northam has pissed off the vote, if there is, so let's say that there's an equal number of people that would vote for Biden and an equal number of people that would vote for Trump. Well, how many of them are actually going to be motivated enough to go out and vote? It's not going to be one. It's not going to be 100% on either side. But if one side's like 99% and the other side's like 60%, that could swing a state like Virginia. But that's what we're talking about. This is not my prediction for what happens, but in this case, it's 335 for Trump and 203 to Biden. To me, that's a landslide. And the reason I consider it a landslide is because that would be Biden losing. That'd be Biden losing states. That would be Biden winning only the guaranteed plus Nevada and New Mexico. And I guess no, there aren't any. No, it would be Nevada and New Mexico that aren't guaranteed, and every other state is guaranteed. Illinois is guaranteed because Cook County is going to go 99-1 blue, and that's more people than live in the entire rest of the state. By the way, this is why we have an electoral college system. So if you have states like South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, Nebraska, where you have very rural populations whose needs are not even close to the same needs of people who live in New York City, and the only way that their vote actually is going to be heard is if you have an electoral college system, if you have the system we have in place. Otherwise, unless you live in a gigantic city, your vote doesn't matter. Your vote will not count for anything. So that's why we have the electoral college. So that's the way I think that at the presidential level, that's the way I think that's going to go. And the other thing is that I think that there might, so the other factors that might factor into the polls being incorrect, we've seen the UK MP voting, where the polls there got that pretty wrong, not crazy wrong, but pretty wrong, and that flipped as conservative as you could possibly get. They were whole voting districts that had never voted in their history in the UK, had never in their history voted for a conservative that voted for Boris, or that voted for a conservative MP, because they do their elections differently there. The other thing is that when it comes to motivated voters, because this is the thing that's going to, if Trump wins in a landslide, it's going to be because of motivated voters. This is, again, folks, if you're just tuning in, this is not my prediction. That what you're seeing on the screen is not my prediction. This is, if Trump were to win in a landslide, this is what it would look like. And it would mean, of course, serious flaws fundamentally in how we do polling in this country. And that would be, of course, a reflection of I think, the level of motivation of Trump voters. So when it came to the nomination, when it came to the primary results, Trump had the highest ever turnout, and by far, for an incumbent president. That means Barack Obama in 2012. That means George Bush in 2004. That means Bill Clinton in 1996. That means H.W. in 92. That means Reagan in 84. So all of those people in those races were running, for all intents and purposes, uncontested primaries, which means that there's no reason to turn out to the primary. The town clerk is legally required to cast a vote, which means that one vote and Trump wins. One vote anywhere and Trump wins by default, right? But he's also had so it's really telling when you have a vote that does not matter for anything and you have record turnout, especially after the trend has been heading downward. When you have that trend completely flip to record turnout, that tells you something about the motivation levels of the voters. And it doesn't tell you about how they're going to vote once it comes time to vote, but it tells you who is going to vote. And if who is going to vote is very red and who is going to vote isn't very blue, then this map is the map that you would see in that case. This is the map you would see in that case. It would be a Trump landslide. So like I said, 3 outcomes that I consider possibilities. Biden wins by a little bit. Trump wins by the skin of his teeth. Trump wins by a landslide. I would say Biden winning by a little bit is a lot more likely than the other 2 outcomes. That's where my money is. Hold my feet to the fire on that one. Here's the thing. Now we need to have a serious consideration about what's going to happen should Trump win. We know, so we've got our predictions about what's going to happen in the ballot box. What's going to happen tomorrow morning? If Biden wins, we all know everyone's just going to say, well, sucks. Moving on with their life. Be prepared to pay a lot more in taxes. Be prepared to see a lot of jobs just completely evaporate. And be prepared to see what happens when Kamala becomes president. You're going to see a stock market dip because the stock market prefers Republican candidates, prefers Republican presidents to Democratic presidents. This happened in 2008. This happened in well, actually, that's unfair. In 2012, when Barack Obama was elected in 2012, the stock market took a short little dip. It happened in 2016 when Trump was elected. Stock market took a quick shot to the arm and rose up just a little bit. That's just the nature of how stock markets work. And like I said, you're going to see your taxes go up. You're going to see the individual mandate come back somehow, even though the Supreme Court already shut it down. And there's no possible way I could see it being somehow there's no way I could see it being constitutional. I have no idea how the court originally read into the individual mandate as being something something considerable as constitutional. The other thing that we have to prepare for if Joe wins is a Kamala presidency. Because, let's face it, Joe's brain is not Joe's brain of 6 years ago. Now, some people might say, well, listen to how Trump speaks. Okay, Trump speaks today exactly the same way that he spoke in the 1980s. Now, I'll give you, people have to give credit where it's due. The rhetoric has toned down a bit from 2016. The Twitter has toned down a lot from 2016. And I know the left is in complete and utter denial about this, but this is reality. This is actual reality. That the Twitter has toned down. The rhetoric has toned down from 2016. Trump 2020 is not Trump 2016 in terms of rhetoric. In terms of policy, it's a little bit different because we've had 4 years of Trump. We know what his policy is. And that policy is pretty conservative. It's been pretty decent. He has actually fulfilled some of his promises during the campaign. Excuse me, folks. But if we get Biden elected, remember, there's a real possibility that Kamala is president. And again, it's because of the decline. It's not because of where Joe is. It's not just because Joe can't seem to finish a sentence. It's that 6 years ago when he was vice president, he could easily finish a sentence. He was extremely articulate. Trump isn't very articulate. Okay, Trump wasn't articulate in 1980. Trump wasn't very articulate in 1985. Trump wasn't very articulate in 2016. Trump wasn't very articulate in 2012. Biden was. So when you start to see that dip, that's why people have concerns about his health. That plus the fact that he's 78 years old. Yes, Trump's 74. Yes, Trump is overweight. Yes, Trump ignores his doctor's advice all the time. But his brain seems to be functioning just as it normally would. And you might say his brain isn't functioning the way I would like it to function. Okay, fine. It's not functioning the way Trump's brain is functioning exactly the way it did 6 years ago. Biden's isn't. This is a real concern. And here's why it's a real concern. Because Kamala Harris, who would take over as president, is a full-on nut job socialist. Joe isn't. Joe, if you could actually get him into a room by himself and say, Joe, nobody's watching. I'm sure if you could sit him down and suss out his actual policy prescriptions until the radicals took over that party, which didn't happen very long ago. I think if you had asked him these questions like 3 years ago, during Trump's tenure, I think he would reveal himself to not be a socialist. Kamala is. She openly sided with Antifa. She is perfectly in favor of the SJW take, of the racist policies a critical race theory. She is perfectly inside. Yeah, so she's perfectly on the side of the SJWs who want to judge you based on the color of your skin and not the content of your character. She was the chief signatory to the ridiculous Green New Deal. And we're not going into this. We've gone into this on the other shows. I'm not going into what the Green New Deal actually is. She's axiomatically opposed to anything fossil fuel driven, which means that this shirt is made out of polymers that are made from fossil fuels. This shirt doesn't exist. The sound absorbers you see on the wall, they don't exist. Behind that is sheetrock. The way that sheetrock is made is with a flash heating process, which you can't possibly do without flame, which has to come from a combustible material that has to be coming from fossil fuels. Behind that sheetrock is fiberglass, which is no longer made from spun glass anymore. That went the way of the dodo bird like 120 years ago. Now it's made from synthetics. All that insulation's gone. On the other side of that is vinyl siding. All that vinyl siding is gone. Above that is a roof. It's made out of asphalt shingles. The asphalt shingles are gone. Behind on this wall, inside of this wall, right here, all that copper wire that's on that side of that wall, it's all insulated by petroleum-based products. They're gone. So yeah, if you want to bombard us back into the Stone Age, virtually everything in your house, the steel that's used to make the nails that hold the studs together, is made through a process of carbonization that requires oil. Even the Bessemer process, which was invented in like the 1870s, which is what allowed steel to actually come to the fore and be mass produced, the very first way we discovered to do that was with fossil fuels. We have yet to find a way that is in any way economical to do that otherwise. Yes, the Japanese did discover a way of making medium grade actual steel with their samurai swords by mixing in. Today they do it with coal. And they've historically done it with coal, but they found a way to do it with basically the remains of human beings. They basically, if you cremate somebody, their cremated remains are very high carbon remains, and that carbon can be used to make steel. They discovered a way of doing that. First things first, that requires a human being to die, and second thing, those samurai swords that were made like that took a 50-year expert and his 3 understudies like a year to make. One little sword, 3 feet long. So all the steel is gone. There's no such thing as steel if we put forth as policy the Green New Deal. There's no steel. There's probably going to be no electricity, because how do you insulate the wires? There's not going to be insulation in your walls. You're going to have to go back to plaster and lathe for your walls, so no more sheetrock. There's not going to be any way to do asphalt roofs, which means what are you left with? What, like copper or slate? I guess, because I guess you could technically mine slate without ANFO. I guess you could use nitroglycerin based explosives, which are incredibly dangerous. I suppose even trinitrous toluene, right? Dynamite requires toluene, and the only way to make it is from oil products. But yeah, so we went into great detail on that already. Kamala Harris is axiomos to anything. We already described that, and all of this was brought out when she got destroyed by Pence in the VP debate. The first 20 minutes of it, yeah, I know, was kind of a bit of an even back and forth, but then she it was an embarrassment. It was as much of an embarrassment as a Tom O'Brien, Pete Bass mayoral debate in 2019. It was really bad. It wasn't like I was like cheering on Pence. It was more like, oof, Kamala, you look bad. Now I kind of feel sorry for you. It was that bad. So if Biden wins, these are things we can look forward to. If Trump wins and you live in a Democrat stronghold major city, get the fuck out. And excuse me for using an F-bomb on the air, but you want to get the hell out of these cities, because if you thought the riots in Portland were already bad, unfortunately, Democrats are utter 5-year-olds, are complete effing babies when it comes to not getting their way. They're going to they've grown up under the era of throw a temper tantrum because mommy wouldn't buy me the right cereal. right? So you're going to see riots like we've never seen before. And we're seeing this, of course, with you've seen the pictures, you've seen the videos of all these major cities where whole city blocks are being boarded up days in advance of today. Well, actually, tomorrow is probably we're really going to see some real results. It's not because Republicans are going to riot. Do you really let's not kid ourselves. That's not because they're afraid of Republicans going apeshit. They're afraid of the lunatic leftists utterly destroying whole cities, which is going to happen if Trump wins. Now, this is not a reason for us to vote against Trump. That would be extortion. That would be blackmail. That would be putting a gun to our head. And no, we will not sign off to the heckler's veto. Like Sargon said, I'm not apologizing for anything. You dirty, dirty smear merchants, get bent. That's the appropriate response. And the response the Republicans gave, of course, again, to losing elections in prior years, like 2008 or 2012, what was that response? Man, this sucks. Now I got to get up and go to work. And for the record, to the left, who is going to destroy cities, no, Trump is not Hitler. We've already discussed this. And for the record, that gaslighting of Trump and his rhetoric and his politic, that is a source of division. That is why everyone thinks that this is how you get the left to motivated to vote. This is how you get communism. This is what Yuri already described. Yuri was 100% correct. This lie that Trump literally is Hitler, because where do you go after Hitler? That's being egged on by the media. This is the source of the divisiveness in this country. This is why you can't get a job if you get caught wearing a MAGA hat. This is why you might lose your job if you wear a MAGA hat. This is why you may have your skull bashed in by a bunch of rioting nut jobs from Antifa because you were Andy No and you brought a camera to one of their riots. This is the real world, folks. This is the source of the division, and Trump is 100% right to criticize and the media for having such an obviously politically and partisan politically motivated agenda and how they've presented the news, which hasn't been neutral in a very, very long time. So that's most of what I wanted to cover for today. I see I'm getting some comments here, so forget the tie and shirt. Publicity seems very hard if you want to put solid ideas with both evidence and charisma. Nonsense ideas are easy to put into short propaganda. Very true. I guess that's Emmanuel. Well, Emmanuel. Even when Thomas Sowell has been invited to famous shows, they get very low views. Would like to see the few conservative channels to invite people from DDP meetings instead of Alex Jones. Agreed. I would love to have Thomas Sowell on my channel. I would much rather have him than the likes of Alex Jones or not Tommy Robinson. You know, I loved when Sargon was doing the more intellectual takes. This, by the way, is why Stefan Molyneux did okay, but wasn't getting the ratings that somebody like Alex Jones was getting. Bill O'Reilly is somebody that I've never liked. I've never liked Bill O'Reilly because the presentation of his show has just been utter trash. It's been trash TV from day one. He's kind of a slimy piece of crap, and all of that was revealed when the women started coming out of the woodwork saying that, hey, he's actually kind of a piece of crap. But we knew that. We've seen how he treats his guests. You guys have seen how I treat my guests. Well, Carl Emmerich, I don't know if you're watching, but Carl, tell people how I treated you when you came on my show. Was I jumping down your throat and calling you names? No, I was letting you get your piece out, and then I was either agreeing or disagreeing with it and saying why I agreed or disagreed with it. And when there was a claim that was made that wasn't strictly within the realm of a logical framework, when there was something that required an evidentiary standard, when there was an empirical claim, I asked for some degree of empiricism. You guys that kind of come in from Facebook, you guys have seen how I've done my debates and my interviews on Facebook. I am grateful that the guests that come onto my show have agreed to come on to my show. I'm grateful for that. So I treat them as though I'm grateful for that. I treat them with respect. And Bill O'Reilly is somebody who did the exact opposite of that. I don't care if Vosh came on the show, I don't know how I would treat him because he's been a disingenuous, utter bad faith jerk to everyone. and is a bold-faced liar in so many respects. I don't know how I would treat Vosh. But Steve, if you came on my show and we had a debate, by the way, for those of you that haven't got the chance to check it out, about an hour ago I did get another video out. This is much more of a hot take. So you guys, if you guys like hot takes, then I'll let me see if I can find that video real quick. Because I don't have a link for it because it was set to be launched. So let me see if I can find. Yep, here we go. So here, just give me 1 second. I'll paste that link into the comment section, so you guys can check that out. This is a significantly more hot take. This is a significantly more casual presentation than I've done in the past. So you guys can check that out. But yeah, I agree with Emmanuel. I'm calling you Emmanuel, even though there's a W-E-L. Well, Emmanuel, I guess would be that. And for those of you, again, who like Thomas Sowell, then the place to go is my other channel, which I will link to again. That is Mike Reads. I've read on that channel. I have live reads of a ton of Thomas Sowell. I'm actually reading some Thomas Sowell as we speak. I'm actually on that show in the middle of a series that I'm doing on here. Let me get the books out for you. All right. I am in the middle of a series of live reads on Thomas Sowell's Economic Facts and Fallacies that I'm doing as a parallel read with Henry Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson. I've actually already read both of these books, and I've provided reviews on that channel for these books, so you guys can check that out. That series is ongoing in both of those cases. I just finished, let me see. I just finished chapter 5. Yes, chapter 5 with Henry Hazlitt, and chapter 2, because chapter 2 is pretty long. I think, yeah, I'm most of the way done with chapter 2 in Economic Facts and Fallacies. So you guys can go ahead and check that channel out if you want to follow along. In the case of both of these books, instead of just doing the reads, I am doing the reads and providing an analysis/review at the end of each read. So you guys can get a better understanding of both the lesson that's being taught and my take and how that's informed. That's informed my politics and how that's informed my philosophy moving forward. So you guys go ahead and check that channel out. Speaking of which, some other topics to talk about here. And I think this will provide kind of a natural segue. So this whole politics thing, it's kind of stressed me out. So this is why I'm going to kind of been doing this as a little bit of an AMA. I'm not quite sure how it is that people like Vosh and Destiny are able to just do this constantly. Because for me to do a show like this, I've kind of have to almost bring myself to being deliberately, how do I say this? Outraged. I kind of have to force myself to be outraged. It's not faux outrage. It's more like, all right, let me find something that's going to piss me off. Let me find something that I'm not going to like, and that'll get me into the mood to do these politics videos. As a result, that's kind of been stressing me out. And I think some of you guys saw that in my chat with Destiny last week, that I thought it was going to be, fists of flying debate. And honestly, I didn't have it in me to be jumping down his throat and to have this back and forth with him. So the result with that video with Destiny, and I should probably link to that live stream if you guys care to see me and Destiny talk about property taxes. And yes, by the way, the Destiny I'm talking about is that Destiny with however many hundreds of thousands of viewers he has on YouTube and however many millions of viewers he gets from Twitch. You guys just have to bear with me while I get that link out. Yeah, so here is the live debate. It's not really a debate. It's just a chat that I had with him. And it didn't go the way I kind of had it planned. So that's that link. It didn't go the way I had it planned. I thought it was going to be, again, some major fisticuffs. And it didn't. It just wasn't that way because we scheduled it like 2 weeks in advance. And over the course of those 2 weeks, my level of outrage with his takes, just, it kind of dipped. This is what happens when you sleep on things. Ethan Schneider, love you, Mike. Ethan, I'm not sure who you are, but thanks for the love, man. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. And again, if you want to join in, there is a link in the video's description to get pulled into the Zoom meeting that I'm doing concurrently with this. So you can come in and chat if you'd like to on the show. So when it comes to this channel, let me give you a history of this channel, because I think I might have to take a little bit of a change of direction. I won't say a hiatus, but I think I might be turning over a new leaf with this channel. Let me give you the history of this channel. Folks that are chiming in, congratulations. You are watching one of the oldest continuously active channels on YouTube. Yes, check it out. This channel was begun, I believe, in the summer of 2006. So that would make this channel older than the Google YouTube merger. And let me give you a little, because it's fun. Let me give you a little insight as to what YouTube was like in the days when I first got this channel. First things first, I had a channel that was actually older than even that, and I just lost it when I first started putting things together. Excuse me, folks. But so PhotoBucket used to exist for sharing photos. Nobody used Facebook. Facebook barely existed when I first got onto YouTube. It existed, but it was barely existed. Facebook, when it first took a dominant share of the market, was because it was basically supplanting PhotoBucket, because PhotoBucket didn't allow you to comment on video on photos, and most importantly, the photos were directly stored on those sites and on those tabs rather than stored in some sort of virtual manner on those tabs, which is why the Facebook photos kind of look weird in terms of their presentation. And since Facebook was basically did a compressed cloud-based basically storage of it rather than stored directly on their own servers, it's a little bit of an exchange here that's happening. So when you if you right-click on a photo on Facebook and copy it, the reason it comes in hyper-compressed is because you're not getting the actual photo that was uploaded. So PhotoBucket was replaced by Facebook because of that. Now, YouTube, when it first came into existence, was the first site that could actually handle video. Remember that in 2006, when I first signed up for YouTube, video file sizes were 700 megabytes was a huge file size. And YouTube, when I first signed up for it, had a maximum of 10 minutes. You couldn't possibly upload a video that was longer than 10 minutes when I first signed up for YouTube. On this channel, actually. And the reason YouTube took over is because they found a way to store videos that no other website was capable of doing. And that meant that you could upload actual videos. Like actual non-potato cam videos, flip phone 2008 videos. And you could actually watch them and not completely destroy your bandwidth watching these videos. Now, in hindsight, it was a lot choppier than it is today. And 4K video is impossible. 720 wasn't even considered. We're talking at best 480, mostly 360 on the higher end. When I first got onto YouTube, I was doing a lot of videos in college. And those videos, I was just using YouTube as just a repository, an online storage unit, if you will, for the videos I was making in college. And the first feature-length film that I ever released was a 40-minute long documentary. And at 40 minutes long, I couldn't post it to YouTube. And it was huge. And it took forever to render. And the first, I think, 3 render attempts failed. I think the video file size was 800 megabytes. And it took like 12 and a half hours to render. I think it was 40 minutes and it took 12 and a half hours to render at 800 megabytes, which is nothing today. The file sizes that I do for most videos are in the gigabytes. In fact, I'm not recording this on OBS because the file it would create would just be completely ridiculous right now because of how long the stream's going to last. So the early days of YouTube were really interesting. There was no star ratings. The channel wasn't called a channel. It was just called a YouTube page. There weren't subscribers. And there was limited commentary capabilities on those early videos. So when I first posted those videos, I didn't have an algorithm to beat. And people loved the videos. So they got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of views. Now I have to fight the algorithm so they don't get quite so many views. But folks, what you're watching right now is one of the oldest channels on YouTube, to a point where if you go back to my videos, all of the videos that I posted early on are gone. And there's a reason for that. And that was because the reason I was able to post those videos is because I was given, how would I describe this? So there was you could apply for, there was a beta test of what was called a director's account that was put out to before the Google merger. And it was basically a beta test. And they put out to people who had lots of views on their videos and who were regularly posting videos, like I had. And they said, if you want to be able to have the ability to post videos that are longer than 10 minutes long, here's how you can do that in one shot. And a lot of the comments on that documentary I put out were, how'd you get a 40-minute long video on YouTube? And the quality is actually not terrible. Like that must be a huge file size. How did you do this? Well, I got a director's account and this is a very limited window where you could have gotten those director's account, because once the merger happened, they got rid of that. And it was only a temporary thing that they were offering. It's basically beta test. Because of that, I was put into a class of YouTubers where we got all these offers to test all of these new features, and a lot of those features involved me getting granted exceptions because I was beta testing these features that just perpetually remained in beta. And as a result, I was allowed to have videos on YouTube that were clear violations of YouTube's terms at this point. And the reason they eventually did get pulled is because real weirdness, they sent me a very tailor-made email. It was clearly tailor-made to me. Somebody individually wrote this letter to me, to my email. I really wish I hung on to this email because it was a hilarious email. And they were pissed. They were pissed. Like, we can't seem to find a way to get rid of your videos because you have all of these exceptions. So we need you to kindly remove those videos yourself. And the only other option is to completely delete your channel with no strikes on the channel. Like, all right. So I deleted a ton of those videos. But what I was using it for was just a bunch of fun videos that had nothing to do with politics. Like I said, we're a documentary about the ultimate frisbee team I was on in college. It was highlights of our shenanigans, if you will. And they were really popular videos that eventually got yeeted. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this channel, but that was actually fun. That was not stressful. That was, if I make one video in 6 months, I make one video in 6 months. Now I kind of have to fight the algorithm if I want the channel to grow. And since forever I didn't care about the channel growing, and now I have to answer that question. Do I care about the channel growing? Do I want people to actually be able to get the information I'm trying to convey? And the answer is yes. I kind of do. At least the information I've been doing over the last 3 or 4 years. So because I'm having to fight such an uphill battle, I have to kind of have these videos come out constantly, which means that the quality dips, of course. And in order for me to be able to put out content that people will watch to allow the channel to grow so the information can actually get out, I have to maintain a certain level of outrage that is just stressful as hell to maintain. So I think after the election, I'm going to kind of refocus my efforts here. And I really hope it doesn't mean the death of one of the oldest channels on YouTube. And when I say one of the oldest continuously active channels on YouTube, I think I was one of the first 1,000 channels, period. And I'm very sure I'm one of the 100 oldest continuously active channels on YouTube. So congratulations to all the folks who are at home watching one of the oldest continuously active channels on YouTube. Yes, my channel is 14 years old. In fact, more than 14 years old. And my experience with YouTube actually goes beyond that because I had a previous account that I lost the password to years and years and years ago, before it was tied to Google, by the way. By the way, the reason this is the Captain Phoenix channel is because although it's now tied to my Gmail account, which has nothing to do with the word Captain Phoenix. Originally, I had a YouTube account, and I would sign in via YouTube. And then when Google merged, there was a few years where I could get away with signing in via my YouTube account rather than my Gmail account. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this channel moving forward. I might do something more like switching over to local politics, which I just care more about, and I find a lot less stressful to deal with. And I might, in that respect, for everyone who's come here from Facebook, migrate my stuff from Facebook onto YouTube and just migrate the whole Mike Sennello show that I've been doing. By the way, check it out, facebook.com/Mike Sennello show. I've been trying to do a show at least once a week, usually on Sunday nights, sometimes on Monday nights when I have availability. Again, I have a lot of shoots I have to do throughout the course of the week. Tomorrow I have a shoot to do. The ones that pay me money obviously take precedent. So I may refocus this channel's take to the local level rather than larger level. The other thing is I may just say, screw it. I don't care about this channel. I don't want this channel to grow. I'm not putting in the effort. And it may just become a repository again for the videos that I just find more fun to do, which may mean just like sports videos or video games. I may just say, hey, listen, folks, this is how you endeavor into the Super Science City strategy and Civilization 2. And by the way, the games I play are all old as hell. I play Tetris, and I'm actually world class at it. I play Tetris Attack. I'm actually world class at that. I play a lot of Civilization 2. I already hold several world records in that. And they'll be posted to civfanatics.com as soon as I complete the games, because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to that sort of thing. But yeah, I've got a ton of games that are already world records. So I'm actually very good at those games. And, you know, maybe I focus more on sports. Maybe this becomes, I have some creative outlets. I have some TV shows I've been thinking about doing. I have these short little animated bits that have been on the back burner for, at this point, years, that I may eventually get finished up with. Who knows? So I don't know what I'm going to be doing with this channel moving forward, because the reality here is that the videos that I would want to do if I'm doing politics are like my videos on, and I think I have a link to this one. No, I don't. So I did a video on, the truth about public schools. That video took a ton of work. It was like 3 or 4 days worth of research alone when I first researched the topic. And then when I decided to do the video, it was another 2 to 3 weeks of doing nothing but research for that video. And then I think it was like 2 days of recording and then 3 days of collection. It took me like an entire day to script it out properly and to get everything exactly the way I wanted it to. There were some reshoots. I mean, it took me like an entire week once the research was done to get that video out. And it's a lousy 22 minutes here. Let me check. Let me see if I can get that video for you, so everybody can watch it. Let's see. It's probably I'm probably gonna have to go back pretty far, because it's been a while since I bothered doing videos like that. Dumb Meme of the Week was something I'd love to continue doing. Those were only like 5 to 10 minute long videos. Sometimes they were a little bit longer than that. But again, I mean, I would spend like 3 or 4 16-hour days so I could quickly turn around Dumb Meme of the Week, which was fun. But it took like 16 hours to do, and I just don't have time to do those type of videos. And if I was going to do those type of videos just as on my free time, rather than taking up whole days and whole weekends doing them, then the way they'd come out once a month, and the memes would have, you know, not be worthwhile at that point. So I just got this video up. Here, we can share that video with everybody. So that is the truth about spending in public schools. And there was, I can't tell you how many sources I went into that. Actually, I could probably tell you how many sources by counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then one of these sources is just a compilation of sources that I use. So that's 9 sources for a 22-minute video, which is really more like 20 sources for a 22-minute video. There's a video I have on my Facebook page. Let me get that out for everybody. It's called The Community Center Adventure. And that, to me, in terms of political videos, is probably my magnum opus. It's an hour and 45-minute long, super highly sourced, genuinely intellectually sound look at something that happened in my community. It's called, there was a community center that was considered, let me pull up my videos so I can, I'm trying to do a lot of things at once here, folks. Search my videos. All right, I think I have it. Coming soon. There it is. I don't know, how many thousand views does this have? 3,200 views. That's pretty good for a Facebook video. Okay, so this is my magnum opus, if you will. That is the Community Center Adventure. That was like 3 to 4 weeks of like 16-hour days, plus like another 2 weeks. No, 3 to 4 weeks of like 8 hours a day doing nothing but research and gathering the information. And then like 2 to 3 weeks of like 16-hour days, pulling videos, pulling clips, writing down the script, formulating my ideas, building the pathway to where I want it to be in terms of that video's direction. It took forever to get that video out. And I just don't know if I had the energy to be putting out videos like that on what's going to need to be basically a daily basis. And since nobody watches these super intellectual, super well-sourced, multi-hour long videos, I just don't know if it's worth it. Here, let me, this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 sources, and a few of these are agglomerations. So I got a lot of material from this source where there's a whole bunch of videos that you guys can look up. That's where I got a lot of that material. And yeah, that took positively forever to get through. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing moving forward. I am hoping to revive Two Americans Watching Footy. Which, if you bear with me again, I'll have to get that channel out real quick. Two Americans Watching Footy. And we deliberately misspelled footy because it's funny. So these videos actually had a lot of views when I had them on my channel. These are in the thousands of views, but we just never really promoted them on the new channel. So here's that channel. I'm hoping to revive this channel. So if you guys like watching soccer and talking soccer, that's a channel that that my brother and I used to run, and we're in talks right now. Hopefully we'll have a new video actually by the end of the week. We may just do a live stream. Especially if there's no soccer to talk about, because the EPL may be shutting down again because of COVID. So, Two Americans Watching Footy is coming back. You guys can check that out. I don't know what I'm going to be doing moving forward with this channel, though. And it may be some sort of sports-related, I don't know, work where I cooperate with Two Americans Watching Footy. We are, by the way, 10 minutes to 5 o'clock. Polls in Connecticut. Let me see what time polls in Connecticut close. Polls in Connecticut close. Time. 8 p.m. is when they close. So that's probably why Mike isn't starting his stream until 7:45. We probably aren't going to be able to get into any results just yet. But what we can do is we can do things like going into YouTube and let's dive into a take on who do you guys want to see? Who do you guys want to see us snipe in? I'm thinking like TYT or Vosh or maybe even just Destiny. Oh, we could jump in on Sargon. Who should we snipe here? Who should we snipe? Let's see if anyone else is. Let's do Destiny because he's usually got some better content than Vosh. And let's see how things are going for him.
My dick live on the stream if that just goes blue. I hope it goes blue, brother. Oh shit.
2,000 viewers. Where are the Coomer streams? Why should I have swimming today? Make that money. Do you watch Melina's swim streams, Dan?
No.
Really?
And in fact, I don't like it when I open up Twitter. Like, the first fucking thing I see is her goddamn ass on my feed.
Yeah?
I need a not safe for work filter for my Twitter. I don't like it. Or at least the ability to turn off media for certain accounts.
Oh yeah, it's really late over there.
They're not unfollowing.
Yeah, it looks like he's not talking politics yet, so let's see if we can find Vosh. All right, you know what I need to do? I need to, if we're going to be playing this game, I need to change my screen settings. Let's see if we can snipe in.
decided you are so presidential.
When I lose my Twitch subs on February 8th, 2021, who can I sub to keep your remotes on Twitch? Bonus meme, duckers.
Is this just keeping track of the number of people that have voted? Or is this just...
All right, now we're looking in on Vosh.
But he's smiling the whole time, you know?
Yeah, he was like the gaffes and the brain melting during the primary.
Oh, Shu's in on Vosh. So now we're looking at Vosh and Shu. This ought to be some really good stuff.
During the debates. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's like, I don't know if they're like shooting him up with like horse steroids or like what's going on, but he did a pretty good job in the debates.
If I had to take a guess, I would actually say it was probably he didn't feel like he belonged there early on, you know? Because early on it felt like even though he was like kind of the, how do you say, like the guaranteed centrist candidate, there was so much more momentum from people like Kamala and from people like Warren, and that for a time even people like Bernie. I imagine that he felt, I think honestly it was probably a confidence thing, but as things streamlined out and it was just him and Bernie and polls were favoring him, he got progressively more confident, he stuttered less. And I wonder how much of that is due to the varying adrenochrome dosages he was getting and how much of that is just due to honest personal variances in performance.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the adrenochrome theory.
It's entirely possible. Can you believe, have you ever played the first Amnesia game?
No.
That game predicted adrenochrome. It's literally about them deriving an energy source from torturing people and then taking their blood out to get the adrenal fucking juice. And then they give them amnesia juice so they forget it, because if they remember the pain, they produce less of it next time. And when I heard of what adrenochrome
So it seems like we got a pretty jovial Shu, pretty jovial Vosh here. Vosh with his confident Joe Biden shirt on.
Adrenochrome, like I think it's a real thing.
They're not even talking politics at this point. It's just nice, happy, cordial,
I don't know.
you know,
That could be wrong. But
gaming talk.
I don't think it's derived from tortured children.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I feel like that might have flagged a couple of the, the FDA's.
I can't wait, by the way. I can't wait to see TYT's reaction should Trump win. Cannot wait to see it. They had this hilarious collapse last time around. Hilarious collapse. Where they absolutely lost their minds. In fact, you know what we could probably do? We could probably just go ahead and watch that if you guys really feel like engaging in some major schadenfreude. And enjoying some previous videos. So let's do some let's do TYT meltdown. Let's see. Joseph Hughes. I'm not seeing a lot of views on these videos. Oh, it's in multiple parts. Screw that. Oh, okay. We can do like a...
Jake Huger, John Irola, Anna Kasparian. I will be yelling throughout the day. I was eating breakfast with my kids this morning before I went to go vote, and they're both so excited at the idea that a girl could be president. The idea of Donald Trump beating the person who could be the first female president.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Could have been Tulsi, you guys. Could have been Tulsi this year around. This time around.
There were two older white guys. They're behind me, and in the span of 5 minutes, they badmouth Latinos loudly and very transparently. Badmouth Latinos, Muslims, and black people, okay? And
all right. Ben Mankiewicz.
Oh, excuse me.
Groups of people in the country that are different from you.
Which you would be doing if they had MAGA hats on, but go on.
And it scares me. I don't want to live in a country like that.
Yeah. There was only two guys we'd ever banned in TYT history, and one of them was Donald Trump, way before he ran this time around. Yeah. And he broke us on that, to be fair.
Look, this election's over, okay?
Love it! Love it! By the way, folks, we were watching some serious schadenfreude here, sniping in on some TYT from 2016 in their meltdown. You know, hoping that this is going to happen again.
He's incompetent. I mean, in terms of the popular vote would be always going to be kind of close, but the electoral vote won't be close at all. I think he's going to win by, well, I think Hillary will have 320 electoral votes when it's all said and done, plus or minus 5. So I never bought into your fear-mongering. Ida Rodriguez joins us, yes!
You got a Latina. You have to today.
Oh, identity politics.
Well,
yeah. Well, remember what you guys just said 10 seconds ago about judging people by the color of their skin? Yeah, that.
Make all the difference.
I'm an anchor baby. I want you to tell me.
You're an anchor baby. Oh my God.
And the reality of it is that you don't like her.
Wait a minute. So you were born here and you have that thick an accent? Come on.
She has a vagina.
By the way, okay, now I'm going to keep it super real. She chose to not come on this show.
Oh.
Okay, so it's not like we didn't ask, right? And we asked over and over.
And you voted for that.
And they not only that, but that's part of it, Jimmy.
You're a cuck.
Well, one time I was testing a bowling ball, and as I kind of scooped it back, there was a child behind me.
Backswing?
And it hit him in the face.
Wow.
We actually have some actual election results.
Yeah, from Indiana?
From 3 states, Indiana, New
Let's
Hampshire, and Kentucky, all with less than 1% of precincts reporting. So they're a little meaningless.
Here comes Bernie.
But they're all bad news.
Tucker Carlson. So Ethan Schneider asked, what are your thoughts on Tucker Carlson? I actually don't watch much of Tucker Carlson, and there's a reason for that. I'm not really how would I say this? Tucker was somebody who was decent at one point. He got his fame from Crossfire, where he debated with. He was basically the right wing talking point, and I've seen him debate. Who did he debate? Was it Cenk? Tucker debated. I can't remember. Was it Cenk, or was it Hassan? No, I think it was Cenk Uygur. Actually, I wonder if that's why you brought that up, Ethan. Is that why you brought that up? And honestly, he seemed to side pretty comfortably with a lot of things that I think it was Cenk was saying. I don't know how well principled Tucker Carlson is. I don't know how well informed. All right, I guess that was the reason. Okay, I don't know how well informed Tucker actually is when it comes to things like economics. I don't know how well he understands demand elasticity and that's a pretty introductory concept here in economics. He tends to rely on a lot of argument from authority, which if it's bad for them to do it, it's bad for us to do it. So he tends to he's better with his guests for sure than Bill O'Reilly. But a lot of the questions he asked, the Bill Nye interview was terrible. Was just utterly terrible. Right? Like Bill Nye made a lot of dumb takes. He had a lot of dumb takes in that interview that were easy to jump on. And Carlson went with the most ridiculous responses to them, right? Like, if you want to say there's no such thing as scientific consensus, that's what you do. You say what you're making is an appeal to authority. There was a scientific consensus in Galileo's time that the sun revolved around the Earth. Did that make it true? Because the scientific community was 100% in favor of that, right? There's a reason Galileo got chastised. And I know people are going to say, no, he only got chastised by the Catholic Church. That's not true. That's not true. The ideas of Copernicus didn't come out until Galileo's time because Copernicus had to hide even from the scientific community his findings. Darwin, when he released his apparently incredibly boring, because I've only been able to make it through about 3 or 4 pages of it. Oh God, what was Darwin's big book? He taught most of this the beginning of God, what was the name? The Nature. I forget what it was, but when Darwin opined his theories, he wasn't lauded. The scientific community rejected Darwinism, rejected evolution and natural selection for decades after the release of. Well, I gotta look this up. What was the name of that book? What was the name of that book? On the Origin of Species. Yep. He also wrote The Voyage of the Beagle, which was boring as hell. I had to read that in 10th grade English for some reason. And that wasn't anything at all to do with The Origin of Species. It had nothing to do with what we normally associate with Darwin. It was just a description of a boating trip, and it was incredibly boring. But yeah, I haven't read The Origin of Species all the way through. I've only made it through the first 3 or 4 pages because when I had to read it, I was like a junior in high school, and I just didn't do any reading back then. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. So that was a whole lot of Spark Notes and understanding natural selection, because that's what matters. But yeah, as far as Tucker Carlson's concerned, I don't consider him. Excuse me. He's probably the best in terms of just entertainment level content that Fox has to have. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What is going on here? Why not? Why the hell not? What's going on? Why are, as such, viewers will experience and ... buffering. Folks, let me know if you wind up experiencing major buffering. This is a quick, easy way to tell. I wonder why that's going on. I've got great bandwidth here. I could probably do a quick test, speed test. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Tucker. Like, I don't even know where his policy positions are at this point. The show is all right. It's definitely the best that Fox has to offer. I really don't watch a whole lot of network cable or of cable TV anyways, and of conventional terrestrial television anyways, just because of that. Like, even the best that terrestrial has to offer is still not as good as... Oh, why am I getting throttled so hard right now? Holy crap, I should be getting 40 plus up at least. Huh. What is going on? Okay, so maybe... So I'm getting throttled right now, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Just making sure everything's going in smoothly here. Just want to see if my hand wave shows up nicely. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Tucker. I used to watch a lot of... Manuel says, I used to watch a lot of Daily Show. They really made it look to me like they were not political, until the opposite became so obvious that even I, who had never read a book, noticed. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I could talk about. Let me change the view screen so that. Okay, I have. So I could talk about the Daily Show forever. Jon Stewart is not somebody I do have a problem with sync, but I live in Mexico and it usually is bad. Okay, well, just keep me updated on that, guys. Let me know. Because I've never had these problems before. It might just be that YouTube's back end right now is getting overloaded because it's November 3rd. So I could talk about the Daily Show forever. First things first, with Trevor Noah on it, it is unwatchable. So I don't know if you're referring specifically to the transition from Jon Stewart to Trevor Noah. I've never thought Jon Stewart was a funny guy. And here's what I mean. I saw a stand-up routine in the early 90s. I lived in that part of the country. It was easy for me to get hold of that information. I watched him in the movies that he was in prior to the launch of the show. The one that you guys would know would be Half Baked. I never really considered him very funny. I just didn't consider him a very funny guy. Wasn't he in Big Daddy? I feel like he was in Big Daddy. I think he was the actual daddy in Big Daddy, who had skipped town and knocked a girl up in Buffalo or something. That was all before his show. I saw him on Crossfire. He wasn't very good on Crossfire. And it was like, you invite a comedian onto a debate show. Of course you want the comedian to be a comedian. That's why you invite him onto your show. I never considered him all that funny. The first 6 months of the Daily Show was fake news. And when I say fake news, I don't mean fake news. What am I to pay? Fake news. No, I mean like Babylon Bee fake news. Like, this is a joke show. We're not putting out anything that's actually news. Every story we put out is just fabricated to be funny. And it wasn't very funny, but it was silly. It was silly, and it was just genuinely apolitical. That was like the first 6 months of the show. And then John's actual politics started to creep into the show. And when I say creep, over the next year, so that over the second half of the first season and creeping into the first half of the second season, it just became straight down the line political. Like, Jon Stewart is clearly a Democrat, and clearly a leftist at that. Not just a Democrat, but clearly a leftist at that. Not as crazy as Rachel Maddow, but I'd probably put him in line with Destiny minus the capitalism. So if you guys know who Destiny is, Stephen Bonnell, I've chatted with him before. If you take the capitalism away from Destiny, and if you take the willing to actually concede when he's wrong in certain cases away from Destiny, and it's pretty rare that he does that, but if you take that away from Destiny, that's probably, Jon Stewart is probably not even as far left as Shu. Definitely not as far left as Bernie. But although I think he voted for Bernie and oh Christ Almighty, we are having buffering problems. So I wonder what's going on here. I wonder why we're still buffering. I hope the thing hasn't collapsed here. Okay. I guess we've finally caught up. Let me close some tabs. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help with the bandwidth problem here. I don't know why. So I'm getting between 15 and 20 up, and normally I get around 40 to 60 up. So I wonder what exactly is going on. I'm the only one on this line. This is my office, so I pay for that service. But yeah, so getting back to Jon Stewart. I never found him funny. And unfortunately, his politics was something I never agreed with. So I found his show very difficult to watch. He occasionally would have a decent bit. Like his bit on pizza, where I think he was dunking on Donald Trump at the time, actually, when Donald Trump was Donald Trump, or was it the mayor at the time? I forget who it was. Gotta go, man. Trump 2020. All right, go out and vote, man. See you later. Yeah, so I found his show kind of difficult to watch. The show that I can actually watch, which is very much left-leaning, but is actually funny, is John Oliver. John Oliver is genuinely funny, even though his political takes are all wrong. Basically all wrong. And the claims that he makes, I think he makes a lot of claims which aren't empirical on purpose, so that he doesn't have to cite a source, because if he makes the empirical claims, then he'll have to cite those sources, and I don't think he's going to, I don't think he's going to like the results that he finds when he starts getting into empiricism. So he's somebody from the left who is genuinely funny, and it makes his show watchable, because there's a lot of John Oliver show which is either not political or barely political. Now, he doesn't do the fake news stuff that dominated the very earliest months of The Daily Show, and was actually kind of funny every once in a while. Stephen Colbert then came on to bring on the Colbert Report. He was somebody who left Jon Stewart's show to do the Colbert Report, which was a spitting image. It was clearly a satire on specifically Bill O'Reilly's show. And when he was sticking to specifically the satire on Bill O'Reilly's show, it was great. He was hilarious at caricaturing, it's not an accurate description of Republicans, but I thought it was funny in that respect. And then he became actually political. Instead of just a caricature of some hyperbolic description of Bill O'Reilly. And really, he really wasn't even dunking on Republicans at that point. He was dunking on Bill O'Reilly, which I thought was deserved. And when Bill O'Reilly went on the Colbert Report, man, that was gold. That was actually comedy gold. And in that respect, when those two shows were on at the same time, I couldn't watch The Daily Show. I love the Colbert Report. But then Stephen Colbert went on to network TV and just became a politician. And the character Stephen Colbert became actual Stephen Colbert. And now he's just, I can't watch him. I can't watch him. Yeah, so The Daily Show is something that became political very quickly when it originally wasn't. And now that Trevor Noah, who is, I didn't consider Jon Stewart all that funny, but Trevor Noah, even in just his stand-up, is like the opposite of funny. It's like hyper cringe. I've seen his stand-ups. It's just a whole bunch of Amy Schumer level dunking on Trump. Like really dumb crap that just... I wish that shows like The Daily Show, which is funny. He now has abbreviated it as just TDS, and he's doing it from clearly his home still, when every other show has gone into some form of the studio. Yeah, TDS, Trevor Noah. Yep. Yeah, we're very aware that you have TDS. So that's my take on that. John and even Colbert were able to make it appear to me as he was just pointing out their issues with politics without obviously pointing out their side, promoting their side. Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Trey Parker and Matt Stone, man. They were the kings. I know exactly what you're describing, where they're making fun of fame. They're making fun of celebrity rather than making fun of necessarily celebrities. They're making fun of politics rather than making fun of a politic, right? So this is exactly what Trey Parker and Matt Stone at least used to do in the early days of South Park, where they'd have a show like I'm a Little Bit Country, which is what that first clip you saw was about. And here, let's just remind people of what we're doing here today. What we're doing here today. And if you get nothing else out of this show, we shouldn't divide up the town.
Hey, everybody. This is never gonna work. Don't you see? All this dividing up the town, it's just ridiculous. What we really should be doing is just beating the hell out of each other like we were.
He's right. Boy, do I feel like a fool.
Gotta love those guys. Those guys are like genuinely geniuses. I absolutely love Trey Parker and Matt Stone, especially their take on politics. Yeah, which originally was, like this. They would both sides an issue. They would both sides an issue because they didn't want to talk about the issues. They wanted to talk about the people who were taking a certain side on an issue. They were much more in favor of making fun of the crazy hippie liberal douche for being a crazy hippie liberal douche than the politics that he actually stands for, and much more fond of making fun of what was it, dumb drunken redneck or something like that. I forget what that was from that episode. Trevor and John Oliver were just a Google click away from finding their errors, not even hard to find. Oh yeah, Trevor Noah to me is just Rachel Maddow but male. Just Rachel Maddow but male. We have the tax returns, which showed that he paid a shitload in taxes. In fact, a lot more than he probably should have if he had a competent accountant. Yeah, big deal. Okay. Big news, Rachel. Well done. Yeah, so that to me is Trevor. John Oliver is actually genuinely funny. So when he talks about things that aren't really political, like FIFA, his takes on FIFA are so good. So good. So this is me not saying like Orange Man bad. Like, I agree. John Oliver's political takes are like, okay, all right, well, you're not really saying much. And then when he finally does get on an empirical point, completely false. In fact, I actually got a lot of responses for my video on the one time I did a take on John Oliver. So let me see if I can dig that up for you guys. So you guys have the opportunity to watch that if you feel like it. Go to my channel. Let's just do a search for John Oliver. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. His takes on Medicare for All were laughable. Here, let's do this. Let's copy this. Share that into the stream so you guys can watch that on your leisure. And I did just say leisure because I've watched way too much Sargon. You know, we can snipe. Let's snipe Sargon the next time and go ahead and snipe. And in the meantime, let's finish up because it is 2020. Let's finish up let's finish up here. Some more TYT. Why not?
Kentucky, because we don't care.
Oh,
73-25 Trump.
Okay, have Kentucky. Who cares?
Second one we don't care about,
Kentucky.
Indiana. Don't care. 69-28. New Hampshire, again.
This is important.
It's an important one. Less than 1%.
It's important this year round. This year too, folks.
Less than 1%.
Can't take it for granted, Republicans.
1% of the precinct soon. 53-41, though.
Disaster. Okay, the mood has immediately changed.
Trump is now taking the lead.
He's taking the lead.
Wait, where?
In Florida.
Okay.
Come on, stop doing this every 2 seconds. We're
Yeah,
gonna
I
start
agree.
Killing ourselves.
Virginia, 10% reporting.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Buckle up.
54-41.
Trump.
Yeah, just put it in.
No.
161,000 to 123,000.
No. It got quiet in here the minute we started reporting these real results.
Yeah.
And if that continues, there is going to be a Paul in here.
Oh, I don't even want. I mean, I think.
Where are you?
I will cry. I will literally cry. I'm not even kidding.
I can't.
Because you're a
Up and
baby.
down the middle of the country.
Welcome to the
Have
left-wing
you
politic.
called all those out yet?
Oh my
no,
God,
we
he
haven't.
built a wall.
Okay,
So let me-
he built a wall. North Dakota, gone. South Dakota, gone. Nebraska, gone. Kansas, gone. All called for Donald Trump.
Yeah, probably go this way. Probably go that way this year too.
The New York Times has had as a running prediction of winning the presidency. Last time I glanced at it, John, I don't know if you've been looking at that win presidency meter below the states, below the map. Well, it was at it was at 80% an hour ago for Clinton.
What is it now?
68%.
Okay, God damn it, I'm nervous. Okay, you should be nervous. He's not kidding around anymore. I'm not kidding. Okay, so hold. Ohio, gone. Okay, Virginia, God damn it, it's 77% reporting, still a 5-point lead for Trump. Florida, 76 plus early voting reporting, 49-48 holding steady for Trump.
The lead in North Carolina has essentially completely evaporated.
Yeah, just by the way, real quick for folks, we're not watching this because I think this is how it's going to go. I think it's going to be the exact opposite. I think Biden's going to win this election. We talked about it earlier in the video. I can go over that again if you guys feel like it. This is just me saying, I've got some time. Let's engage in some schadenfreude. Let's dunk on some TYT and have a good laugh at what happened in 2016 because I don't think it's going to happen this year, but man, would it be great to happen this year.
Gone.
It's tied.
Ohio, gone. 49-47, Trump now leading. He's got a 2-point lead with 30% reporting.
You know what? Texas.
And so
Texas is gone.
Texas is gone. Okay. So any talk of like, hey, turning purple, blah, 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 bullshit, gone. Sometimes I can barely hear you guys because in my head it's like, she's losing Virginia, needs Florida.
Yeah, so Vosh seems to think that Texas is going to flip blue. Yeah, well, let's see how. I won't believe it even when I see it.
Right? And God damn it, if we need Florida, are you shitting me? More bad news. Ohio, now he has built a 6-point lead, 37% reporting, 51-45. North Carolina, he's now taking a 1% lead with 36% plus early voting in.
Wow.
New Hampshire, 16% reporting, and the lead is down for Hillary Clinton down to 3 points. Okay, yeah, I don't see a fucking landslide here. I don't see it at all.
New Hampshire has been totally tied up, 100% tied up.
Oh,
64.
Jesus Christ. It is fucking panic time. New Hampshire
man.
is flipped. He's now leading 48-47. So he's leading in Florida, Virginia, New Hampshire, North Carolina.
So this take is why I do a lot of local politics, because local politics are going to have a much greater impact on your day-to-day life than anything that's going to happen in DC. So just watching Cenk think that his life is dependent on what happens in this election is so good. Just a complete misread of just a complete incompetence when it comes to politics generally.
And Ohio is now an 8-point lead for Trump
they're gonna call
with 42% reporting. So Ohio is gone and soon to be gone. Tick, 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 tick. You're running out of votes to count.
The New York Times forecasted who's likely to win. Donald Trump, now the favorite to win the presidency, 51%.
Ah!
This is the
Hell
most
yeah.
haunting thing I have ever had, we've ever had on the Young Turks. 14 years we've been on the air, and we thought John Kerry was going to win in 2004. This is Trump. We are fucking talking about a madman, incompetent buffoon being the most powerful man on earth. He now has a...
Yes, and again, this gaslighting is why you're seeing cities get burned to the ground. This gaslighting, this treatment of everything is it's sowing the seeds of division in this country. You, Cenk.
better than 50% chance.
I can't even believe how this is going so far. And this is why I don't obsess about the polls. Yes, they're relevant. Yes, they're interesting to you guys.
Doesn't like
but
numbers.
I never look at the polls and think, oh, you know what, Hillary has a comfortable lead according to all of these polls put together. And
We talked about
together.
the polls earlier in the show. We could go over that again if you guys like.
It means something.
By the way, as we were talking, 54% chance that Donald Trump wins. They moved while we were talking. It just moved again.
Maybe we should stop talking.
55% chance Donald Trump is going to win right now.
Stop
according to
saying
New
the
York Times.
number.
61% chance of winning
This
for Donald
is
Trump.
insane. This is
Okay,
insane.
so I've got a lot more ramifications. Oh, wow. For the Trump presidency, brace for impact. New York Times now saying the chance of a Trump presidency is 92%.
Yeah.
Okay. Huffington Post, what happened to your fucking 98.4%? They said there was a 98.4%.
You don't say. You don't say.
They were not alone.
You know, Trump. You don't. Cenk. You don't say that the Huffington Post is a load of hot air.
Chance. They were not alone. All the fucking idiots in Washington and New York. Oh, you guys are worried about nothing. You're worried about nothing. And now this will be true rebel headquarters as Trump and his cronies begin their march against our freedoms. Look, we might lose.
Oh my God.
So,
yeah. Reductio ad Hitlerum.
Alex Jones and Roger Stone bust onto our set in the RNC, and there were no consequences. They walked around. They didn't get arrested. They didn't get escorted out of the building. And they laughed about it.
Because they violated no rules. Like, oh my God. Okay, so at worst, they stormed onto your stage. So what's the appropriate response to that? That's the worst case scenario. The appropriate response to that in a worst case scenario is security escorts them out of the building. They didn't commit a crime. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it should be illegal, Cenk.
Talk about how historically pathetic the Democratic Party is.
Yep.
Did they let this guy
Hey, we agree on
never
something.
Had any success in business. He's had a track record of monumental failure. And they let him win the presidency and become the most powerful. The Democratic Party is gone. But I'm at war with the Democratic Party. This corporatist, weak, spineless, pathetic party that lets the imbeciles on the Republican side walk all over this country, that handed power to a raging, not just bigot, but an incompetent. And I'm done with the losers. And I'm done with those donors. I don't give a fuck what the donors want. Okay?
God.
So
Well, YouTube might eat me. Sorry for the F-bombs, guys.
Goddamn right we're coming for you. We're going to pulverize the DNC. We're going to rip it to shreds. Yes, we are at war now. So even if by some miracle here, as we're past 11 o'clock Eastern in our live coverage, by some miracle Hillary Clinton wins, I don't care. We're still at war. We're still at war. Because you are this close to handing Trump ultimate power on this planet. Are you insane?
Oh my God.
Pathetic losers.
Yeah, because apparently the president is supreme chancellor of this country. Is some sort of Palpatinian supreme chancellor of this country and not a president in a constitutional representative republic. Idiot.
New York Times now has it at 95% chance that Donald Trump is going to be
At
president.
11, 538 still had it at 50-50. It's now 37.
North Carolina has been called. It goes to Donald Trump. And Wisconsin and Michigan still leaning red. Brought to you by the fucking morons at the Democratic Party. I don't understand. Nobody can tune into their live coverage now.
Oh, man. You bet. You bet, Cenk.
Reporting for Wisconsin still going to Donald Trump. Nobody's saying, hey, we're going to war. Nobody's saying, hey, oh my God, this was a monumental, grotesque failure of the Democratic Party that every single person at the DNC should be fired because they're not that animated. They don't care. Oh, I'm a news actor. What does it say in the prompter? Let me read the goddamn prompter. I get paid for this. Am I still getting $10 million a year? Great. Let me read the goddamn prompter. So tick-tock, 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 okay? So.
Okay. Hot take. Cenk Uygur is the Alex Jones of the left. There you go, Cenk. You are Alex Jones.
So, okay, hang on to your 68-year-old audience, okay? But the younger people have no interest in Wolf Blitzer reading anything to them. No interest at all. So keep on reading your stupid-ass script. We're going to murder you, okay? We're going to end you. We're going to finish you. She can still win. Yes, it's only a 5% chance now. But she can still win. But in order to do so, she has to win Wisconsin and Michigan, which we previously thought was not an issue, but it most certainly is an issue now.
The big winner tonight seems to be marijuana, though, and that's a good thing because we need something to ease the pain. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do as soon as I get home tonight.
Look, you know what's still possible? my exact prediction. She wins Virginia, Pennsylvania, Colorado, and she pulls out New Hampshire and gets Wisconsin and Michigan, in which case that would be the exact 272 that I predicted ahead of time.
Fox has called Wisconsin for Trump.
Really?
Well, that's that.
If
That's according
Fox
to
is
Michael
right,
Shore.
first of all, this I'm not going for, okay? We're going to rebuild the Democratic Party to the point where they're going to be afraid of us.
But there's still tens of millions of Americans who wanted nothing more than a guy who wasn't just endorsed by the KKK, but
Oh my
earned
God.
that endorsement. He worked for that endorsement.
And the sexism is so deep. The sexism.
Yeah, and every time that you cry wolf, we stop caring. We stop caring, right? Every time that and that's why, by the way, it's gone to white nationalism. It isn't just the KKK specifically. We have to broaden these things out to, well, he's a white nationalist. It has to keep getting more hyperbolic with every day, rather than actually evidencing things and saying, hey, this is what he said. You make the decision. It's he was endorsed by the KKK and he earned that endorsement, even though we knew even back then that he was not a Klan member. He was not a white nationalist. Yeah, he probably had some pretty bad takes when it came to foreigners invading the country or however you want to define it. But this take, in you guys promoting this take is exactly why we have so much division in this country. That is divisiveness.
Racism is worse than the racism.
Oh, here we go.
You see black
Racism.
men being exterminated on the streets. and still
Exterminated
black
on
men
the
White
streets.
House. A lot
All 9 of
people
them.
are going to get their asses whooped behind this. They think these are the people of color from the 50s. You can't roll up on us like you used to roll up on us before.
So the one thing I think Hillary Clinton had right in this election was her comment about the basket of deplorables. Of course, the one thing that the press heaped all sorts of criticism on, like how dare she?
College white men, so even college white men, and this, to me, these are the guys who should be particularly ashamed. 54-39, because they knew better.
For
Trump.
College-educated white men.
Because the only thing Clinton wins is college white women, 51-45. But even that. So what's staggering is non-college white women.
Of the women who are college-educated.
Non-college white women, 62-34.
Yeah.
28 points for non-college.
We're socialized to hate each other. Like, if you pay attention.
Oh my God, here it comes. Excuse making already coming in.
Power. But the kind of hate that this woman has gotten just because she's a woman, and I'm not trying to create
No,
excuses for
no,
actions that have
no. Are you kidding me? She's not getting hate. She never got hate because she was a woman. She got hate because she was Hillary fucking Clinton. Like, come on. Hillary Clinton was so bad of a candidate that she lost to Donald Trump in 2016. And I've said it again, the man was a different man in 2016. Donald Trump in 2020 is not Donald Trump in 2016. Republicans that voted for Donald Trump in 2016 held their nose and voted for Trump in 2016. In 2020, they're making 96-mile-long Trump trains in Arizona. They're doing things like overtaking the entire Tappan Zee Bridge. By the way, folks, when you guys park on the tap just to enjoy yourselves, wrong. It's wrong when Black Lives Matter does it. It's wrong when we do it. But still, like, the voters that are going to be voting for Trump in 2020 are not holding their nose. Like, you guys are so.
Simply on the fact that she is a woman.
It was Hillary Clinton.
She's a woman.
Clinton underperformed Obama with blacks. That was expected, and Hispanics.
Oh my God!
Clinton
Really?
only won 88% of the black vote. Exit polls in 2012 had Obama at 93. She's at
Yeah, I've worked with
65%
Hispanics, by the way, and they really like Trump. The ones that I work with, anyways, that have been here for like 20 years.
Only 65%. Only 65%. Look, everybody let down everybody today. Okay, let's just keep it real on that. But at the same time, Latinos, what have you done? That had needed to be 95%. So for the Latinos who voted for Trump, well, if he kicks out any of your family members, this is Clinton headquarters?
That looks like it.
Yeah, I can't wait. All right, sorry I let you down.
For a second on that. So I went outside to take a breather, have a beer, and now I'm back and I'm fired up, okay? Yes, we have the internet, but it takes a significant time or a significant amount of time
Oh
and
yes,
resources
and I had
to
a
sit
beer,
there and
and I had a
research
beer. So
all
she's just one of the guys because she had a beer.
the issues on your own. I have no respect for women who voted for Trump.
Of course you don't, because
I think
you're a partisan
so
actor.
Poorly of them, and the reason why is because, look, I don't think that you're a single issue voter. I just think you're dumb. Okay, I think you're fucking dumb. I'm losing my mind tonight because of how stupid the majority of the country is.
As a Latina woman, I tell you, I've heard it over and over again in my family. There's no way a woman can run the country. Really? We're in household. We are raising a large percentage of the country as single mothers. We have to budget money that we don't have. We have raised people that go get post-secondary educations. How is it that we cannot
Post-secondary educations?
I don't respect women.
Yeah.
Specifically who voted for a man who is going to be on trial for sexually assaulting a child. A pedophile.
Yeah.
Like, let's talk
Really?
about grown-ass women who, because what did Dave Chappelle say?
I
Well,
think that charge has got dropped. I mean, I think she's not going to pursue it.
I'm sure she's not.
Oh,
But what
no,
I'm
he's
saying,
not going on trial for that. Not now.
Yeah. Another thing we're done with today is the era of politeness.
Absolutely.
So
Oh, come on. You guys never... When was that era?
Renew yourself and be fucking polite.
Do you remember? Does anyone remember the episode of that 70s show where Red Foreman says, was it nice time is over or whatever? Fun time is over. And Eric goes, when was fun time? Yeah. Well, right back at you. Right back at you, Chank. When was...
Okay? No. Progressives are... We're not going to be polite anymore.
When was polite time?
Something that the DNC has cock-blocked this entire fucking time. We're going to fight back. The era of politeness for the progressives.
You guys were never polite. Come on.
When it comes to poor white people, I'm going to quote my friend Matt Kazam and say, look, I got my own problem. You know, I can't be... I mean, they're the group
Can you think about me for 1 minute?
No, you're on your own. They are the people who I've said continuously, they get what they deserve.
Hey, look, man, you got to give us power, man. Because without money, we don't have power. Let's just keep it real. So let's go on a barn burner tour through red states, man. Let's go talk to them. Let's wake them up. Hey, and in whatever language they understand. And you want to get in the beginning. You want to be.
You know, it's funny. We know it's happened since then. Instead of having that barn burner, we just want to talk to them. We just want to have a dialogue, and we've got the heckler's veto and silencing instead. Especially with what Jack Dorsey just said, that like he doesn't think Twitter has the ability to influence voters. Yeah. Oh, we might have to watch that video down here.
Be a little rough verbally, right? And get them a little angry. They'll show up to a rally. They'll show up, right? And the brakes are off now, okay? So like, hey, you know, before I'm worried about asking you guys to become members and get independent media. I'm not worried about it at all anymore. You got to join. If you don't join, how can we fight back?
Founders were slave owners who died when they were 40. Like they weren't such geniuses. And in 4 years, when we hopefully beat him with I don't know who, maybe Hillary Clinton could run again. It's her turn. It's her turn.
And so, shoot, I actually lost a train of thought for the first time in 12 hours.
You're not going to be polite, and Democrats are weak. Does that help?
Not every Trump supporter is a racist, but every racist is a Trump supporter.
That's right.
So here's the ones that are left undecided. Okay, right now, as we stand in the electoral college, it's 244 to Trump and 215 to Hillary Clinton. So the ones that are left are New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
Which
So
Trump won all but New Hampshire in
she has to
2016.
win 4.
Oh, man.
Okay, we broke the New York Times needle. It's just stuck at 95%. I think they felt embarrassed to go to 99% before they call it. It's not going to happen. Look, I got to say it. I think that we're at the Young Turks on nights like this, on election nights, we're pretty damn good at this. There's two components. There's two components to the fight back. There's the media. That's us. Okay. So who's it going to be? BuzzFeed. Okay. No offense, BuzzFeed, but go play fun games with watermelons. Okay. It's not going to be them.
They did some good investigative journalism.
Is it?
Yeah, they actually have.
Okay, bless their hearts. That's cute. That's cute.
Their political news side is separate.
That's super cute. That's super cute.
And to the motherfuckers on Twitter fucking with me right now.
Oh my God, here it comes.
I don't don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you dropped F-bombs. That makes you cool.
You got
Yeah.
me fucked up. I'm not that bitch.
What
Yeah.
right-wingers love to talk about. Take personal responsibility. No, here's the thing. Affirmative action is not the reason why you failed in life. The reason why you failed in life is because you fucking suck. Okay? It's because you're a loser.
White folks think, oh my God, if we just get rid of folks. And whenever I say white folks in this country, you know I mean right wingers, right? One corner of this paper is Dakota Pipeline, the other one is Keystone, this one is TPP, and this one is your corporate tax cuts. Okay? So, good luck with that shit, okay?
Oh, and what that turned out to be was a lesson in economics that he just shredded.
We're not doing that. Okay. Here's the list of corporate donors. Okay? This is what the Democratic Party is going to do with corporate donors from now on. Now she's losing Pennsylvania, and it's 98% reporting, and he's got a 0.8% lead. So, John, go ahead.
Updates?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania was called for Donald Trump.
It's over. Okay. There you go.
Oh my God! I love the lullaby music. Whoever put this together, well done.
Have the national organizations called the election?
I haven't seen it.
I mean, he
Not
won
yet.
Pennsylvania. What the fuck are you guys waiting for? It's over.
Alaska could swing.
Yeah. It's over. Okay. Trump's empty podium is back. Well, now well deserved. That's the empty podium of the president-elect.
All right, I think we're 21 minutes into a 26-minute video. I think that's enough. What do you guys think? I think that's enough. I think we've had our fun.
Hey, everybody.
Oh,
this
shucks.
is never gonna work. Don't you see? All this dividing up the town, it's just ridiculous. What we really should be doing is just beating the hell
Yeah,
out
sorry,
of each
folks.
other.
I already showed that. I know. And for some reason, YouTube's buffering again. It's got to be the back end from them because I should have great upload speeds right now. I mean, unless Charter's just throttling me, which is entirely possible, and it seems like that's the case. I mean, I am sending out a pretty decently high bit rate at 5,000 at 5K. I wonder why that's the case. So, all right. So, for those of you that are just joining, so I want to show. Let's just do a quick recap of my map. Let's do. Which one did I have? That one? Yeah. Okay, so this is this my bold prediction or is this my landslide? That's my landslide version. So let me get this back. I think Biden's going to win PA. He's going to get probably all but one vote in Maine. He'll get one in Nebraska. He's going to win Wisconsin. He's going to win Minnesota. I think he's going to actually win Arizona. And I think he's going to win Virginia. And that would get to our 270 to 268 Biden victory. So I don't like it, but honestly, this is my take. And I'm showing you guys this because the reality on the ground here is that Donald Trump is not running against Hillary Clinton. He's running against Joe Biden. And it is a real uphill battle to get to where he needs to go if he needs to win. And the reason this is the case is because of what I showed before. This is the consensus breakdown of where the votes are. And let me get that window open real quick. So what you can see is there are a handful of states that are complete flips, complete coin flips. There are some states that they have listed as locks for Trump and Biden. I would say that their locks are probably about right. I would say that their locks for Trump are let's reset the map. Okay, so this is where we are with the consensus right now. This is 270 to win, and their consensus is probably pretty accurate in terms of how you want to view the polls. Arizona is a complete coin flip. Florida is a complete coin flip. Pennsylvania, if you trust the polls, is 100% definitely leaning towards Biden. And when I say leading, I don't mean 100% in favor of Biden. I mean I think he's got is it double digits? It's either 10 or somewhere in the 8 to 10 range. and explained how anything that's Biden +4 is probably still a Trump win because Democrats tend to skew younger, which means they don't tend to turn out as well. I did mention that there could be some fundamental flaws with how the polls are done, and that in that case, what you wind up seeing is turnout that we've never seen from the Republicans, like an extraordinarily high level of turnout from Republicans. And if that's the case, if there's something just utterly broken at a fundamental level with how we do polls, which means that we're going to have to do a better job of controlling for the independent variable, which is actual likelihood that they vote, that the person being polled votes. If we can control for that variable, then that's something that would need to be factored into the polls that isn't being done right now. And if there's something fundamentally flawed with that system, then Trump actually should be winning in a landslide. Not that is the pathway I see to Trump winning in a landslide. I don't think he's going to win in a landslide. I don't think he's going to win by the skin of his teeth. I think he's going to lose by a small amount. And to those of you on the left who think that Biden is going to win in a landslide, you're just wrong. Texas is not getting flip red. The polls suggested it would be close in 2016, kind of close, and it was still a complete landslide. The pollsters did get Texas completely wrong in 2016. That was one place where that was the case. Okay, here's the thing. With Biden's guarantees, I am going to correct this. So right now, 270 to win has Trump with 77 guarantees and Biden with 183 guarantees. We're going to add some guarantees. Colorado, let's not kid ourselves. That's a guarantee. That's going Biden. Let's also not kid ourselves about Texas. Texas is a guaranteed red. Let's not kid ourselves about Utah. That's a guaranteed red. And let's not kid ourselves about Kansas. That's a guaranteed red. I can't imagine Montana slipping, so let's call that a guaranteed red. Let's also add some guaranteed. Did we factor out all the guaranteed blues? It's going to take a lot for New Mexico to not go blue. But in either case, that's a 62-point lead in the guarantees, and I don't see. There's pretty. Actually, let's do these as guaranteeds. Yeah, there we go. That's 64-point lead. That's a 64 electoral college vote lead in the guaranteeds. And then the very likelies, so that would be your New Mexico, your Virginia, and your Nevada. That brings the total up to. So let me make these flips. Let's see, what's the other one that's really close? All right, so if I make these pretty sure, right? So our pretty sures are 24. Indiana's probably a lot closer to a flip than pretty sure. And South Carolina and Missouri are pretty sures. So if we now say that Trump's got 152 pretty confidently going to win to Biden's 218. I think the last time I did this, for whatever reason, it worked out to 220. These are your likely to wins. And Maine is actually a toss-up in that second district. Susan Collins, by the way, is definitely losing her seats. Republicans hate her. Democrats hate her. She's not winning that seat. That's what I think is the only change that's going to happen in the Senate. So that Senate will go from 53-47 to 52-48. You can hold me to that fire. So here's the thing. Trump's got a giant uphill battle to face, because if you want to call it that 218, then all Biden has to win at 218 pretty sure thing votes. All he has to do is get 52. 52 is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then what? One other flip state? North Carolina. Done. In fact, he's almost there on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. And he is there if he actually gets, so he needs, what would that be, 52? 20 plus 16 is 36. And plus 11 is 47. New Hampshire, and you're at New Hampshire and win that vote in Maine. In fact, win that vote in Nebraska. That's it. That's all he needs. Trump could win all of the coin flip states. If Biden gets 3 states, he's basically won it. Trump, on the other hand, needs to get Florida. basically needs to get Pennsylvania, needs to get Georgia, and then between Arizona, North Carolina, and Ohio has got to get like 2 of them, and then has got to get at least 2 out of 3 of Iowa, and Iowa's probably going to Trump, let's be honest. Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, New Hampshire. Right? Like let me show you the pathway to a Trump victory, right? He needs to get New Hampshire, right? He honestly needs to get Georgia. He has to get Florida. I can't imagine he's not going to get Iowa. He probably wants to get in Indiana. If there might be some hope of getting Ohio. If this is the case, he's still behind. Then he's got to get that 1 vote in Maine. And he's got to get Michigan, which is plausible because Michiganians hate Gretchen Whitmer. And then of course, either one of North Carolina or Arizona. Right? So in basically either case. Right? Here, let's do this. So in basically either case, he gets it. You'd prefer North Carolina, but like this is the most, in my opinion, most realistic pathway. Either that is this is basically what I think is going to happen. But the most realistic pathway is going to be to either get Arizona out of all of this, or what would be much more valuable would be to flip Pennsylvania. Because then even if you lose North Carolina, you still win. If you win North Carolina and lose Michigan, you still win. So this is why the focus has been on Pennsylvania, although it should also be on Florida too. The other thing is that these are states where we're going to get results in fairly early. And that'll pretty much decide the fate of the election here, because the honest truth is that once you get west of the Mississippi, that most of these states are locks, or there'll be, if Trump loses Florida, it's over. It's just over if he loses Florida. If he loses Pennsylvania, he could still win. I showed you that pathway. It means he's going to have to win a lot of states that aren't guarantees by any means. So, that's where I think things are going. To all my friends who are coming in from the locals, I showed you how I voted, and I can talk about what I think is going to happen. This is how I actually voted. I talked about how with Ben Shapiro, the reason I wrote in his name is because Biden's going to win Connecticut. So voting for Trump is a complete waste of time. And here's what I mean by it's a complete waste of time. There are more Biden votes that are going to be had in Stamford, New Haven, Bridgeport, Hartford, West Hartford, and probably Danbury if we total up those votes that are definitely going to Biden, that's more votes than could possibly go to Trump. That means that if pretty much every other district had insanely high turnouts, like 90% or better turnouts, and in those towns, everyone who was going to vote for Trump went out and voted for Trump, right? Like if we had insanely high turnouts, 90% or higher turnouts for Trump, for likely Trump voters, and even like 30% turnouts for likely Biden voters, Biden is still winning the state. So it's just not going to happen. To me, it's a complete waste of a vote. So to me, I voted for, because I couldn't bring myself to voting for Jorgensen, I voted for 2024. And I talked about why I couldn't vote for Jorgensen. The reason I voted for Ben Shapiro is, and I talked about this, he's becoming more and more libertarian as the years progress. I think he's going to be even more libertarian, especially if Joe Biden wins the election come 2024. His principles don't align perfectly with mine. His personal takes don't align perfectly with mine. And his takes that are originating in religion don't perfectly align with mine either. But that's not how he handles policy. That's just not what his policy would look like. In terms of his policy, it would look very nearly perfectly. In terms of how he would run the office, like the only thing I really disagree with him on is that he's a war hawk. So the other option I was considering writing in was Nikki Haley. The thing is, and the reason, this was the hair I split, and I've been thinking about this for months. This is the hair I split with Nikki Haley. The reason I didn't write in Nikki Haley is because there's already a strong contingent to convince her to vote. So in the case of Ben Shapiro, the reason I said I was voting for 2024 is that I would be voting for somebody who I want to run in 2024 and who would need to see the votes getting written in 2020 to say, oh, maybe there's something to this. I don't think he's going to. He makes a ton of money with his show. It's much less stress to run the show that he runs, even though it's not stress-free, but there's much less stress involved. So that's why I voted for Ben Shapiro. And he's not going to run unless he gets a huge campaign in front of him, and I still don't think he's going to run. We talked about Craig Minor. We talked about David Sullivan. We talked about Billy Mo Buckby. I'd love to have Billy Mo Buckby on, so if anyone's watching from home, so let's see if we can get him on. Share. We talked about Craig Minor and how he is not Dave Groenbeck, and that's why I would vote for him. More buffer issues. Yeah, so we talked about all that. So that was what my ticket looked like. Again, I'm using a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet basically to show this because I guess there's some weird law in Connecticut about the revealing of actual ballots and the showing of an actual completed ballot, even if it's your own. So that's why we are seeing this in Excel. And I don't know what's going on, folks. So YouTube must just be overwhelmed right now because I should be getting great internet right now. I honestly don't know what's going on. So allow me, if you will. I'll have to look into this at some point. And unfortunately, there's no way for me to fix this midstream. So I've been streaming now for, what are we on? Almost 3 hours. So I actually have to use the bathroom. So you guys will just have to excuse me. And you guys can go ahead and listen to these terrible tunes, if you will, while I run out to the little boys' room. Be right back, guys.
Vote or die, mother, vote or die. Rock the vote or else I'm gonna stick a knife through your eye. Democracy is founded on one simple rule. Get out there and vote or I will kill you. Yeah, I like it when you vote, bitch. Shake them titties when you vote, bitch. I slam my Jimmy through your mouth roof. Now get your big ass in the polling booth. I said vote, bitch, or I will kill you. Vote or die, mother, vote or die. You can't run from a 38, go ahead and try. Let your opinion be heard, you gotta make a choice. Cause after I slit your throat, you won't have a voice. Vote or die, vote or die.
Okay, I'll vote.
All right, welcome back. All right, I just needed to use a quick potty break there. Let's see if anyone has joined in on the Zoom chat. Nope. So, yeah, so you just have to bear with me, folks, while I do some more sharing here. Oh, apparently Buckby is live. So let's see if I can snipe his stream. Billy Mo Buckby is the guy who I voted for in the 67th district. Billy Mo Buckby was live.
Hey everybody, it's election.
All right, let's snipe this video from Buckby. Not sure how this is going to show up, so I may have to do some last minute fixing to get this to happen.
Hey everybody, it's election night. I'm down here at East Street School with my buddy Mayor Pete Pass.
What's happening, Bill? Again, we're here. Been here the last 2 elections.
Absolutely.
And we're here at wonderful East Street School again, telling everybody they need to come out and vote if you haven't already. And for those that have, thank you for coming out and doing your civic duty, which is basically letting the government know where you want to go.
Let me tell you, it's been an incredible turnout today. Every polling station's been upside down busy. There have been so many people coming out to vote, which is awesome. Everything aside, put the rest of it aside. Put the results aside.
Sorry, folks. I guess I didn't bring that onto
Hey,
screen.
everybody. It's election night. I'm down here at East Street School with my buddy, Mayor Pete Pass.
What's happening, Bill? Again, we're here. Been here the last 2 elections.
Absolutely.
And we're here at wonderful East Street School again, telling everybody they need to come out and vote if you haven't already. And for those that have, thank you for coming out and doing your civic duty, which is basically letting the government know where you want to go.
Let me tell you, it's been an incredible turnout today. Every polling station's been upside down busy. There have been so many people coming out to vote, which is awesome. Everything aside, put the rest of it aside. Put the results aside. The people are speaking.
Absolutely, Bill. And you know, we can't thank our poll workers, our voter registrars enough for everything they're doing. This is a very tall task. They've been working, our town clerks as well. Everybody working together to really try and, get this done as quickly as possible. We can't thank them for all their work and all their efforts.
Let me tell you, it's incredible. The number of absentee ballots is through the roof.
Absolutely.
We've never seen turnout like this for any election, and it's the greatest thing to see. This is our democracy. This is our republic. This is America at work.
Absolutely.
Brings a tear.
And the system, the system works. If you go out, you speak your mind, whether you did that with an absentee ballot or you came down today and did your civic duty as I did, and you did, went down and cast our ballots. And I think that's such a great thing, and it shows definite spirit of community here in New Milford.
It's the best town in the USA.
Amen to that, Bill.
And that's part of the reason why the volunteerism, the community involvement, the fact that people want to come out and vote is a huge piece of that. That's why. Thank you. People beeping and waving all night long. Let's see who's on here. Let's see, John Fitch. I see John Fitch on here.
Hey, John, what's happening, buddy?
Ed Neeb is on here.
What's up, Ed?
Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
Steve Kolitz.
Steve, what's going on,
Voted
man?
and enjoyed seeing the lines. I agree, Steve. That's what the whole thing's about. Love seeing the lines and the people being there.
Absolutely.
Tom Prusakowski, how you doing, my man?
Hey, Tom, what's happening, buddy?
Kim Wick comes on here.
Hey, Kim.
Roy Waterhouse said I got his vote. Hey, there's a vote right there.
Hey, appreciate that. Good job, man. Thank
That's
you.
good stuff. It's good stuff to see everybody showing up. And right now, we're down here at East Street for a little while. We're probably going to work our way up to Northville.
Absolutely.
And checking it in Northville. If people haven't voted yet, get out and vote. As long as you're in line by 8 o'clock, they're not going to turn you away, right?
Absolutely. And again, thank you to everybody that did their absentee ballots. Thank you to everybody that's coming, that has already came and voted, and is coming to vote and doing your civic duty to let government know where you want to go in the next 2 and 4 years. So thank you to everybody.
It's outstanding.
Really can't thank enough.
It really is. It's amazing. It's heartwarming. The comments, the people stopping, and we can't shake hands. It's driving me nuts. We can't shake hands with people. We're bumping elbows, we're waving, and people are really excited to be out here doing this. Todd says, "Hey, great job, guys. Keep it up.
Todd,
we're
what's
here,
happening,
buddy. We're here."
And it was great, Bill, seeing when I was at the polls as well. Seeing parents bring
Todd's-
their young kids
Yes.
is a really good experience of civic pride, civic duty. Wonderful to see. Got to thank a couple of kids for being there and their parents. So it's just wonderful to just see government in action.
That's it, and this is what it's all about. It's not a huge line item. We're talking, 4 spots you got to vote for? 4. And that's all it is. And again, as much as I appreciate so much the response I've gotten, the people that have voted for me today, and God bless, I hope that stays the same. But the biggest thing is get out and vote. This is your chance to make your voice heard, to talk to people, to let the government know what you think about what's going on, and to the individuals. And that's the other part of it. Teddy Roman says, "Evening, gents."
Teddy, what's up, buddy?
Who else did I miss here? I missed, oh man, this is moving along quick. Lisa Agee, how you doing, Lisa?
Lisa, what's happening?
Mike Pollard.
Mike, what's up, buddy?
Chris and Stacy Croce. That's Stacy that's
Hi,
on
guys.
there.
How are you?
Thank you for the both of us. Chris Matthew, I love you, buddy.
Chris, what's up, buddy?
Took a few hour day trip to vote for Mr. Buckby. That's kind of nice to see.
Awesome.
Sarah and Kevin and Vin, Mr. Delaney, how are you?
Hey, everybody, how are you?
Mike Lane voted. Thank you, Mike.
What's up, buddy?
Appreciate it. Teddy Roman says the Bass Buck Beyond T. I don't know what the on T means. That's maybe beyond my understanding,
Mike.
but
Appreciate that.
but we are on point, my man. We are on point.
Thanks,
We're out
Dave.
here.
Appreciate that, buddy.
And if you catch up with us either now or up in Northville, I've got Skittles. I've got boxes of Skittles. Get some sugar. Get some sugar. We need a little sugar. We've been going since first thing this morning. We've seen so many people out at the polls. And again, as the mayor mentioned, so many people wrapped around the town hall, people going in to register and vote today.
Absolutely.
Great. Get out and vote. That's your responsibility. It's your duty as an American to get out and vote.
Yeah. And Bill, again, I know we said it right at the beginning of this.
Teddy said Bass Buck be 2024. I'll be the first to say that's not going to happen.
Appreciate it, Teddy. You're right. That's a thankless gig right
there.
But again, as we said in the very beginning, we cannot thank, our voter registrars, our volunteers, all the people working at the polls. On top of that, too, Bill, our town clerks, everyone that's made a conscientious effort to really make this voting, especially here in New Milford, go as smoothly as possible. And thank you to those people that were standing in line to let those with disabilities or aged in front of them.
Right.
That's just true community spirit, and that's why our town is so special. And
Amazing
like we both
people.
say, best town in the USA.
Best town in the USA, baby. Hangs in my office in Hartford, and I hope that stays there for another 2 years. Skittles, yeah. Cindy, we do have Skittles down here. Guys, the biggest thing is we've got a little bit of time left now.
Absolutely.
A couple hours left. Get out there and vote. Show up at your polling place. Go in. And you know what? The other thing I've heard today, too, is that people have been so incredibly kind to the poll workers.
Absolutely.
They work a long day. They're here like 5:30 in the morning. They're not going to be out of here till who knows when tonight, because they have to tally all those votes, get all that counted up. But we are going to have it right here on this page, on the Reelect page and on my personal page. You'll see a link for Mike Fu Media is doing it. It's a nonpartisan results show he's doing, and this thing looks like it's straight out of CNN. It's unbelievable what he's got.
Phenomenal job.
Oh, he does amazing work, and tune in. You'll get the quickest results you can find anywhere right there. That'll be the fastest results. It's going to take some time. We have five polling precincts in my district in the 67th. There are 2 in New Milford for the 108th,
Correct.
and then we have to get the numbers from the 108th from Sherman, from New Fairfield, and from Danbury. So there's a lot more information to gather, and of course we're going to get as much information on the state senate race as we can. We're pulling for our buddy Craig Miner, who is, I got to tell you, when I first got up there, I met him and I went, oh, this seems like a nice guy. And I've said 100 times before, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room, right? You should always be surrounded by people who are smarter than you. I don't know what room he can go into. This guy's brilliant. He's one of the smartest people up there. He knows every bit about the place, and he is outstanding. So Craig Miner has my full support. An amazing guy.
And, with Craig, too, especially when we are going through issues with the town and we need some special assistance up by the Senate, he's right there. Always been there. So I'd like to thank Senator Miner for all of his efforts.
Outstanding.
And, again, Bill, can't thank everybody enough for coming out today.
Yeah.
Spending their time, doing their civic duty. And you still have till 8 p.m. If you're in line, they're not going to close the door. They're not going to let you vote. They're going to continue on.
That's right.
As long as we can get all these votes in tonight and do your civic duty. And for those that already have, I know we're being redundant.
That's okay.
But thank you very much for doing that.
Nothing like it. There's nothing like that feeling. I've had people tell me it was their first time coming out to vote. Look at this, a little too close to my face there. Coming out for the first time, bringing their kids out who just turned 18 and registered to vote, and they're out here for the first time
awesome.
to vote. It's great to see. Let's see, I missed a couple more here. There's Sherry. I tried to vote for you, but you weren't on the ballot. What's up with that? Well, you're probably living the 108th. New Milford is split because I only get about 20, I think it's 22,000 people I represent. So 5 of the polling districts in New Milford are the 67th district, which is what I represent now, and the rest is the 108th. So if you vote at Gaylordsville or if you vote at Oddfellows, I'm not going to be on the ballot. Don't write me in. Pat Callahan's a great guy, and I'd love to see him win that.
What's happening, Sherry?
There's Sherry. There's Jess Colville.
Hey, Jess. What's
Sean
happening?
Delaney.
What's happening, Sean?
Mia Picarelli. What's up, Mia? Saw Mia earlier today out voting. It was great.
That's outstanding.
Great to see.
Hey, like you said, Bill, it's wonderful to see some of these guys, not mentioning their ages, but we've known them since they've been little.
Right.
And now they've grown up and they're actually out voting. And it's just amazing
Isn't that awesome?
to see. Absolutely. To see that, that spirit and the generational kind of thing.
Yes.
And I know, Bill, you've got how many generations that have been here?
Well, I go directly. It's 4 in the most recent that are here in town. Prior to that, my 7th great grandfather was born in New Milford in 1724, I believe it was, as a farmer. So my family goes back a long way. Roots
New
are deep.
Milford, strong and proud, brother.
That's
right
it,
there.
man. You know, I had a buddy of mine tell me, high school graduations, class of '89, right? So I aged myself a little bit. Class of '89. My buddy tells me on day, hey, I'm going to go off and do my thing, but you know what? I know I'm going to come back one day. You're going to be in New Milford. Why did he say that? He goes, because you love this place. He's not wrong.
Yeah, he's right.
He's not wrong. This is my place. This is my home. That's why I use the term homegrown, because, you know, I am homegrown. I'm all about this place from day one. And let me get this thing
Best
straight here.
town in the USA, brother.
Absolutely. Great to see you guys. Buckby has a great heart. Oh, that's sweet.
Very nice.
And that's what we need up in Hartford.
Absolutely.
Right. Sean Evans saying that.
Absolutely, Sean.
Getting me all teary-eyed. Janine Palmer says, what's up? Love you and Mayor Pete. The real Mayor Pete. Another guy came along after tried to be Mayor Pete. This is the real Mayor Pete.
I appreciate that, Bill.
Christina, thank you. Isabella's on here.
What's happening, Isabella? How
Best
are
luck
you?
from Ole Miss.
I know.
Mississippi State here,
Roll
okay?
Tide, Isabella.
Ring that cowbell. None of that Ole Miss stuff. Let's see. Who else is on here? I missed some other people that came on. Mike Boucher's on here.
What's happening, Mike?
Ms. Mandy.
What's up, Mandy?
Kimmy McBride.
What's up, Kimmy?
Danielle Greco. Look, there's so many wonderful people that are on
This is
here.
awesome.
All great New Milford people. Sean Evans is a great town. His roots run deep here, too.
Absolutely.
And I use that joke on purpose because he's a tree guy and roots in the tree.
Him being a Chiefs fan against him.
No. He got his one.
Yeah, he did.
He got his one. Good for him. Mandy,
I
thank you.
still
Hi,
want an
thank
ice
you.
cream, by the way.
You're gonna get an ice cream, Tom? It's not a night for ice cream. I'll tell you that.
I know. It's supposed to be warmer though this week.
Ali Franco, how are you? Justin
happening?
Kimberly. Thank you to Kimberly. Kimberly Farm. You going up to Kimberly Farm?
Absolutely. Dude.
All those signs up there.
Dude, their ice cream is unbelievable.
It's off the charts. It's off the charts. It's the best ice cream anywhere. You find the best ice cream anywhere.
Unbelievable ice
It's the best town in the USA.
Absolutely.
So, hey, we're going to cut this off right here. We're going to head ourselves up to Northville. Maybe we'll see you up there. I've got plenty of Skittles. We're going to hand them out like crazy.
Awesome.
Come on up. See us there. Follow along tonight. Mike Fu Media. Follow that Facebook page. He's going to have all the results as fast as we can get them. And he's going to be like the new Ted Koppel for New Milford. I don't know.
like that.
He's like a shorter version of Ted Koppel. We'll go with that. Thanks, guys. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, so that was Billy Mo Buckby and Mayor Pete Bass, who, yes, was Mayor Pete before Mayor other Pete, who I can't stand, who is in favor of identity politics, came along. So that stream that we talked about, that they talked about, that's the Mike Fu Media thing. I believe I'm going to give you guys the link to that because we are going to join in on that for sure to see how the local elections turned out in my area. We will talk, of course, about the national one. As soon as we start getting information coming in, polls. I don't think. I think that there aren't any polls that have closed yet, but there might be. I think New Hampshire actually closes pretty doggone early. Let's. What would we be looking for? Real-time election results, 2020. Okay, so this would be through the Associated Press, I guess. Is this Google's results? Or is this from 270 to win? All right, let's show all states. This UI is terrible. Holy cow. So 1% reporting in New Hampshire right now, 61.5% in favor of Trump, which is a state that I told you guys that he needs to win if he wants to have. Oh my God, Indiana, 1% reporting, 73 to 25 in favor of Trump. So those are our earliest results that are coming in. I think it's the New York Times that actually does some sort of, I have to have a subscription to the New York Times. So let's do live coverage with 538, maybe 538. Let's see. No, we don't. No, we're not. Election Day live updates from Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal is going to have a paywall, isn't it? 270 to win, maybe. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, no. Sorry, Dan. Dan, thanks for coming on. If you want to chat, we can chat about anything you want. Let me give you the link to the Zoom, Zoom, because I was just going to go over because there are a tiny amount of real time results actually coming in right now. Where is the link for the Zoom? Here we go. Dan, I'm going to put the link to Zoom into the comment section so you can hop on if you want. So let me just bring this up real quick. Hopefully I'll get a notification coming in soon that my friend Dan Rice is going to be joining us so we can talk about things. I'm still at work, but I can plug in the mic. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'm only gonna bring you in via audio only. Anyway, so. Okay, so until Dan comes in, let's continue our conversation about actual results that are coming in right now. Oh my God. So there are a total of 26 votes that have come in from New Hampshire. And a total of 27 votes. Okay, Chris Sununu is favored over Dan Feltz. Okay, so we need something that's going to give us real-time results that presents us in a UI that isn't complete ass or hidden behind a paywall. Let's see if Dan's joined us. Oh, here we go. All right, Dan, what's up? Let me send you an invite to unmute. Dan, do I have you?
You got me?
Yeah, I got you. Let me see if I got you pulled in OBS. Give me a second. Say something, Dan.
Test.
All right. Well, let's go on a little bit because I need to get your.
We need to figure this out. Let's wrap it up quick.
All right. Well, right now, and the results that have come in are tiny. Right now,
Corn Pop in the lead.
Okay, so let me get the results out. Let me get the results out for you, Dan.
Come on, Corn Pop.
So, if we go to Google's results, and I'll just do a quick refresh.
Wait, I thought they weren't allowing results to be released. Isn't that what all the social media guys said?
New Hampshire, 1% reporting because the polls closed in New Hampshire, I think at 6 o'clock, and it's 6:15. Donald Trump, 61.5% to Joe Biden's 38.5%. The total vote counts, so it must be one precinct that's reporting. The total vote count is 26. So 26 votes. That's all we have from New Hampshire.
This is over. It's done.
Ooh, Indiana. Okay, we have 1% reporting. Donald Trump, 70%. Joe Biden, 28%. Vote count, 29,000, almost 30,000 to 12,000.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, did I talk? Did you catch the beginning of the show where I went over?
No, I was refinancing my house. I was signing all my documents.
Really? All right.
I just got on. Yeah, I'm rolling the dice here that there's going to be prosperity coming forward.
Oh, really? So what you're talking about with the house?
Or that I'll have to panhandle less, I should say, because I'm saving money now.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring this on to the stream so everyone can see what I've got here. Again, this is Google's aggregator. So trust it with whatever amount of trust you're willing to give it. Here we go.
Here
we go, folks.
Aggregator tastes like chicken. Have you ever had it?
All right. Oh, okay. Here we go. So Kentucky now has some results in, which, I mean, Kentucky is going to go to Trump, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. So if you go to 270 to win, they have their consensus map, which you can fiddle with. And if you give
what's the consensus map?
The consensus map is the one that has like deep blue is for states that are gonna go Biden. Deep red is for states that are gonna go Trump. And then there's yeah. It's one of these shaded maps where they project based on the polls where things go. And states like
close it is. If they're 5% off, it's a lot lighter shade, but if they're massively off, it's darker shade.
Yep. So places like Florida don't have a shade because it's a complete coin flip at this point.
Yeah.
So what I did was I said, all right, well, if you take those coin flips and give them all to Trump, Trump still loses. Then we're gonna use our brain and say things like, I think it was like Texas they have leaning. Is it Texas that they had? No, it wasn't Texas that they had leaning Biden.
See, none of you guys believe my statement that I keep saying. I keep saying that Trump does not lose anything he had before.
You think it's going to be 2016 all over again?
Plus some. I cannot see him losing with the enthusiasm. I cannot see him losing a state which he previously won.
Well, so here's what I said about the polls with Texas. The polls were off by a mile with Texas in 2016. It wasn't like in Michigan, the polls were wrong, but they were wrong by like Trump won that, but was it like 40,000 votes in Michigan, which is nothing.
Right.
He won Michigan by the skin of his teeth. So they weren't that far off in Michigan, but they were way off on Texas. I think they were double digits off on Texas.
Michigan's basically just the guy who was in charge of voter fraud for Hillary, like got drunk the night before and wasn't able to do his job.
Well, I don't know how well you can.
Go ahead.
I don't know how well you can see me on Zoom here, Dan, but I'll bring up.
Oh, I can see you pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got a bucket with two of them in there.
You see, I don't have any.
Yeah. Yeah, and the way I see it is I might have cause to celebrate, so I got a couple of brewskis with me, and I might have cause to wallow in the mire, so I have two brewskis with me.
You need it either way.
Right?
God damn it! I should have bought my booze
Coronas?
stock.
Yeah.
No, you're always supposed to buy booze stock heading in the election because people are either celebrating or they're trying to forget.
Oh
their
yeah, because in the 2 or 3 days, after election day.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're in Arizona, right?
Yes, currently working on Texas.
Do you have a good feel for Arizona? Because Arizona is a coin flip state right now.
That's what they say. Have you guys seen didn't you see the link I sent of our Department of Transportation certified the Trump train last week, not last weekend, but weekend before now, 96 miles long. It literally, the beltway around the city, it literally circled the entire beltway, basically.
All right, let me get that link out so people can see that at home.
And they good and bad, they ended one of the legs of the train ended in a town called Cave Creek, which is the one that when we were broadcasting, that was the helicopter shot of, oh my God, these people are out here having drinks at the bar. So
yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, that town, one of the legs of the Trump train ended there. The town, none of the restaurants knew it was ending there though. They were all caught off guard, like having to call their people in. Oh shit, we've got 10,000 people in the parking lot. We need you here. So it was good and bad. But the enthusiasm's just, I think I sent something to the group yesterday, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute
drone
it.
Shots.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I sent a drone shot, and it was from that 96-mile weekend. We had a big one last weekend too. But
All right, let me look at my, because unfortunately I don't really look at that Liberty Block staff thing because it's just like constantly I'm getting bombarded with shit.
That one I think is a YouTube video, so it might have a YouTube URL.
All right, and you're sure it was on? All right, I've just gone through like 2 weeks worth of shit, or not 2 weeks. I've just gone through like 100. I've gone through like 100 messages. I'm not going through the whole thing. I'm not going back a week. So
no, this would have been. Let me see if I can find it here. Although I know we were all active this morning. Starts last 5 minutes. Oh, that's not it. Where'd that come from? Oh, that was from the board. I sent this to the staff.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to get the 96-mile Trump train here going. I'm just going to put it on mute so that just people have something to watch while we're.
Oh, that's what I was looking for.
Oh, okay. So this isn't the aerial view.
No, that was back. No, I was just associating that with remember that town. That's where where we had this incident of they showed up and they're like, oh shoot.
Oh
we
yeah,
weren't
yeah,
expecting-"
yeah. We talked about that on our show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Well,
mean, so like the
which is
polls,
good.
like I said, the polls right now. If you're going to go strict down the line by the poll, and I said that I explained what the flaws were in the polls already. If you go down the line by the poll, Arizona goes blue. So I mean, I realize you're not in Phoenix where most of the votes are going to come from, but what do you think?
I still think we're not that. I don't think we're blue. I just don't get the feeling that we're going there.
I mean, what's your confidence level?
If we can prevent our county recorder from committing fraud, which has been a true concern here, not like just, not just hyperbole, because he's already defied court orders on refusing to reprint ballots that were ruled illegal. And if the vote fraud doesn't happen, I'm 90% sure we stay blue easily. But because Maricopa County is the bulk of the state, if he's able
That's where Phoenix is.
Yeah, if he's able to do significant vote fraud, he could flip the state.
I mean, how seriously do you take the likelihood of voter fraud? The likelihood of nefarious actors trying to conduct voter fraud?
I want to say he was definitely trying to. He basically created a ballot that said, the typical ballots where, so I went and voted. I did early voting a couple weeks ago because we knew my son was going to be out of town. His mother passed at the beginning of October, so he's up in Portland taking care of business. So he and I went in and voted early. I messed up my ballot.
That's
so,
damn.
They've got the instructions. What's that?
You messed up your ballot?
It was one of those. So it got into one of those sections where you're picking like commissions where they're like, pick 3 of 5 and this and that. So I was in a series of picking multiples of multiples. And then I get to a question that turned out it was only picking 1. I was already in the mode of, okay, I'm picking multiple. There's only 2 people to choose from. So I thought it was one of those, hey, you're picking both of them. The lady I didn't want happened to be the top one. So I had to get my ballot reprinted. So we've all seen those ballots where if you make a mistake, you have to get a new ballot type thing. He printed ballots and mailed them out that said, if you make a mistake, cross it out and circle the one you want. And he was going to count them as legitimate. So what's to keep somebody, his counters in the little room counting, even though there's cameras, or the room before it gets to the room? Maybe there's a camera malfunction.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Dan.
But it was overruled because the court even said, yeah, this is shady. You can't be telling people, oh, just cross out and circle it. So, and that's where he was found in contempt of court because he was refusing to reprint the ballots after the court said, no, you're not using them. No, I'm not doing it. The printer can't print them in time.
Oh,
the
yeah, whatever bullshit.
Yeah, the court's like, we don't give a fuck. Get more money, but get an emergency printing going on. This guy's shady. We've caught him multiple times. Previous election, he messed up. We have these things called emergency polling stations. And it's if you find that there's a spike in a certain area, they can get these last minute stations out to relieve the pressure on the voting area. They're supposed to be evenly divided between Republican and Democrat areas. Last cycle, 2018, he pulled all emergency polling stations out of the Republican areas and sent them all down to South Phoenix with the Hispanic population and the, under lower income levels that typically would vote Democrat. They got all of the emergency machines. So to tell you how bad his actions have been over the last 3 election cycles, Arizona law is the county recorder is responsible for mail-in ballots. The board of supervisors in each county is responsible for everything else, all the walk-in, whatever other type of situations you have. But they have the authority legally to let the recorder do all of it, and the recorder just sends the county a bill. Hey, here's how much it cost me. Since the 1950s, Maricopa County has allowed the recorder to run all of the election and just bill them because they said it's easier. Because he's messed up 3 elections. We don't think he messed it up. We think it was purposeful. 3 in a row, there were massive irregularities, and that's what got Kirsten Sinema elected. 3 in a row, they had to take all of the authority that they had been letting him do away from him because there was so many people saying this is messed up and he's cheating. And, the whole thing, when we went to bed, when Sinema was elected, we went to bed thinking McSally won it easily. Suddenly there were all these absentee votes counted overnight that resulted in Sinema winning.
I mean, something like that happened here with Ned Lamont.
Yeah.
Where Ned
Was
Lamont.
it legit?
It may have been legit. I don't think there was something. It was suspicious. And I would need more than just suspicious for me to believe that there was something actually nefarious going on. But it was definitely suspicious where Ned Lamont had had lost the election pretty decently at like 8 o'clock at night. At like 8 o'clock at night. And then somewhere between like 10 o'clock at night when I went to bed and like 5 o'clock the next morning when I woke up, somewhere along the line, like 80,000 votes came in and they were almost all Lamont. It was like 90% or better Lamont.
That's
it was like,
exactly what happened.
really?
Here.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that the absentee ballots that were counted overnight were really 90 to 10. All right.
That's
so
what we thought. We went to bed thinking McSally easily won, and we woke up and found out that Sinema was our senator.
All right. So we actually have some real results coming in from Kentucky. Joe Biden is up 53 to 44. So 80,000 to 66,000. That is not a small number. 6% reporting though. So that's usually a pretty easy Trump win. So, 3% reporting in Indiana. Trump's got that 67 to 30. No one is calling the state just yet. That's 53,000 to 24,000 vote count. And New Hampshire's still stuck at that one district that turned in 16 to 10 Donald Trump.
Well, you heard that Biden won all of what's that notch up there that does the first voting at midnight? Broken Notch, or Elliot would know. There's like 3 people in the entire town. It's the furthest north town in New Hampshire. They always vote at midnight and there's like 3 or 4 of them.
Oh,
5, I think.
So they vote on November 3rd, but they already voted like 12 hours ago.
Right. Like Dixville Notch or something like that. It's called Dixon Notch.
Oh, okay.
Biden won 100% of the district. All 5 people.
Because there were 5 people.
All 5 people. But then Trump swept the next 2 or 3 districts that reported.
Which were like both of those voters. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I hate New Hampshire. No offense to our friends there, but they drive. I don't care what 5 people at midnight said. They were coming home from the bar.
Yeah, so we can scroll down here. Let's get some more people. Let's see how our libertarian Joe Jorgensen 1.3%, 3,096 votes. I don't know where that's coming from, but that's what it is nationally. She's not
at New Hampshire.
Out of New Hampshire. No, there's only been 26 votes cast in New Hampshire.
For her?
At all.
Oh, no. Total.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, no, she's... First things first, remember that Gary Johnson got 3.4% last time around, right? There's no way Jorgensen's coming even close to that.
I've been saying that. I've been saying that she's going to lose ballot access for the libertarians.
This is a huge part of why I said in certain cases, like the Libertarian Party at the national level, since they waited until fucking May to announce a candidate, like they may at that point don't run a candidate. Just cross endorse Trump, send him $1,000 and say this is our endorsement, right? And then what you do is you spend all of your money at these much more local levels where you have a real shot of getting elected, right? Like our
friend out in Wyoming.
Yeah. Is that Sam or is that
Sean?
Johnson? Yeah. Okay. Sean Johnson. He has a real chance of winning. And so pour some money into his campaign. There are, I'm sure, are libertarians running for the House in New Hampshire in a state that has the Free State Project, where there's like 1,000 freaking seats in the House there, where like I think there's like 4 towns in all of New Hampshire that have more people than the House.
Yeah.
So like that would be a great state to just pour money into in 2020.
Pour all your money in there and win the state to a large enough level where the
yeah, I mean, if you had
where the country recognizes it.
if you had so much as 20 people in the House,
Yeah,
in New Hampshire,
they have 400 and something.
if you had even 20 libertarians, that would be a monumental success, and it's doable. Now, I don't know if there's even 20 people running, but like that's a place where there's real hope, like real hope. Upstate New York is another place where there's a lot of libertarians that run for these incredibly easy to win offices that just don't have anything to back them. And if the national LP went to upstate New York, there's some real success to be had up there with suburban moms who really don't want to vote for Trump because he his Twitter profile sucks, his Twitter account sucks, and it does. But
yeah,
like that's where you'd find people who would be probably willing to vote for a libertarian, and yeah, I mean, I went through a litany of reasons why just on Jo Jorgensen, not even on like strategy, I wouldn't vote for Jo Jorgensen. Like,
no,
she has not been consistent on 2A. She's been very inconsistent on BLM. She's been extremely inconsistent on identity politics. It seems like she's blowing with the wind, and that.
What's the dude's name in Michigan that flipped to libertarian?
Amash.
Yeah, I saw her and him on a stage somewhere about
who's her
3 or 4 weeks
Gretchen?
ago. No, Jorgensen and Amash.
Yeah.
I forget where they were at. They were being interviewed. He presented himself as a presidential candidate much more than she did. He had the maturity and the answers that a candidate should have had.
Well, all right. So, yeah, and I actually really like Justin Amash. And it's too bad he's not on the House floor anymore. I mean, the thing is that he pissed off Republicans because he still is a never Trumper, which I don't understand. Like, who's the guy we like in Kentucky? Not Rand. The guy, Massey, Thomas Massey.
Massey, yeah.
Yeah, he's a libertarian with an R next to his name.
Right. Yeah,
And-
he knows that's what you need to do to get done what he needs to get done.
Yeah, and I get it. I am perfectly happy to vote for somebody with an R next to their name if they're a libertarian with an R next to their name, right?
Yeah.
And I get why people would do that. So in the case of Thomas Massey, right? Like he's happy to do like you and I do. Good Trump, bad Trump.
Right.
Right? And Amash wasn't willing to do that, and that's why he lost his seat. End of story.
Yeah,
And-
but still, when you listen to the answers, I don't know who was interviewing. It was some small thing, but he still carried himself like he should have been the candidate. And I'm not a huge fan. I like him, but he has some issues. But yeah, can't play well with others, kind of thing. But
Yeah,
still,
I mean,
he
cold.
plays well a lot better than she did. I mean, their whole convention was a shit show. They couldn't even decide. They were split on whether it was a real convention or not. So right there, you're pissing off half of your party because they couldn't decide if you were legally allowed to have the party in person or by Zoom. And who's my guy that was here? Sarwark doing his eat a bag of dicks comment. I mean, the whole thing was a train wreck. It's like watching that. What was that Denzel movie with where he's on the train and they couldn't get the train to stop, and it was like toxic
Speed 2?
chemicals. No,
Speed 2?
it was Denzel and Chris Pine, and
It
like
was?
I forget
Let
if
me
he was
see.
purposely trying to crash the train or what, but yeah, it was an out of control train. It didn't do well. I think it was in theaters for about 3.5 showings.
Yeah, it says Unstoppable. Oh, this movie sucked.
Yeah.
This movie
No, but I mean,
sucked.
but the little bit I watched of the Libertarian Convention, that's what it was like watching. It's like, the train was gonna was going to crash somewhere. It's just a matter of where and how many people died in the process.
Oh yeah, I actually saw a few minutes of this. I had a hard time with just even the few minutes I saw. It was like G.I. Joe level terrible.
What's wrong with G.I. Joe?
Did you not see Channing Tatum in G.I. Joe?
Oh,
Dude,
it
that
was
movie
awesome.
was horrendous.
I've
Like,
seen worse.
You've seen worse than a movie where the way that they defeat Cobra is they blow up the ice sheet and the ice sinks?
It's
that scene is like legendarily terrible.
We don't know everything about physics yet.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Dan, what are you going to tell me next? That the earth is flat and gravity doesn't exist?
Oh God, these flat earthers drive me nuts. With the have you looked at the flat earthers and how they claim some of their stuff?
I've read into some of it. It's not even pseudoscience. It's just nut jobbery.
It's the Antarctica thing. Have you ever dug into how they answer that question? The Earth, the plate is surrounded by a wall of ice. It's like watching Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah.
The entire Earth is surrounded by a wall of ice. That's why you can never cross Antarctica, because there's some UN treaty that prevents cross continental exploration. And I'm like, wait, there've been like 3 people that have crossed the entire thing
On foot?
Yeah,
on foot.
Like,
there was exactly one successful trek across Antarctica on foot.
Yeah, so what it was probably a guy with one really long leg on one side, and he actually walked in a circle. That's how they account for
his compass wasn't working right because he was holding it sideways, and
that's how sure that's how they account for the fact that he thinks he walked across the continent, but in reality, it was a circle.
Oh my God! Yeah, no.
Whataburger.
But by the way, like so many of these people who are flat earthers are the same celebrities who insist that you listen to them when it comes to politics, and it's like, no, get out. Isn't Gaga a flat earther?
Is she? I don't know. I don't know of any celebrities that are. I know
there are a bunch of them. Let's see if we can find out.
I worked with a kid when I was in California still, and he was one. And the earth just spin, and there's actually some of them believe, if they come from the religious point of view, they believe that there are actually 4 pillars holding the plate up.
Oh my God. So Jaden Smith believes hidden Wakanda-like places exist on Earth?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, they do. Where'd they get the idea if they don't exist?
Oh, please. Okay, Dan, I know you're king of trollery, but dude, what's your honest take? Let's get ourselves in trouble. What's your honest take on Black Panther?
It kind of bored me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to watch those Marvel movies several times. Well, any movie historically, I always have to watch it several times to pick up all the nuance in it. Once I pick it up, then I because I have my whole theory on James Bond and
oh my God,
where that storyline should go. If
So
they'll let me write the next one, but
you realize that the whole premise of Wakanda is based on bullshit, right? Like, there's this rock that they have there because of a meteor that hit, right? And apparently it exists in infinite supply. And the reason that they got so rich is because they were hyper insular and wouldn't trade it.
Right. How do you get rich by not trading?
What are you talking about? That's not how any of this works. like Scrooge McDuck isn't rich because he has the gold. Scrooge McDuck is rich because he engaged in a shitload of mutually consensual transactions.
Yes.
Like, it's the things that he did to get the gold that makes him rich.
There were a lot of Wakandans that he traded with then. Come on.
Yeah. So this whole Wakanda nonsense, like, unless you're going to go just like completely off the loony bin with the magic, right? Like here's how I could envision this working, right? Okay. Let's say this stone is magical to the point where it just hands you inventions, just hands them to you. Right. Like, magically conjures up ideas that nobody had before.
It's God handing you inventions through a portal, essentially.
Yeah. Like way worse than Superman. I thought the movie was trash, like just straight racist trash.
I remember I liked the scenes in where were they? Oakland. Was it
where
Oakland
they're playing basketball, basically.
Yeah, I like those scenes a little bit more than the whole mythology of the Africa thing. To me, there was some story developing there, but
yeah, I mean, there was something to develop there, and then they just killed everybody.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm my bar is too high, if you will. But like most of the superhero movies, I've considered kind of trash.
Yeah.
That's
why I say I have to watch, especially the MCU stuff. I have to watch several times because they throw so much information out there that I can't. My kid picks it up first watching. Oh, Dad, don't you remember they did this and this and that? I'm like, no, I haven't seen it 4 more times yet. Then I'll know. Quit mocking me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, kids, man, they learn things quick. All right, so let's just do a little quick update here because we did get a few more results in. Biden's lead is now only 8 points in Kentucky. Vote count is 112,000 to 96,000. Again, this is Kentucky. I can't imagine Donald Trump would lose that state. 10% reporting.
Are they talking where those results were from? Were they city or?
They have to be Louisville because they're coming in by the like 100,000.
Right.
So
Which usually the cities usually go for the Democrat.
Yep. All right. Donald Trump's lead is at 30 points in Indiana, 5% reporting, 104,000 to 55,000, and basically those same like 3 districts in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Is New Hampshire even fully closed? What time do they close?
We could look that up. I mean, just real quick.
Because I'm back on Mountain Time, so New Hampshire is what 6:45, so they're probably still open.
Connecticut's are still open. I know that. When do New Hampshire polls close today? Oh, they don't say. $7 p.m. in New Hampshire.
Which is 15 minutes.
Yep, 15 minutes till close in New Hampshire. Connecticut polls close at 8. I do want to have a live look into the local results here, which a friend of mine is going to be covering.
All right.
Let's see. You guys don't close until 7 p.m. your time, which is fucking 10 p.m.
No, I'm back on Mountain Time as of last weekend.
Oh, okay. So it's 9 p.m.
9. Yeah.
Alaska and Hawaii. Let's see. Hawaii is 7 p.m. Alaska's 8 p.m. Now, Hawaii doesn't matter because that's going to go blue. We know that. Florida is 7 p.m. Ooh, there we go. So around 7:30, we should be getting some real results from Florida. Kentucky's closed at 6. Indiana closed at 6.
Okay, so those should be able to finalize quick.
Yep. Let's see. New Hampshire 7. Vermont is 7. Maine is 8. Massachusetts 8. Connecticut 8. Rhode Island 8. Jersey 8. PA 8. Oh, okay. I see. They have it basically color coded. Virginia's also at 7, and that's an important state. West Virginia is 6, 7:30, but there's no way Trump loses that. North Carolina is 7:30. South Carolina is 7, and that should be a Trump win. Georgia, which is an interesting one, is 7. Florida is also 7. Yeah.
I'm still standing on Trump doesn't lose anything that he won before.
Yeah, I mean, so I described three plausible results.
Well,
the polls hold for the most part, and Biden still wins. Right. The other way is that
popular or electoral?
Electorate.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the polls hold mostly true at least. And here's what I mean. So I did a map where I basically took all of the states where Biden only had 4-point leads and gave them to Trump, and Trump still lost. So there is something in polling that is naturally going to make it flawed, which is that polling. So when Democrats tend to skew young voters don't turn out.
Yes.
So even if you have 50 to 50, if say 40 Republicans turn out and 30 Democrats turn out, then you get a Republican win by a bit, right? So that's why I was saying that 4 points is basically what happened in 2016. So if we said 4-point leads go to Trump, I think that there are some states where I would say that maybe so that's the two outcomes I see so far out of 3. Trump wins narrowly, and that means that he's got to have a lot of chips fall his way. Like every one of the toss-up states, every one of the states that are truly undecided have to go his way.
Okay.
And then of course if the polls hold at all true, Biden will win. The third direction is maybe there's something completely fundamentally flawed in how we do polling, right? Like maybe there's something where so there's this meme going around that Republican voters are just straight up lying to pollsters. Okay. How many of them are lying? How many of them aren't willing to reveal their position? Because Dan, you know it. Like what happens if I live in Connecticut and I go looking for a job and somebody finds a MAGA hat on my head from 3 years ago?
Yeah, you're not gonna say anything.
I mean, I'm not getting a job. I'm not getting a job. I'm in Connecticut. They make decisions like that. Now, what happens if I get caught wearing a Biden shirt or a Bernie shirt, for God's sake, in like Central Tennessee? Am I getting the job?
You get laughed at.
No, I'd probably still get the job.
Yeah.
I mean, they would laugh at me, but I would still probably get the job.
If you're capable of doing the job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Republicans are going to hire based on whether you're an idiot voting for Biden or not.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's like a real cost to revealing to people that you voted for Trump or that you might vote for Trump. And it's entirely plausible that factor is something that is an independent variable that needs to be controlled for, and that polls aren't doing it. Right? Like the honest likelihood that somebody is going to vote is something that is skewed horribly in favor of, let's say it's something, or there's something to actual likelihood of voting that skews horribly in favor of Republicans, right? Like maybe you've got a voter base that is secretly 10 times more motivated than the other side. So in that case, Trump doesn't win narrowly, he wins in a landslide. Because in that case, he wins Michigan, he wins Wisconsin, he wins Ohio, he wins Pennsylvania, he wins Georgia, he wins Arizona, he wins all of these. And by the way, a landslide in 2020 is going to be like 350 votes. Anything over 330 votes is a landslide. No one's getting 400.
Well,
that map you showed me was crap, man. Come on.
The guy's been right 5 of the last 6 times, and
has he been right in predicting the presidential outcome or the actual vote tally?
No, he goes strictly off of who's going to win.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like it's easy to say that Trump. It's not easy to say, but it's easy to say, "Hey, I was right in 2016. Trump won." Well, did you predict that he was going to win 510 electoral votes?
Oh yeah, he's calling the votes. That's why I was about to try to look it up. I want to say he called it at 410 or something,
which is insane. I mean, he had him winning states like New York and Connecticut. Like that's just not happening.
Although I think his map is continually updating, because when I first saw the map, I could swear he had New York as a Trump, but now it's painted blue.
Oh, well, good, because New York is voting Trump.
So I think
he's voting Biden.
I don't know how often he updates, but even at the last update I saw, and I could be wrong, but because what caught my eye was Hawaii was red.
Hawaii might as well be DC.
Right. New York was red, and I'm like, no, this guy's smoking crack. There ain't no way New York. I'm like, there's no way New York. And then it's like, well, I've been right 5 of the last 6 times, and when you apply my model to the last 100 years, I'm only wrong twice. So I'm like, all right, I'll roll the dice. I'm still not thinking 410.
No, I think. All right, have you seen this? Let's see.
What am I watching it on the Zoom?
Let's see.
Something?
How would I do this? Here, let me do a share screen with you.
Oh, I can pull your YouTube over to my other screen.
It's gonna be I'm gonna have to turn. I can't turn the latency down, but apparently YouTube's having some problems with their back end or something, because I'm getting a really crappy stream right now. And if I was getting a really crappy stream because my my internet sucked here, then the internet would suck bad on the camera as well too.
What I'm seeing
Zoom.
on YouTube on my end, you're fine so far.
All right, so let's share screen. Let me share. Is it this one? Share that one with you. Okay, I think this is my prediction. Yes, this is my actual prediction. Can you see what's going on here?
Yeah.
All right, let me open this up in OBS too, so that everybody can see that. Full.
And what is Nebraska there? Are they going to be battling each other? They're striped.
Hold on. Let me just.
Oh, is that one of those states that divides up?
Yeah, like Maine.
District. Okay. Yeah, because I see Maine now.
Let me see. Do I have this right?
I don't know. I'm not feeling confident that Arizona goes blue. Not that I want to be.
Let me just change Florida real quick to neutral, just so I can make sure I have the right screen out. Okay, that one's correct. And then zoom. Does Florida show up as neutral for you on the share screen?
On Zoom, it's neutral. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I got the great window open. Okay, so here, let's make this light red. All right, so this is my actual state by state, vote by vote prediction. So I have him winning New Hampshire, which he didn't win last time around. I have him losing PA, which he won last time around. I have him losing Wisconsin, which he won last time around. I have him losing Arizona, which he won last time around. Right. I have him picking up pretty much New Hampshire and nothing else. And as a result, he wins by 2. Here, watch this, though.
What's your logic on this? What's your logic you're applying to him losing, like Pennsylvania and Arizona?
Okay, Pennsylvania, the polls are, I think it's almost double digits or double digits in favor of Biden. That's going to be a huge hill to climb.
Is that post we're not fracking anymore?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm not buying that.
Here's where the same thing is true with Wisconsin. Minnesota's got like a 12-point lead. So it's gonna be a giant. The polls would have to be off by a mile for him to win Minnesota.
I heard this morning it was 1 point for Biden in Minnesota.
That would have to be pretty recent. So here's my thoughts with Michigan, because Michigan is predicted Biden right now. And the reason I'm going Michigan red is because the Republicans there hate Gretchen Whitmer, right?
Yep.
And that's going to motivate them to go to the polls beyond just Biden versus Trump.
Yeah.
So, and it's not that I think that the general consensus in Michigan is Trump. I think it's that there are going to be more people showing up to the polls than you would expect in Michigan. I think the same thing is true in New Hampshire.
Oh, their polls are already. So I was watching the Blaze this morning, and Steve Deace used to be a pollster. When he showed up for Glenn's show this morning, he was on the tail end before his own show started. He was saying that when he walked into work, Texas, I remember he said, the other may have been, it was either Minnesota or Michigan, they were already surpassed on voter turnout from 2016.
Yep, Texas,
already at
not Texas, Michigan. There are a few.
He had called Texas too. He had said Texas 106.
No, so no, Texas is very close, but I don't think it was there. But yeah, I think there was 3 or 4 states where the turnout before the polls, the early voting turnout, was greater than the turnout in 2016 already.
Yeah.
Now here's some other things to consider. This is something I think is pretty neat. You see in the right hand corner here? I don't know. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
Okay. You see that vote in District 2 in Nebraska?
Right.
How it's blue?
Yeah.
It's entirely plausible. I mean, that's actually a Lincoln. I think it's a Lincoln district. So, It's not going to go red, I don't think. But if it went red, check this out. Sorry. There. Now we're red. Now check out the score.
Huh.
Right?
Okay, but now you still have to explain to me. So now apply against this map. Apply every state Trump won last time.
Just do a straight 2016.
Yeah, what's the comparison there?
Okay, so he won Pennsylvania. He won Wisconsin.
I still want somebody to explain to talk me
He
out
lost
of
New
my
Hampshire.
comment. Right. I want somebody to talk me out of my comment that he does
won
not.
Arizona. I think I've got it. I think I'm there. I think I've got the map from 2016. 305 to 233.
What was his total last time? Was it 305?
I think it was. I think I actually have this right. I think I do. I do.
I still want somebody to tell me how he loses a state. People in Scranton do not like Joe Biden.
No, they don't.
He talks about being from Scranton. My family's from Scranton. There's a few crazy liberals out there, but even some of them admitted to me, yeah, we think the guy's an idiot. Because he always, basically, they don't like the fact that he always says he's from Scranton, and they're like, you haven't been here since you were like 7 years old. They don't like being used for.
Oh, okay. So there were a bunch of faithless electors. That's why the numbers don't add up, right?
Oh, were there? Okay.
Yeah. So there was 4 faithless electors in Washington, 2 in Texas, and there was 1 in Hawaii. So there were 4, 5, 6, 7 faithless electors. So Trump won 304 to 227, which, like I said, I think perfectly aligns. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. I got one thing wrong. Did I? Yeah, I got one thing wrong. Okay, so let's go to the map. Okay, that is 2016.
He won all of Nebraska?
Yeah, he won all of Nebraska.
No, now you're at 306. Didn't you just say he won 304?
Faithless electors in Texas.
Oh, you haven't pulled them out?
There's no way to pull them out.
Okay.
Not in this anyways. But yeah, there were 2 faithless electors in Texas. That's why you had 304.
I still can't see him losing a single. And here's my issue. Last weekend, Biden was campaigning in Minnesota. You don't go this late in the game. You don't go to a state that you know is locked up. You go to a state that you think you're losing that you shouldn't be.
Which actually, if you look over the last 2 weeks, there's a map of where Trump's been over the last 2 weeks. It's like Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Minnesota, Michigan, these states that he should be spending time in, where he has a chance of winning them. But they're slim chances.
That's Trump, though.
Yep.
But why does Biden go to Minnesota unless they're worried about losing Minnesota?
Yeah. So here's how I could see Arizona getting flipped. You're aware of this. You have some insights on this. Californians fleeing California to go to Arizona. Bam, blue.
Yeah, they suck.
So that's how that goes blue.
We're building a camp outside of the city limits where most of them are going to be buried once we're done with this.
All right, here's the other way that Pennsylvania goes blue. Voter turnout in Philadelphia sucked. Absolutely sucked in 2016.
Well, yeah, and they're already, I've already seen one video there that's pretty disturbing.
Yeah, so voter turnout in PA sucked. So that's how that gets flipped. Okay, same thing is true in Nebraska, where they've had a concentration of voters to those liberal areas. So that district probably goes blue. Okay. Wisconsin. So Wisconsin's had a lot of people flee Cook County, which is Chicago, to go to Wisconsin. And on top of that, Wisconsin was one of the worst, I think was the worst Democratic turnout in all of 2016. So if that's even average turnout, that goes blue.
It was probably opening deer weekend.
Yep. Now, I've said that New Hampshire was won by like 1,000 votes. And right now the polls are basically dead heat. By Hillary, yep. Won by almost nothing. So that's why I have New Hampshire going red.
I don't know.
And that's still a Biden win.
I'm still I still lean toward the enthusiasm gap.
Yeah, the
There's-
motivation gap.
There's zero enthusiasm for Biden. You've seen their rallies; they're sad. Actually, I almost considered trying to redo my vote because it's sad. I have a tender heart, and I hate seeing the old man suffer.
Yeah. All right. Let me see if Mike's actually started. No, that's not till. Okay, it's 7:00. 7:00. We've had some polls close, so
All
let's
right,
see if
here
we
we
can. Let's see if we can bring that up. Where the hell did I have that? Oh, this one. Real-time election. Yep. New share. Let's do real-time election. That way you can follow along. All right, we've got some more states coming in. They've called a state already. Oh, folks at home, hold on. Don't say anything, Dan. I got to get this pulled in.
Yeah.
I got to get this pulled in.
Oh, I didn't say what I just said.
Okay. Oh my God, they're calling a state already. Hell yeah. It's one we kind of knew.
Is this his? Is that state right there? Yeah, because it's 8-3. Yeah.
Kentucky has been called for Trump.
At 56-4. So what was the spread? Do you have access to the spread last time?
I can. Right now, as folks at home, 54-44. Vote count of 182,000 to 148,000. 16% reporting. We have another state that's been called with 0% reporting and no votes count. So that must be it.
They called 0% reported.
Yep.
That's
all right.
it's going to go that way.
All right, 3% reporting in Florida. Don's up 54-44, 187,000 to 151,000. Let's get an update in Virginia. Don's up 1% reporting, 1,200 to 1,000. So whatever.
Not up 1%. No, go back. He's not up 1%.
Oh no, he's 1% reporting.
1% reporting. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1,000,
He's up
1,200 to
by,
1,000
He's up by 7.
Yeah, but who cares? It's less than 2,500 votes in Virginia, so no, totally meaningless. He's up. The spread is widened a little bit in Indiana. 8% reporting, 65-32, 186,657.
All right, find the spread on Kentucky against Hillary.
All right. Kentucky election results. 2016. New York Times. They're going to put this behind the damn paywall. No, they aren't. Okay, so here, Hillary won all of 2 counties. Jefferson County and Fayette County, which are Lexington and Louisville.
Right.
All right. Trump won on a percentage basis 62-32. I'm rounding down for everything just to make it easier.
Okay, I don't like that number.
Okay, so the gap has shrunk, if that's going to be what's reporting. I think the reason they're calling this state, Dan, is because if we go back, let me see if I can pull this in for everybody who's watching at home.
There it is.
Yeah, I gotta just give me 1 second, Dan. I'm working with OBS here. That's all, so that the folks at home can follow along.
Virginia closed just now, or we still have time?
Virginia's closed.
Okay. Are these the only? Florida's
So,
not closed. Why are they painting that already?
So here's my thought. Louisville and Lexington were basically the only places where there are Democrat votes, right? So if the overwhelming majority of their precincts have reported, then if Trump has a lead now, that's why they're calling a state, because every one of these other districts are blood red.
Yeah.
80%, 75%, almost 80%, 84%, 89%, 86%, 83%. Yeah, so that's probably why they're calling it this early, because I bet you it's because those cities, those are the only 2 cities in Kentucky have already reported. All right, so you want to, here. Sorry, folks at home. There, now you can see what's going on. So that's probably why they're reporting.
We still have an hour on New Hampshire, though, right?
We have, I can't remember. Here, let me.
I think you said 8 on New Hampshire.
Yeah, I'm just going through. Oh yeah, here we go. This one. We got 7 on New Hampshire. So we should be getting some results coming in from New Hampshire now. New Hampshire's really rural, so getting those results in may take a little bit more time than super urban populations, just because everything's more centrally located.
Let's see if we have anything from Sean yet.
Here, let me refresh this. Nothing in Vermont yet. It's nothing more. New Hampshire. Georgia, we've got some votes coming in. 1% reporting, 62 to 36, 2,000 to 1,200. Yeah, okay, so whatever.
And they closed?
They just closed, 7.
All right.
Florida, a little bit more votes. Trump up by 11, so 55-44. 622,000 to 499,000. I believe that's going to be in the area of 6 million. Let me see if I can.
On total voters?
Yeah, that's probably going to be in the area of 6 million each.
Oh, each. I was going to say that's small. What are they? 22 million people there or something?
I don't remember. I mean, the turnouts in 2016 sucked, and the turnouts this year are actually quite good.
And I could be wrong. Don't turnouts favor incumbent?
High turnouts?
Yeah.
Okay, so 4.6 million for Don, 4.5 million for Hillary in Florida in 2016.
Yeah, that would suck.
So I would say, yeah, 1 to 5 million wins.
Huh. All right, well.
The spread is widening a tiny bit in Kentucky.
Oh, South Carolina.
South Carolina, we've got a few votes coming in. Nothing really. With Georgia withdrew their results.
Well, didn't they take away the mayor too, or governor? Stacey Abrams was robbed.
Yeah, 99% reporting in Indiana. Indiana has all of 2 cities. So I would imagine once the results come in from Indianapolis, they'll probably call it for whoever they're going to call it for then.
Yeah.
I love how they've just called Vermont with no results coming in. 0 votes cast. They're calling Vermont.
Yeah, well, that one I almost wouldn't even contest them. I'll give them that one.
Yeah, it's 3 votes anyway. So
with Bernie finally coming out and endorsing, and then I don't know. Did you see the Zoom call he had with the squad today?
no, but how'd it go?
I can only stand to watch those 4 women at one time.
Those hen-pecking hens.
Oh my God, Presley is just the meanest looking woman.
She's dumb as rocks too.
Well, actually, what's her first name?
Ayanna Presley.
Presley.
I think it's Ayanna Presley.
Yeah.
And it's
so
spelled weird.
her Zoom handle was Ayanna Presley parenthesis he/she parenthesis.
What?
And then it said he/she after her name on the Zoom call.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, and then you had Tlaib next to her with the look like she had a suicide vest on. And then AOC blushed when Bernie complimented her on doing a good job on the environmental, basically scaring all the little children. And then you had Tlaib down there. She looked
Rashida Tlaib.
lost. Yeah, she was lost.
Yeah, I mean,
but basically the call, the essence of the call was, oh, if you think Biden's going to be moderate, you're crazy. We're going hard on this.
do you know who this Kenna Stark is that Elliot's introduced us to?
Kenneth Stark?
Kenna.
I don't even. Kenna. No, I just saw the other day. I guess she does memes or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she looks kind of young, and I wonder where San Antonio, Texas. Do you want to see if we can pull her in?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Where Where did you pull her name from? I don't even see her in the chats here.
And I'm gonna see if I can get her to come on.
Who is she? Have you looked at her at all? Where are you seeing her?
I mean, she friended me a few days ago.
Oh.
So I don't.
see how it is.
The only reason I accepted the friend request is because Elliot recommended it to me. So.
Right. Did I get one? Oh, I've been in jail. I may have friend requests in there. Had my second jail sentence in 10 days. Snowflakes can't handle it.
Yeah, let me just get the link here to send her. There we go. All right. So Dan, your thoughts would be generically that Trump is your favorite to win?
Yeah, and when you look at things like, I don't know if you saw the chats that we were bouncing around on Liberty Block the other night. Elliot talking about voting for, and I did a double take at home. It was like watching a
wait. Who is Elliot voting for?
Trump.
What? Oh, we got to get him on. Where the hell is Elliot?
I think he's at work. I think I just saw him.
Oh, I don't care. I'm sending him a message.
No, you weren't watching the other night? No, I seriously did a double take. I chatted for another half hour, and I sent him a message. I'm like, wait, did I just read it right? You're voting Trump? Yeah, the left really has me pissed off. I'm like, you're going to be the one that destroys Jorgensen's chance by flipping on her.
He hasn't really been a big fan of Jorgensen anyways. And for the exact reason I haven't been much of a fan of Jorgensen anyways.
She's a horrible candidate.
I mean, she's a trash candidate. Like, we talked about, she openly supported the riots happening in the name of Black Lives Matter.
And that's exactly when I closed the door on any chance there. And I've been hard against her since then. I've been like, no, fuck you. What is this? You have to be actively non-racist. So
it's critical race theory 101.
Yeah. So in other words, you're forcing me to prove that I'm not racist. I have to do something so you feel good about me. I'm like, that ain't fucking libertarianism. That's leftist libertarianism. I'm like,
it's not even libertarianism. It's just leftism.
That's what I've been accusing, and I'm getting the Jorgensen, the cult people. Yeah, that's what I love is how it's turned. I mean, yeah, there's the whole Trump cult and all that, but these people that just, when you point out that she said, and that's all you have to do, throw it in their face to get them pissed off. Okay, she said you have to prove that you're not a racist, otherwise I'm going to assume you are. I'm like, tell me how that is libertarian in any way. I'm like, you're forcing me to do so. Doesn't that violate non-aggression principle too? You're forcing me.
No, I mean, so it's an element of critical race theory, and the element of critical. So it's not, I don't know if it's not non-libertarian necessarily to say that there is no such thing as a neutral position, but it's dumb as rocks to say there's no such thing as a moral neutral. Like the fact that 3 + 5 makes 8. Is that good or is that bad? Or is that just is
the way it is?
Like, it's not good or bad. It's just a fact of life.
It's the way it is.
Right? Like,
you can't.
Like, there is such a thing as a moral good. There is such a thing as a moral bad. Murder is something we consider a moral bad. Right? Like, charity is something we consider a moral good. The mere existence of currency is not a moral good or bad. It's a neutral.
Yes.
Right? Like, what purpose does it serve first? It's not, in fact, it's not even a conditional neutral. It's just a neutral,
Right.
Like immigration to me is a neutral, but it's a conditional neutral. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, who's coming in? And what type of immigration are we talking about?
Engineers that lift you up, or the 12 children family that pull you down.
Yeah. The anchor babies where they come here for 2 weeks and then claim citizenship in Miami.
Which was another thing that Jorgensen, safely in North or South Carolina.
Oh my God, yeah. Her takes on immigration were just asinine. Like, did you see
Arizona.
Did you see my debate with Carl Emmerich?
What's that?
Did you see my debate with Carl Emmerich over immigration?
Yeah, I was chiming in.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were.
You couldn't see it because you were looking at a different feed, but yeah, some of the shit he was saying, I'm like, come to Arizona and say that shit. You don't have to deal with it.
Well, I mean, did you see my review after the fact? Because I actually reviewed
No,
my. I actually think I performed poorly in that debate.
Oh yeah. You were telling me. You sent me a few messages.
Yeah. So he made the claim that I'm not in favor of just dissolving the border. I mean, I think there should be border crossings, but I think they should pretty much do nothing. And I'm like, then what's the difference? What's the difference between having a border patrol that does nothing and not having one?
Yeah.
What's the difference between having a border where there's no difference? There's a distinction with no difference. Then philosophy, that's what it's called.
And my question was, is it a one-way door?
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the other thing. People talk about fences are wrong. Okay, no. Fences, again, are moral neutral. See, and people will try to relate the fence that the wall that Trump's trying to build or has ran his campaign on in 2016 between U.S. and Mexico as being like the wall between West and East Berlin. No. And here's a great heuristic guideline. Guys at home, clip this. Here's a great guideline for whether or not a wall is a good thing or a bad thing. Which direction are the guns facing?
Yes.
Right? When we as a federal government interred Japanese U.S. citizens for obviously racially motivated and race-based reasons.
Right.
When we did that in the 40s, which direction were the guns facing?
Yeah.
If they were facing out to make sure that racist white people or whatever couldn't come in, that's a very different thing than having them face in and saying you can't leave.
If we had them in the camp because we were protecting them from a bunch of crackers that wanted to kill them, that's one thing. But no, we had them in the camp because we didn't trust them.
Well, yeah. And here's the thing. I'll go one step further. I hate reparations. Because white versus black, give me a break. Here's the thing. The United States did issue reparations once. They issued them to the survivors of those camps.
Right.
That to me makes sense. The federal government ordered them to go to these camps. There is a material damage that resulted to specific people who are easy to identify. And the money came from the federal government because that's the people who ordered them to these camps and went to the people who were in those camps.
Right.
That's reparations. And that to me seems like that seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
Right? If the federal government came and wrongfully imprisoned you, do you think that you would just say, screw it, all right, whatever they screwed up? Or if they were so nefarious, so terrible, is there a point at which it's worth, bringing on a suit?
Well, that's at that point, you also get into whether you can afford the suit, whether you can afford to hold them out. If it's that bad, hopefully you find a lawyer that would take the case. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, here's what I'm saying.
Just if it's they held me, for 4 hours while they thought I was the wrong guy, and then they released me versus.
Oh, there is such a thing as police acting in bad faith. There is such a thing as bad cops.
Right. No, is that what you're saying? Whether it's
cops that go obviously way beyond the pale. Yeah. Obviously way beyond the pale in terms of in terms of
that
arrest.
case, absolute lawsuits, the whole broomsticks up the ass kind of thing. That's bullshit.
Yeah. So that's where I think the Japanese people we interred have a case.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They're a lot of their land and homes were sold.
Yep.
And other personal properties. So
they almost all of them lost their jobs.
Yeah, they had to be reimbursed on what they lost, and I can understand fear at the time. I'm not going to justify it.
There was a crap excuse after the fact that was given, which was an obvious lie, and we were doing it for your own protection.
Yeah,
bullshit.
No
bullshit.
Yeah, they were just.
FDR was a racist.
Oh yeah,
and he said, "Get them nips behind bars."
Basically, well. You know what Johnson said after he signed the Civil Rights Bill?
Did it involve another N-word?
It did. That was the famous. We're gonna have them
N-words.
blank voting for us for the next 200 years.
Oh man, he might have been the worst president in the 20th century, man. I'd have to think about it.
You had Wilson back there, and his
Wilson, yeah, Wilson's up there. Yeah, Johnson or Wilson for me, and then Jimmy Carter is an asterisk because I don't know a damn thing about Jimmy. I don't remember it.
I don't think he was, because he was like, hopefully he wasn't one of those Christians that hated black people, which I know there are some. No, I think he was just wrong place at the wrong time. Probably meant well, but I don't remember him much. I was 6 when he was elected, 10 when he got out.
Let me see. I'm just chatting with the guys on. I'm doing 2 chats at once here to see if we can bring Laser in.
Is Laser available? I see him messaging.
He's constantly messaging on the group chat, so I imagine he's available to come on. Let me see participants. No, it's just you and me right now, so nobody's come in just yet. But all right, so what were you talking about before that I kind of spaced out on?
Before the reparations, the border with the
no,
guy
after the reparations, just a second ago.
The second ago, I thought was the reparations. Oh, the FDR and FDR.
Oh, yeah. Worst presidents. You know, we could probably build a Google Doc, and then the two of us could kind of vote. Could kind of create like a tier list of presidents in the 20th century.
20th we could probably do. I don't know enough about. I don't know. I'm not going to claim to be an expert. I just know the bullet points, and some of them I hate the bullet.
So let's see. All right, great presidents from the 20th century: Calvin Coolidge. I guess Warren Harding. He's only in office for a year before he died.
All right.
So I guess Warren Harding. I thought HW was pretty solid.
I'm going Reagan.
You liked Reagan? I think Reagan was all right. I think of the presidents I just mentioned, he'd probably be dead last for me.
Right.
Of the ones I mentioned. Nixon.
I like Reagan because he knew what the communist threat was.
Yeah.
I mean, he came out of Hollywood. He knew you have these movies and shows and all of how evil the House Un-American Activities Committee and then McCarthy and all that. The fact is, looking back, those guys were all right.
Yeah, I mean, I put probably neutral would probably be like Truman and Eisenhower for me. Would be kind of neutral.
Yeah, they were kind of coasting.
Yeah. Let's see. Ford is an asterisk too because he was only in office for like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know a damn thing about him.
He wasn't even actually elected to. Well, no, he
was never elected. He was never elected.
Oh, that's right, because Carter beat him. Yeah.
Yep. Carter beat him.
Yeah, he wasn't even elected as vice president.
The only president to never be elected to the executive office.
Yep.
So let's see. We should do this. We should actually get like a tier list going on here so that people can follow along at home. Let's see.
Now would the criteria be based on just what they did based on our own worldview, or in looking back where they would be now? Because you look at like Kennedy,
yes, he'd be a very, very moderate Republican, but a Republican nevertheless. Okay, so let's get a tier list going. So let's label this great. Okay. Neutral, bad, and horrible. Oh, here, let's. Great. Okay. Neutral, bad, horrible. Let's see if this is showing up correctly. Yep. Okay, perfect. And then this is just a title. 20th century U.S. presidents. Okay, and let's do. I gotta move some things around so I can see what the hell I was doing. Okay, so new screen share. Let's do this. Here, you can share it on this. All right, let's do great. Let's make this like blue. Shit, I did the wrong thing. Let's fill it in as light blue. Let's fill this in as light green. We'll leave that blank. We'll make this light yellow. There. Here, let's extend this out as far as I can go. And then let's make these all black, just to make it easier for people to see. No, we're gonna asterisk McKinley. Oh, you know what we'll do? We'll do asterisk. There. McKinley. Because we're probably gonna have to do that with a few guys. Here, I just want to make sure we got everything showing up properly on yeah, okay, we do. All right, so then the next thing, let me just check to zoom. Okay, so it's still just you and me right now. All right, so great presidents. What do you think? I think Coolidge is an easy one. Let's do. I'm doing it. Harding, even though he's only in office for like 1 year. I guess I would go HW and Reagan, and that's it. Outside of that one tax policy problem that he had that was obviously terrible. His foreign policy was perfect. I don't think I've ever seen a president whose foreign policy was more perfect. His relationship domestically with, his domestic relations were perfect. I loved all of his appointees. He was the one that brought Clarence Thomas to the court. So that was like the best. That was like in my lifetime, the best nomination outside of maybe Scalia, but I don't think Scalia was actually. If Scalia was in my lifetime, I was an infant. Yeah, he would have been Reagan, but I was alive for Reagan, but I would have been an infant, so I wouldn't remember that one. Okay, presidents. In the 20th century, okay presidents. Oh, I mean, I think he was bad because he is the origin of. Hey, Laser. Laser says, I think FDR easily headlines the horrible section. I can't put Reagan in great. The NFA and MTALA were both devastating pieces of legislation. Reagan gets an okay for me. Hey, Laser, do you want to join in? I can give you those Zoom links so you can join into the conversation. If you're not comfortable with video, we can bring you in audio only. So let's see. It's going to take a second for that to get to him because I had to turn my latency up. Do you want to be on video? All right, I'm going to start populating then. FDR is terrible. Wilson was terrible. Hoover is probably going to be in that mix. Carter, I don't know anything about, so I can't go. I'm going to say Clinton. I know that's controversial. I thought Clinton was horrible because of what he did to Gap. And because he screwed up Somalia, and because he screwed up Herzegovina, and because he screwed up Bosnia. Yep. I think we agreed that neutrals would be like Eisenhower and Truman. Nixon really wasn't bad. No, he had that one scandal that was legit, and I think he only did the right thing with the Vietnam War because he was forced into it. Oh God, yeah, Johnson's got to be in the horrible. All right, how do we feel about How do we feel about TR? Yeah, I think he's probably in the bad for me at this point. All right, can we do bad because we just don't just so we have something there? TR. All right. Carter, I'm gonna rely entirely on you for Carter. And I'm gonna asterisk Ford because Ford was only in office for 2 years. So you're putting him in the bad? Laser, I'm sharing the Zoom link with you on in YouTube if you want to join us. Again, you can join audio only if you want. Let's see if he has joined us. He hasn't joined us yet. Okay. So that leaves Taft, which to me is should we have a separate category for I don't know, or just call him asterisk? Because I don't have an opinion on Taft. Do you remember? I mean, do you have an opinion on Taft? Oh, so I'm thinking about adding Taft to the asterisk because I just don't have an opinion. I would need more information. All right. The last one I'm going to put bad in here is Hoover, who was great in the beginning, and then all of a sudden the stock market crashed and he instituted straight up socialism. So Hoover, bad. What else does that leave for us? That leaves, let's see, we got Clinton, HW. Because McKinley was only in office for like a month before he got shot. Harding is Coolidge, and then it's Fitter, Hoover, Fitter. We got Truman. We got Eisenhower. We don't have JFK. We have Johnson. No, we don't have. We do have Johnson. Nixon. We don't have Nixon. Yes, we do have Nixon. Who's okay? I'm gonna go neutral on JFK. JFK. Okay, so Laser just said JFK. I don't know. Okay, I guess he's trying to keep up with us for. Yeah, so I think that's all we're missing. All we were missing is JFK. Laser, if you're still with us and you have thoughts on McKinley, Ford, and Taft, we'd love to hear them because I don't know anything about Ford in terms of his policy, mostly because of the fact he was only in office for 2.5 years, and I'm very sure that he knew he was running a lame duck candidacy because he wasn't elected. Taft was a long time ago, and he was surrounded by TR and Wilson, who kind of like overshadow him because TR had a lot of policy to implement, and and Wilson was horrible. So yeah, I mean, I would love to get Laser's thoughts on this because I know he's going to come in with some hot takes. Come on, let's see. We'll see. We'll have to see if he decides to join us. All right, let's go back to our election map. Oh, we got some more results coming in. We got some more states getting called. One of them's not going to be a surprise. So, folks, we are going to go to that screen. Let's see. Yeah, that's the one we want. Okay, Dan, I'm going to share screen with you on this one so that you can see the share screen.
George is trending blue. What the hell? And
so Donald Trump with 28% reporting has a 62-36 lead in Kentucky, which has been called 370,000 to 213. West Virginia has been called with no votes turned in. Indiana, Trump is up 56-42, 346,000 to 259,000. Virginia, Donald Trump is winning Virginia 3% reporting, 70% to 28%, 115,000 to 46,000. Laser. I know little about Ford. Taft was interesting, and there was some bad blood with Teddy, whom I do not like. McKinley was, well, a 5-minute president, so not sure of much either. Yeah, so I guess he's kind of with us. All right. What? They're calling it for Joe Biden. Virginia has been called for Joe Biden with 4% reporting.
With 70% for Trump, they're calling it for Biden.
Here's why. I wonder how much of that 70% is rural Virginia. Because if it's all rural Virginia had to show up in way bigger numbers and had to have landslides in those counties. So if there's nothing coming in from Richmond, if there's nothing coming in from Arlington, if there's nothing coming in from Virginia Beach, if there's nothing coming in from Charlotte and Asheville, then I can see why they would call that at 4%. Because
sure that's called.
That's what they said. Here, I can refresh this if you want. Yep, they got it called Joe Biden for Virginia. All right, now we have some actual results in Vermont. This should be extremely unsurprising. 68 to 28, Joe Biden, 11,000 to 4,000 there. Do we have any more results? Okay, we have some more coming in from me. What?
It's safe to say that people in Vermont like men that twist little girls' nipples. Is that what we're saying?
Oh, my God. And blow on people's ears. Yeah, so New Hampshire, 65 to 33, Joe Biden, 1% reporting, 5,000 to 2,000. Folks at home, I'm always going to just round down to the nearest 1,000 just because it's easier to say. Nothing coming in. We talked about Indiana. South Carolina, 1% reporting. Donald Trump up 70 to 27. Vote count is 18,000 to 7,000. Joe Biden up 50, barely. Joe Biden up less than 2% in Georgia. Vote count 123,000 to 116,000. Pretty much once Atlanta gets counted in Georgia, that state should be decided because what's outside of Atlanta? There's Macon, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Rome, and that's about it. So Athens is really not that big.
It's a college town, yeah.
Florida, holy crap. Remember how I said 4.5 million?
Yeah.
Was what they got last. Oh my God. Here we go. So Florida should be almost done here. Trump is down, what's it look like? 2.6%. That's 50.9% to 48.3%. 4.4 mil to 4.2 mil. I said earlier, first one to 5 million wins.
Well, Florida has a second time zone, don't forget. Or did they fix that?
I have no idea. That's the Pensacola area, yeah.
Yeah, the Panhandle. Because that's where they always lose because that's military area, which tends conservative. But once they hear a state goes Democrat, everybody goes home and leaves the polls, even though they still have an hour left.
All right. Laser chimes in. It's almost entirely rural VA, but it seems the Richmond area currently is I think he's trying to say leaning red. Norfolk still shows as red. They have it called, but I'm not sure. I always expected VA to go blue. Yeah, so on my map, Laser, I had VA going blue as well. Laser, pretty much only watching Florida right now. Nothing else is remarkable. Florida is all that matters now, and it's tight as expected, 2 points apart. So I think a lot of Florida's vote difference right now is the entire Panhandle west of Tallahassee is thick red. That's true. I've been to those districts. That's basically Mobile suburbs, and Mobile is blood red. So yeah, it's entirely plausible that enough votes in that district wind up swinging Florida red. And I said earlier in the show that if Donald Trump doesn't win Florida, it's over. It's just over. It's 29 electoral votes in the swing state. There's no way you make up that ground. So that's a must win state. It looks like the spread is narrowing. 1.6% is the spread now. 4.6 mil to 4.4 mil. I said first 1 to 5 million wins. I still kind of hold by that, even though we're getting way more votes than 76% reporting, and we're already at the vote total from 2016.
Yeah.
So we still got 24% more to report. If that 24% is fewer than 200,000 votes, then there's no way Trump can win. But if we're having this situation that I described with New Hampshire, with Kentucky, which is that, the cities make it easier to report votes because everything's more, compact, then it's entirely plausible that Trump winds up taking that state. But yeah, it's going to be, I really hope we don't get one of these stupid Florida 2000 scenarios. Oh, the gap just narrowed again? Or no, it's actually just widened a tiny bit. The 77% reporting in Florida, 4.6 to 4.5 mil. Man, that's really, and Georgia's going blue right now. Okay, 136,000 to 130,000, 50.6 to 48.4.
I have to think that Georgia's Atlanta reporting first, though.
I don't know. 136,000 could just be the bigger cities. Savannah's 200 and something thousand people. Augusta's is just over 200,000 people. Columbus is, I think, 120 or so thousand people. Macon is in the 150 to 200,000. Rome is around 100,000. I think it's like 80 or so thousand. So, I mean, that's a bunch of cities right there. I mean, Atlanta doesn't have much in the way of suburbs, but, I would think that if Atlanta reporting was coming in, that it would be a lot more than what is that? 280,000 or so people that have been counted.
Wow. Look at all that fraud going on.
Laser, I agree. The way I put it, without Florida, every single other domino would have to fall for Trump. And that just seems unrealistic to me. Like, if the opinion in Florida is blue, then I can't see how the opinion in Ohio is red. Right? Like, I don't see how Pennsylvania gets flipped red if that's the case.
Well, Ohio's starting to show up there, too.
Oh, with a lot of votes. Joe Biden up 68 to 30 in Ohio. Vote count 331,000 to 147,000.
Huh.
Biden up 7,000 to 3,000 in New Hampshire, 65 to 33.
He's maintaining that lead there.
I wonder if it was the early and absentee ballots that did it, right? Because if you make voting incredibly easy, who are the people that are going to, be gained by the making the vote incredibly easy? The people who aren't likely to vote. Yeah. And which voting block benefits most from people who aren't likely to vote?
Or this cycle, it's Democrats.
Well, it's Democrats because Democrats' turnout rates have been terrible. Well, not terrible. They're generally speaking lesser than Republican turnout rates. And again, that's because their age tends to skew younger. But if they can do it from the comfort of their own homes, like if you can get 5% added, 5% return. So let's say 60% don't vote. If you can get, say, a 10% of that chunk, so it's an additional 6%, versus say 40% don't vote, 10% of that is only 4% chunk. So do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
the gains to be made are blue because of
send laser the Zoom link again.
All right, Laser, here it comes.
He says he can't do video because he's drinking a beer in his underwear, but
Laser, we can do audio only. That's easy. Dan's doesn't have video right now.
I don't even have underwear on.
All right, I'm going to see if I can get...
No, I can go video if you turned it. I have it plugged in. Do I have to do something to my camera?
Oh, let me stop sharing so I can see what's going on here. Oh, I have to promote you to panelists to allow you to show your video. Let me do that.
Better be a raise in it.
All right. So what do you think of your video? Good?
I look good on my end.
All right, I think I can pull you in.
Move that lamp.
All right, well, you let me know when you're ready, and I'll pull you in as soon as I think you want that, actually. Oh, yeah, you
think?
definitely want that. Yep.
All right, let me at least move it so it's not glaring.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right.
All right, lower your camera angle a little bit, so it gets your chin. There, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right, let's see if we can pull Dan in here, folks. So we want to do window capture.
Look like a sheepdog. I had a border collie. It looked like this once.
Yeah, Dan, I'm just cropping everything so you actually fit into here nicely. Come on now, get bigger.
What are these guys talking about? Got Chad Prather going here in the background.
All right, everybody, welcome Dan.
Hello.
All right, I think I can crop this just a little bit better to make your view just a little bit easier on the eyes.
North Carolina's coming in.
All right.
Pink so far.
Pink so far with 2,000 votes in. With 2,000 votes in. All right. I want to know what's happening at the local level for me. So I'm going to see if I can figure out what Mike's been up to. All right, how do I mute? There we go. Jesus. Yeah, so the video is coming in from... So my buddy is actually doing the local... A buddy of mine is doing the local results.
Okay.
Yep. So like we have two... In our town, we have 2 House districts in Connecticut. And we have 1 Senate district in Connecticut. And... Oh, that's right. Oh my God, that's right. I can't put links into the comments section, can I? I can't put links in this. Dan, do you have the YouTube stream open?
I do.
Are there any links in there that I've posted?
Last one I see was I don't see a timestamp on it. Yeah, there's one in there.
Is there a Zoom link in there?
USO2 web. Zoom USA.
Okay, so because I'm the host of the stream, I can post links. But yeah, so we have a Senate district that's the 30th in Connecticut. We have the 108th House district, and we have the 67th House district here in Connecticut. We have in New Milford. We have coverage starts at 8. He goes live at 7:45. Coverage starts at 8. We have the Connecticut's 5th district, which is blue and which has occasionally been red. So that's the congressional district here in Connecticut. That's the 5th district. Johanna Hayes is the incumbent, running against David X. Sullivan, the Republican. And of course, we have the national to talk about. So right now, Mike's just rolling some B-roll, and he's my buddy of mine who's doing this.
Georgia's now back to pink.
All right. Oh my God, by like 700 votes, dude. 7% reporting. Wow, that's a tight race. Let's see what Florida looks like. Wow. Trump's managed to narrow the gap to 0.6%, 4.76 mil to 4.7 even mil. Too much early stuff. Okay, laser. Look at the district map. Savannah has reported. Most of the Atlanta area is also reporting. Okay. He also says too much early stuff. Ohio right now is Columbus blue, Cincy blue, one district just outside of Cleveland, 100% blue, and 2 random ones that are red. Numbers in Ohio don't mean anything yet. There you go.
A district is 100%.
Oh, well, I'll give you an example. There's a district in Connecticut that surrounds New Haven that the way that the district has been drawn, it's an
No, it's a
absolute.
gerrymandered district.
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't call it necessarily. I mean, it doesn't look gerrymandered the way. Let me look this up. Let me look this up, and I'll share. I'll share it with everybody.
You know, to see where our districts look.
CT.
We weren't
I think
even
it's
allowed
the
to draw our
second
districts
congressional district. No, must be 4th. No, that's Fairfield County. That's Lower Fairfield County, actually. 3rd, maybe? Yep, 3rd congressional district. Oh my God. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can figure out where election results 2016. Okay. So Rosa DeLauro has won this district in every election since 2000. Starting in the worst she did was 63%. That's the worst she did. And God, I want to get like a town by town breakdown of this district. I wonder if there's a way to do that. But I mean, this district is guaranteed blue. Okay, that's just me and the attendees. Okay.
Kentucky was called. Was that already called?
I don't. Yes, Kentucky was already called. Yes.
West Virginia's been called.
That's not a surprise. I think that's old news right now. Let me see. I want to be able to figure out how I can show you on a town by town.
I have the Blaze running their live coverage right now. They've got a graphic of Biden in a hospital gown in a wheelchair scrolling across the bottom.
Here we go. Here you go. This is from the New York Times. I know. Let me see if I can send it to you in the chat. Where
in the YouTube chat?
No, in the here we go.
Walk?
No, just in the chat here in Zoom.
Oh, I don't have that opened. Hang on. Where is the chat? Oh, there it is.
Oh, you know what I can do? Fuck it. I can share screen. There. Bam. Share screen. All right, let me do this with this too. Okay, so the folks at home can follow along with us. This is that district I told you about. Guaranteed blue. And
okay.
I mean, I could tell you what towns are in here if we just went on a town by town basis, but we can't. So here's how it looks. Right? Like DeLauro won in 2016. What year is this? By the New York Times, August 2017. So this is just the 2016 results for DeLauro, the House rep who's from Connecticut. Okay, so she won New Haven 33,000 to 3,000. So that's 10-1. She won Milford almost 2-1. She won Hamden almost more than 3-1. She won Stratford more than 2-1. She won Wallingford almost 2-1. She won West Haven almost 3-1. She won Middletown almost 3-1. Well, 2.5-1. She won Brantford more than 2-1. She won New Haven almost 2-1, and Guilford more than 2-1. Not one of those towns was even close. Not even close. Right? And I can do that for House district. Let's do 5. Oh, I can't do it that way. All right. Let's do 2016 election results. Connecticut, 5th district. New York Times. Yeah, okay. So you see this right here? This is the district that we're talking about. It's this.
Okay.
Right? So Connecticut's 5th is going to be some of this. So let's see if we can find.
Plus, I forgot you have smaller counting, less population to count, so it's easier.
Oh, laser's on. All right. So let me get the participants panel open. Laser, allowed to talk. So there should be a thing in your bottom left corner. Laser, you on?
I think so.
All right. Let's hear just say a few things just to make sure I got your audio right on LBS.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I think people at home can too now. Awesome.
I can hear him.
Very cool.
So yeah, so this is Connecticut's. I want to get the 5th district though. House 5th district. Here we go. District is Este. So we can break this down by town. Okay, so Este barely won New Milford, lost Watertown, and wasn't 2-1 in like any of these towns until you get to the bigger cities. So that's a case where the district is actually not all that blue, but where District 3 is like, I mean, it's bluer than the shirt I'm wearing.
Right.
So Laser, are you coming, since you travel all over, where are you coming from now? Where did you cast a ballot? Where?
I'm in Ukraine, and I unfortunately ran out of time. I tried, but I would have had to overnight something. I would have had to find a way to print my ballot and then overnight it into New Hampshire, and I did not meet the timeline. So unfortunately, I did not actually get a vote this time. I tried. I went back and forth with the county clerk in New Hampshire because I just recently moved. I wasn't technically registered in any state, and then I left to overseas. So it took a lot of playing, and they emailed me a whole bunch of documents, and it would have been possible had I the time to get on about 2 weeks earlier, but I was unable to.
What on earth are you doing in Ukraine? Can you tell us without getting in trouble?
Yeah, I'm working on a medical team out in the Donbass region, which is that war-torn region that's been playing with Russia for the last 6 or so years.
Is that the eastern half of the eastern extreme of?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Probably 20 or 30 miles from several different borders over here.
All right. So how well have you been able to keep up with everything then?
Relatively. Not as well as I generally do, but relatively. I mean, I have Wi-Fi access and things like that. I am still in tune with the world as much as I want to be. I just try to avoid it because I don't like it.
All right. So why don't you clue people in? First things first, Dan and Laser, the camera that you see up here, it's kind of crappy. That's not what people are seeing at home, just so you know. There's just no good way to do 2 cameras to operate 2 different things. Holy crap, we just got a bunch of states in.
I'm still mostly just keeping my eye on Florida. I mean, Oklahoma was always going to go red. See, there's nothing reporting. Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. These states don't matter. I'm not looking at them. Illinois has gone blue. These are the given states. These don't matter. They were never going to change. They're never going to change. It is what it is. I'm literally just staring at Florida. Florida's literally sitting within 15, 20,000 votes. There are, I believe, 9. The 9 Western Panhandle districts still have yet to report anything.
Yeah.
They will, in all likelihood, all go red. However, who knows how much of the count still remains in the big cities in Florida. Right now, Florida, of everything on the map, to me, right now, Florida is the only thing that matters in any way. Ohio, it's still pretty early on. The gap in Ohio is very, very large, but there's only 30% reporting. I mean, there's a 400,000 person gap in a state of millions of people.
Well,
that's not too.
Yeah, I mean, Florida early on, when there were only 300,000 or so votes, and was like 62. Joe Biden was up almost double on Trump, but now Donald Trump has taken the lead barely.
It's by the skin of his teeth. It's meaningless still. It's
until that 81 becomes about 95, it's probably not going to mean anything. Now, I did say first 1 to 5 million wins. I could be proved wrong because maybe they get even better turnout than that.
I think they might
Where are we
come
at?
5 million.
Where are we at now? Is it
Okay.
the one on
40,
top?
48.
No, I mean, how many is this? The one that's at the number
you-
on top right now of 8 million each?
No, Florida is at 4.8 million apiece.
Can you
4.8
see the share screen that I got going on right now, Dan? In Zoom?
Yeah, I can see the Zoom one.
Yep. So you see how I can go from state to state and show you the results state to state?
Yeah. No, I'm looking at the total there. I figured out what I was looking at. But I don't know if you can see it, if it's just my end, but on YouTube, my camera is completely locked up.
Complete ass.
But I can see Zoom just fine. So I don't know if that's
All right,
my end.
here's what I can do. Here's what I can do. Zoom Dan. Properties. Oh, because Zoom changed size on me. Oh yeah, because Zoom constantly does that. Yep. All right. Well, unless they stop screen sharing, then it's going to be a bitch to pull you in. So.
No,
so
it's
be
fine.
it.
I guess it's your channel. I wanted you to know what I was seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to have you on, but unfortunately, Zoom constantly changes everything anytime you touch anything. So I usually reserve that sort of thing for like interviews where I don't have to touch anything. So
yeah.
All right. So there are some called states. I don't know how many results are coming in. Biden has been called for Vermont, 69 to 28. No surprise there, even with only a 16% reporting. 3% reporting. Joe's up 62-36 in New Hampshire. That's nothing right now. They're calling Mass with nothing reported. All right, here's this list of states they're calling for Joe with nothing reported: Mass, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Illinois. Yo, so
I could have called those for Joe Biden in 1994, not knowing who Joe Biden was, because whoever's name says Democrat wins those states. Again, I'm not even paying attention to those. I'm really not.
All right, so Dan seems to think that the map in the end is going to look basically exactly like 2016, except that he might win New Hampshire. So what are your thoughts?
I think it will look very, very, very similar. I think that between Nevada, Colorado, and New Mexico, there is a pretty decent possibility that one of the three flips red. I don't know which. And with that said, I also think there's a decent shot that he loses either Wisconsin or Michigan, which he won last time.
Well, yeah.
Other than that, I also expect a very similar map.
How about PA? That seems to be a huge. I mean, to me,
I don't know. And after Florida, that's the second biggest piece on either side of this.
I mean, that's what I said in the beginning of the show here, that the entire election rests on basically those two states.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, they're worth what, 49 between the two, something like that.
29 in Florida, 20 in PA.
Okay, yeah, so it is 49 between the two. It's, yeah. Again, as usual, 80% of this country is a bunch of gimme states.
Yeah.
And then you're really only fighting over two or three major pieces. And if one of them wins one and the other one wins two, the one that wins one has to win all the small pieces, like New Hampshire.
So does your map have Trump winning in the AC?
In the what?
In the Electoral College.
At the moment, no. It's 55-85 Biden.
No. I mean, so your map, if you were to draw it out based on what you've expected, your projected map.
My draw up? Oh, man, I have not had time to fully draw one up. I began doing it earlier today, actually, just to give myself an idea.
All right, well, we could probably do it for you real quick. You said take 2016 and then what?
So here, I actually have the 2016 map open because I was just doing this. So I think that between Colorado, Nevada, and New Mexico, Trump wins one of those three. And I think he has shots in New Mexico or Nevada. I could be wrong, but I feel like one of those two states is up for grabs. I think Colorado has only shifted further blue, unfortunately, and I think that's just going to be what it is.
Right.
I think Minnesota has a small possibility of going red, which would be fascinating, but also that state has been literally war-torn this year.
That was blue in 2016, right?
It was indeed, and it's generally been blue for, I mean, all of eternity.
Been blue since
And
70
as usual, if you look at a breakdown of the district maps in the state of Minnesota, Minnesota is like 99% red, but it doesn't matter because the MSP area is big and blue and has most of the state's population. However, it was also literally war-torn and ravaged this year under blue leadership at state and local levels. And I wonder if at least some people there are feeling that, hey, we elected hardline Democrat mayor, governor, and Minneapolis was literally lit on fire and firebombed and shot, stabbed, and burned to pieces. And I would be very interested. I think Minnesota will stay blue, but I think there's actual possibility it shifts otherwise. Other than that, I don't see any changes in the entire Northeast, except maybe New Hampshire. But even that, I honestly expect to go blue. I don't really see any significant changes there. I think it is going to look very, very similar, and I think the up for grab states this time around are either New Mexico, Nevada, Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, or Michigan. I feel can either go either way, and I think Minnesota actually has a chance of flipping. Other than that, I think what's red is red and what's blue is blue. Nothing's ever going to change the Northeast or the West Coast from being deep blue. Nothing's ever going to change the American heartland in the South from being red. So I guess I have about 6 states that actually matter.
Yeah, so I think what you just suggested is basically a Trump win, but very narrow.
I think so, but again, it's narrow enough that all of it in either direction hinges on single states. If Pennsylvania goes one way or the other, that could be the deciding factor. If Ohio goes one or the other, that could be the deciding factor. There's a small chance, but it even gets close enough where a combination of states like Nevada and Minnesota could flip this with their 16, or a state like Michigan with 16.
Did you get a chance to see the map that I drew based on my predictions?
I don't think I did.
All right, let's see if I can pull that up for everybody. Let's see if I have that. Is this my actual prediction? Yeah, it is. All right. So new share screen. I'm gonna do. It looks like that one. All right. Can you see it should be a 270 to win laser?
Yep.
All right, let me make sure I got this on here. So everyone can stay at home can watch. All right, so this is my map. There is some change from 2016. In 2016, if you can see on the right here, Nebraska has District 2 is going to go blue. That is because that I think is the Lincoln district, and from what I understand, that district has been kind of like a place where things have gotten centralized, and when that tends to happen, it tends to get blue. So like centers have moved more towards the middle in terms of geography in that area.
What I'll say for Nebraska is that 1 in 2016 it did go full red.
Yep.
And 2, I worked out in Nebraska for about a year. And a lot of my colleagues were born and bred Nebraskans, mostly from central and western Nebraska. I can definitely confirm that Lincoln is a city center in Nebraska. I can also confirm that every single person in the state of Nebraska who lives west of Nebraska would burn Lincoln to the ground if they could get away with it. They detest the place, they detest the people in it, they detest everything about it. And I learned that Nebraska has astonishingly high property taxes because, as was made very clear to me and reiterated by everyone I spoke to out there, the entire western Nebraska is farmland and ranch land. It's essentially old homesteader families with gargantuan properties. So when you property tax the hell out of them by the acre, these people who are just kind of doing their own small thing, mostly with their own small farms, small ranches, just making their money, get taxed into unbelievable oblivion, while the people in Lincoln and Omaha don't give a damn because they don't have land. So their property taxes are infinitesimal, but they do have the population centers to vote in the people who want to increase the property taxes. So Lincoln and Omaha are an example of 2 cities that literally are burning the entire state badly. And they are detested, absolutely just abhorred throughout the state of Nebraska. Once you get west of Lincoln, the entire Nebraska is basically a farm.
Yeah. So some other things that I have on here. I have Wisconsin being lost to blue. And basically what I did, Lasers, I said any district, I took the consensus voting, gave Trump all of the swings, and then said, find me where Biden has a 4-point or less lead, and I'm going to give it to Trump. So that's because there's a clear flaw that's built into polling, which is that Democrats tend to skew young, which means they tend to not turn out as well as Republicans. So that's where I think the 4 points comes from, and that's basically where Trump won those states that he won in 2016 that were swing states.
Derek,
So
I noticed that you give Arizona to Biden. Explain that. That's very interesting to me.
Right now, Biden actually has a pretty substantial lead in Arizona in terms of the polls. And I think that the reason that it has gone more blue, and Dan can actually speak to this, is the California exodus, which has...
Okay. I
Still
would buy
don't
that.
see it. I still don't see it holding blue though.
Neither do I.
I'm leaning 65% red.
Okay. So
I can't. The enthusiasm I've seen the last month, I haven't seen anything for Biden, and multiple weekends, 90-mile-hour Trump, 90-mile-long Trump trains. It's the enthusiasm out here is just through the roof.
So
Which
all right.
necessarily mean it's going to hold, but I don't see anybody excited over Biden.
So the other one I have that's blue that would be a flip from 2016. First things first, I have Trump flipping New Hampshire. You said that's going to stay blue. Laser.
I think there's a decent chance it does. I think it's close to a coin flip, but if I had to choose one, I would say New Hampshire winds up blue.
So here's why I think that New Hampshire is going to wind up red. So in 2016, Hillary won that state by like 1,000 votes. So that's nothing. The other thing is that Trump voters, when they go to the booth this year, aren't voting with holding their noses as they vote. They're voting with like MAGA hats on and Trump flags. The other thing is that there's a huge libertarian contingent in New Hampshire that did not vote for Trump in 2016 that is voting for Trump this year. So I think there's all of that. And Sennello, as a Republican, has pissed off even Republicans in his own state to a point where even they're motivated more in 2016 than they were to actually go out and vote. So I think there's a whole lot of, we'll call them hidden Republicans in New Hampshire that are going to come out of the woodwork that weren't there. So that's my prediction going in. PA is basically the exact same theory, except extrapolated. So Philadelphia, for all intents and purposes, did not turn out in 2016. And it was because Hillary Clinton was like the worst candidate ever. So Hillary Clinton was such a bad candidate, she lost to Donald Trump in 2016. So I think you're going to see a much larger turnout in Philadelphia, which is why I'm saying it's going to go blue, especially now that the polls have the exit polls had Biden at like, I think 9 or 10% in PA.
All right, I'll play with those things. I think New Hampshire goes blue because there's been very, very heavy blue push in New Hampshire, being surrounded by blue states, the home of Bernie Sanders on one side, Massachusetts on the other side, Connecticut's a close ride south. There's been a heavy blue push. I mean, remember, Sanders almost won an election in New Hampshire pretty recently. I don't think it's such a stretch at all for New Hampshire to go blue. And I think Pennsylvania has a decent shot of staying red, because I also think that communities in rural Pennsylvania that would be bothered to vote simply because they're in very, very rural communities, and voting is not as easy as a city center where every single public school is converted into a voting site. I think that those communities, which make up a very large portion of Pennsylvania, will now feel extremely inclined to come out and vote. So those are going to be my counterpoints, and I gotta hope, right?
Yeah, so that would mean that you think that there's something wrong with the polls, because the polls are, sorry, not wrong with the polls. Sorry, in PA, you think there might be? Do you think there's something wrong with the polls?
Potentially, but I've also long since learned that, frankly, I just don't think I trust any of these polls. I mean, both as a person who's gotten these phone calls in the past, and frankly, you just want them to get the hell off the phone. I don't think a lot of people take any of these polls seriously for shit.
How about the idea How about the idea of Republicans lying on the phone?
Also possible.
I mean, have you heard
literally
this?
anything is possible. I just don't think there's any legitimacy to these phone polls, and I think they're done so that media outlets have something to talk about and act like things are happening when in fact nothing is actually happening, and none of these numbers are meaningful.
Okay, so Susan Collins, I have her losing in the Senate, and I have that being the only seat that changes. Everything else is just a hold because Republicans hate her, Democrats hate her. She's getting ousted.
I'll buy that. I don't know.
Well,
I have to look at what seats are really up. I haven't given that as much thought, truthfully.
If you're right on Arizona, Mike, that I'd hate to admit it, but then I think we lose
Kelly?
the senator in Arizona too.
So Kelly wins?
Yeah, I think there's probably enough close. I don't think we're going blue, but under your map, it would be another senator there.
Well,
I don't think Arizona goes blue without Kelly winning.
Do you guys do district voting for your senators, or is it just statewide?
Statewide.
Okay.
But we may as well be district, like I said, with Maricopa County. As Maricopa County if you win Maricopa County by any significant margin, you carry the state.
Okay. So how about this then? Laser, can you see the map that I have that I have on screen? That's the 270 to win map.
Yes.
Check this out. I'm going to take that Nebraska district. I'm going to make it red. Now look at the vote count.
See what I mean? And just like that, I mean, I think it really could come down to a single small state. I think one small state, a state with 6, 7, 8, 10 votes, could actually swing this whole thing.
Well, I mean, I said in my run-up analysis on Sunday night that Trump needs to win Alaska. Like, it's a weird thing to think about, but he needs to win Alaska.
It is. It's a silly thing to say because nobody gives a damn because they don't even have 1 million people. But at the end of the day, you might be right.
Right, like that. It might be that close.
Yep. Alaska is very interesting politically because it's, I mean, if you take a look at it objectively, it's maybe the reddest state. Technically speaking, they have no sales tax, no income tax. They don't tax dividends. They have no firearms laws. They generally just don't have a lot of laws. On the flip side, Anchorage has like 70% of the state's population or something, and is a relatively large city with a relatively big city mindset, yet somehow it's an unbelievably red state. They cling to their redness. It's a bizarre place, and it's a place where the people actually get regular payments from the oil dividends from the government of Alaska. There's a lot that makes Alaska just a very unique sort of place.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to go red. I think it's consistently red. It's just the fact that they have no laws and don't want to change any of that is too red, I think, a mindset for it to ever go blue and for them to risk their guns, risk suddenly being taxed more and things like that. I think they kind of cling to their very niche, tiny culture. Alaska is not for everybody. And I think the people who are there really like it as it is.
You want an update from Florida?
Hit me. I walked away from the screen for 2 seconds. I know he was up.
86% reporting. The lead has expanded. Trump is up 50.5 to 48.7. Vote count is 5.2 mil to 5 mil.
Still bloody close.
Still bloody close. Yeah, I want to see that 200,000 vote count difference at like 99%.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, they're going to ask for 7 recounts
because it's Florida, and
that's what they do.
So you're yeah. So you guys are aware of what's going to happen if Trump wins, right?
They're going to discount the whole thing. They're going to claim Putin did it. No matter what happens, the aftermath over the next several days to several weeks is going to be borderline apocalyptic, and that's just how this is going to go.
Laser's probably in a calmer war zone than we'll be in.
You might be right.
Wow. All right. Hey guys, I'm going to try to bring this in. Let's see if this is possible. All right. My local results are coming in, so I'm going to see if I can share that real quick.
You can get through there.
All right. Can you guys see that video feed that's coming in? Hillary Ram and Billy Buckby?
Yes.
All right, let me see if I can pull this into OBS.
Who's that? Where or what state's that?
Oh, that's my local stuff.
Was that to be expected?
Kind of.
Okay.
Here it is, Mike Fumedia. That's what I want. Oh, but it's a video, so I have to do a whole bunch of nonsense to get that to happen. So let me just do this, and do this, and we'll do this. All right, I'm going to turn the volume. Can you guys actually hear anything? Oh, he's just not doing anything. He's got no sound coming in. All right, hell yeah. 2 of 6 precincts reporting Billy Buckby is up 68 to 32. All right, that's the guy I voted for. So I don't know if anyone's coming in from New Milford here, but it looks like Billy he's got a pretty insurmountable lead, even with only 2 of 6 precincts reporting. Okay, so I guess he's we're looping it here. All right, well, I guess you guys probably don't care about this, so we'll get back to the States. What time is it where you are in the Ukraine?
0320.
Yeah?
I've pretty much committed to staying up this entire night.
Are you going to stay for the final results?
I can physically stay awake that long. I might make the effort. But we'll see how I'm at 8 o'clock in the morning after being awake 24 hours.
So I own a garage. I own a garage. Sorry, I'm renting a garage at the south side of my town, which is kind of a little bit more urban area. It's just where all the commerce is and like big parking lots and stuff. It's not a big town here. I think we're at 28,000. I think the census, when they post their results in March, is going to have us probably around 25 or 24 because Connecticut sucks. The landlord came to me and said, I need you guys to start locking the chain link fence that goes towards the garage at one point, because he was like, if Trump wins, every major city in the country is on fire, instantaneously on fire.
Right.
Yeah,
he is right.
And the thing is that, like, have you guys seen these reports? Like what Wolfie said on Twitter? Like, it's a shame that these businesses are boarding up their doors 3 days before the election. This is Trump's America. And I'm like, no, this is your America. You guys did this. You guys are the ones destroying cities. You really think that Trumper supporters are going to, Republicans, red voters, if you will, are going to burn down cities if Biden wins? No. We got jobs to do. We got mouths to feed. Not happening. You know? But yeah, I mean, Kenosha is going to be in flames. Portland will secede. You know what? This might be the best thing to happen if Trump wins ever, because you might actually get that secessionist movement out in Oregon to take hold.
They just had a Zoom call 2 nights ago that I was in on. The entire West, not just U.S., but secession movements from Baja all the way up to British Columbia and Alaska was in on it.
Well, wonderful. Let them go.
Yeah.
So this is a book, Elliot, I think, or Laser, you might like. I actually kind of didn't. It's American Secession by Frank Buckley. I saw F.H. Buckley and I got excited, and it's not William H. Buckley.
I may or may not own it.
Okay. I thought it was kind of trash because it made trash arguments. And the thing is that, like, I should be somebody who should be easy to convince, you know?
Right.
And it didn't convince me. It was extremely unconvincing for me.
Let me see. I may or may not have purchased this at some point. I have not yet read it, but I remember encountering it. Not sure. Probably have it on a bookshelf somewhere.
All right, I am just gotta bring this down. Close my laptop to get at that book. And then I gotta bring the Zoom over to here. Okay. But yeah, so yeah, I thought that's a book I think you might find interesting. I think he makes a poor case for secession. But yeah, I mean, I if Trump wins and Portland goes up in flames, like it absolutely definitely will. In fact, I don't know if it's actually going to go up in flames. I think.
All right, we have our first results in for the 108th district.
Sorry. So Mike is sorry. I'm trying. Pat Callahan, 108th district in Connecticut. Pat Callahan has won the 108th district in Connecticut. Let me see if I can get Mike's video feed up for everybody at home. Let's see if we can get
going
him
out
on.
to an early lead here, taking down these votes from the odd
62 to 38 in that district.
Switching
and
over to the 67th district, we have 2 of 6 precincts reporting there. Those are 5 voting precincts as well as the absentee ballots, so a total of 6 precincts there. Billy Buckby maintaining a lead with 68% of the votes. We are still waiting on East Street School, on Schaghticoke, and yeah.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I was just keeping an eye on my local elections here because, folks, the local stuff is what's going to matter most. The local stuff is what's going to matter most. You know, that's the stuff that's going to have a direct impact on your day-to-day life in a way that the Nationals just won't. All right. Trump is now up by over 2% in Florida, 88% reporting, 5.3 mil to 5.1 mil.
I'm going to say that hopefully bodes well because you still have Panhandle, which will go more conservative.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. They're calling some other states where there are actually results that they seem to be pathetic. All right. Here's Tennessee, 17% reporting. We kind of knew this was going to be red. I live there. I just came from Cookeville, moved back to Connecticut. Laser's probably going to call me an idiot.
You are an idiot, Mike. Why'd you do that to yourself?
Blame it on COVID. Blame everything on COVID. 17% reporting. Don is up 71.7%, which is up 71 to 27, which is 381,000 to 143,000. I don't think that that's really news because, quite frankly, that Tennessee is the most blood red state I've ever been to, and I've been to Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana and Georgia. I've lived in Georgia.
Man, you'd say more than Mississippi and Alabama. Mississippi and Alabama still fully live in the 19th century, and I think it's wonderful.
I mean, statistically, they're the most ass backward states, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, on virtually every statistical measure there is. I won't say why. I won't say why because we will get yeeted from YouTube if we say why.
That is the deep South. That is where people fully go, noodling for catfish with their bare hands and have 4 teeth, and life is just good. They're happy, and it's awesome. I love it down there, except for the humidity.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do. I love it down there.
When did you live there?
I've never lived there. I've just been there a whole bunch of times, and I spent a month in New Orleans, actually,
I couldn't
working
live in New
COVID
Orleans.
hospitals. And then, I've been through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama at least 3 times each. Over the course of
Laser. Do you want to? How? So you've dealt with COVID a lot.
Pretty good amount. Yeah, I did 3 consecutive contracts exclusively for COVID.
All right, then let's do it. Let's see if we can get this stream canceled. Tell us about COVID.
What would you like to know, Mike?
There's an H word that I don't know if I'm even allowed to say on YouTube.
Do it.
My moxymorphin. It rhymes with my moxymorphin. So I don't know. I mean, have you had to deal with my oxymorphin?
I have not.
No. Have you read anything on it?
I have, and the literature is not impressive in truth. Some very, very small things that maybe suggested it's helpful, but realistically, not really. People have seen as much success, interestingly, with antibiotics, which theoretically shouldn't make a difference in a virus. There is genuinely no very good answer yet in terms of an actual treatment. There are a couple things that are relatively new that look pretty promising and are having some success buying time. But there is definitely no vaccine yet, despite Russia's claims. I mean, Russia has one and they released it. They just skipped the most important part of the entire trial. Yeah. So they basically made it in the lab and it didn't kill the first 5 rats, and they figured Yep, we're ready. We did it. We're the first in the world. Look at us. I would not let it into my body personally, but other than that, there is nobody even claiming to have one yet. Nobody's claiming to have an actual fix for it yet.
Yeah,
Anybody who is claiming to have one is just lying.
Yeah, there's mass production happening in UK while the clinical trials are going on. There's mass production happening here for clinical trials based on a company here that's doing research in Atlanta. That's a case of they're mass producing it in advance of it probably passing clinical trials. So
well, they're hoping they're passing clinical trials. They're mass producing in advance. If it does pass clinical trials, then they can roll it straight out the door. And if one of those clinical trials turns out to put 5 people on the ground, they will fully then just go to the federal government, who I'm sure is subsidizing a large piece of it, and we'll say, hey, we just hemorrhaged $500 million. We're going to ask you for that money back now.
I mean, that said, the FDA rollbacks, good Trump. Right? Like I wish he would do this with everything when it comes to the FDA. Like there's no reason that drugs that are available in Sweden in 3 years take 12 to become available in the US.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I have a lot of qualms with the FDA. I also personally don't even believe in the entire notion of prescription laws. That's just me. And I think it's pretty silly that you can buy Tylenol over the counter, which is one of the most lethal medications that you can put in a pill. However, a drug like Zofran, which is by and large an extremely benign substance with extremely useful purposes for a lot of patients, is prescription only.
Yeah, the same thing is true with boner pills. Like,
well, boner pills actually do make a difference. Interestingly, boner pills were not actually supposed to be that. They came about as a trial initially looking to treat pulmonary hypertension.
Yeah, blood thinning, right?
No, not blood thinning. So essentially, literally, just hypertension that's exclusively in your pulmonary vasculature, which has all sorts of cardio effects. Essentially, if your blood then has to pump out with a lot more force to force it through your pulmonary vasculature because the pressure in there is higher that it's now having to fight against, otherwise known as afterload from the right side of the heart, then you wind up with hypertrophy of the right side of your heart. It's a real problem, and it's a common problem, and they made this drug to fix it. And for the record, it does do that pretty well. It is marketed by the same company as the exact same drug in a different box with less boner suggestive stuff called Revatio, where it's marketed 100%. Revatio is a pulmonary hypertension medication. It is also exactly the same drug in a different bottle. There is no difference, because it turns out that in trials, one thing they were noting is, hey, great, this works, and also everybody in the trials spiking off some boner. What's up? And then they realized, hey, you know what makes more money than pulmonary hypertension? Infinite boners.
Infinite boners.
That makes a lot more money. I mean, on porno sets, they literally have like candy bowls. Seen documentaries about this stuff. They literally just have bowls.
Documentaries of pornos. Yes.
That's right. Yeah, for study, for research.
Yes.
But it's the truth, because like a movie, they might have to shoot a scene 5 times. And I don't care who you are, you can't do this for 6 straight hours. But you can have to top of these things like Skittles. Viagra is worth billions of dollars. It's worth a lot more than the people of pulmonary hypertension. And so they were like, the hell with this whole cardiac problem thing. Let's just sell it for people's dicks. And so they did, and got very rich. And everybody wins. And then they did still market it. They just slapped a different sticker on the bottle and marketed the exact same drug as Revatio, which is for pulmonary hypertension. But you'll also see generic Viagra used for pulmonary hypertension constantly. It was a weird thing when I got into medicine, and you see elderly women with Viagra prescriptions, and it's because they have pulmonary hypertension. But so there is a real physiological piece of drugs like Viagra. Those do have very significant effects that can swing you one way or the other. But there are many, many relatively benign drugs, or at least drugs that are significantly more benign than some of the things over the counter. Again, like Tylenol. Tylenol is an incredibly lethal medication. You can take 100 ibuprofen and maybe get your stomach lavaged.
So, all right. So just so people know,
You'll be all right. You know.
Oh, I probably shouldn't be doing this
What's
on this
that?
page just yet. So you should probably just tell people like what you do for a living real quick, so that people understand where this medical background is coming from.
I'm a critical care paramedic. I have almost a decade of experience. I've worked everywhere from very big cities to very, very rural towns. I've worked ambulances, interfacility, 911, helicopters, airplanes. I've been an instructor at a major university. I've been a manager, an administrator, an educator, a field coach. I worked for several pro sports teams. I worked for a lot of major music festivals. I worked a lot of various other events, including the College National Finals Rodeo, all kinds of fun stuff. And then I got into contracting, and that's what's taken me overseas.
So about these infinite boners. So so like what would be an example of a drug that is just like there's no need for it to be OTC. There's no need for it to be prescribed.
A drug like Zofran. So Zofran is a very, very common. It's pretty much the first line antiemetic, anti-nausea drug
in the
that's used
67th
in
district
most
coming up
of
here.
at least the Western world, which is what I have knowledge of. It's also known as ondansetron, which is the generic name for it. It's recurrent nausea, vomiting outside of pregnancy, because then you run into anything outside of that. So Zofran, anybody taking chemotherapy drugs is probably going to have pretty much a standing, infinitely refillable Zofran prescription. A lot of people on a lot of other medications that have nausea and vomiting as side effects are just going to be tossed Zofran. Zofran is used so blithely that a lot of sort of a narcotic, because in some people narcotics do result in nausea or vomiting. Just prophylactically, they automatically follow every narcotic administration up with Zofran. I personally disagree with that. I'm against putting more meds into people than they need. I will wait, and if somebody says they're nauseous, I will nip it in the bud. But that's just me. A lot of clinicians, nurses, physicians, paramedics, PAs, NPs, it doesn't matter. A lot of clinicians administer with Zofran. Zofran, unless you are taking one of a handful of other medications that a couple of very, very specific cardiac electrical conditions, Zofran is as close to a benign, effective drug as you can find. And I mean, this stuff is given out like candy in every ambulance and hospital in North America and Western Europe at the very least. There is no need for a drug like that to be prescription, in my personal opinion. Especially not if you're going to have medications like Tylenol, which seriously, if you take a bottle of Tylenol, you die. One single medication.
Well, yeah, because it overloads your liver.
Then
right?
you maybe have a chance. Otherwise, completely. Day 1, you're sick. Day 2, your liver fails. Day 3, if you don't recover, you're probably dead within 48 hours. For replacement, since you just intentionally killed yourself.
All right, we had a timeout for you. So it was day 1, you're sick as hell. Day 2, your liver fails. Day 3,
you either recover or you don't, generally. But yeah, by and large, day 1 you're sick. Day 2 to 3 your liver is going to fail, and then you'll either recover or you won't. They'll dialyze your liver to find the acetaminophen with a drug called N-acetylcysteine. I mean, at that point, I hope you believe in some kind of deity and you pray real hard, because maybe you live, maybe you can go buy 8 million of it at Walmart for $5. Zofran you can't get.
Yeah. All right. So we were
It's
on
silly.
we were on a path of COVID.
You can't get 500 milligrams. So just to come back to it, nobody has a real answer for this. Nobody. I don't care about myself. Nobody yet has a real answer. It is genuinely very, very contagious. Yes, it has a slight know if you're under 50 and you don't.
Man, we are getting like 3 words out of 10 from you.
It is pretty much me.
Man, that's a bummer. I think we're about to. It must be all that Russian interference, Russian meddling with our stream,
Russian suppression.
Yeah, Laser. I think I might have to
trying to change my vote on COVID.
Yeah. So we got that it's highly contagious. Me and Dan have already talked about.
You
how
can
it's
drop
highly
me if I'm
contagious.
cutting it out.
Yeah, we might do that. We might do that just because, like, and then
Yeah,
you can just jump in the chat, in the YouTube chat.
That part is genuine.
Shit. All right. Well,
basically, really, if you have.
Laser. I'm sorry, man. We just got nothing coming in from you. We're getting like 3 words out of 10.
Am I still
at best. We're getting 3 words out of 10 from you at best. So I think. Thanks for coming on. We'll have to do a COVID talk sometime. All right.
Absolutely.
Laser.
Have a good one, gents. I'll
See you,
keep an eye on you guys.
All right. See you.
Yeah.
All right. Florida's gap has widened to 2.5%. Trump is up 5.3 to 5.1 million. That is a state that we've, of course, got our eye on. Let's see. There are some red states that had a chance to go blue, which would be Georgia, where Trump is up 16 points, 714,000 to 534,000, 25% reporting. Florida is still at 88% reporting. North Carolina is leaning blue, 69% reporting, with Joe Biden up 52.5 to 46.4. That is 2 million to 1.8 million. Just out of curiosity, love to see what my home state is. Biden up 53.45. Not a big surprise. Only 58,000 to 49,000 with 6% reporting. PA 6% reporting again. Holy crap! This must be Philly. 77% to 20%. Joe Biden up 299,000 to 77,000. Up in Illinois, which we kind of had as a lock anyways. So they've called Illinois with 8% reporting. Biden up 58 to 40 with 292,000 to 203,000. Ohio is, 53% reporting. Biden is up 55 to 43, 1.7 mil to 1.3 mil. Losing PA and Ohio is going to be huge. Michigan has some statistics coming in. 8% reporting. Donald Trump up 58.1 to 40%. Vote count 257,000 to 177,000.
That's a little bit hopeful, but
okay. Billy Mo Buckby now has an insurmountable lead on Hillary Ram at 5,707 votes to 2,716 votes with 4 of 16 precincts reporting. Let's see what Mike has to say.
We're going to fill you in real quick on what's happening in the 108th District State Representative race, with Patrick Callahan taking 55%, 374 votes to 302 votes over Danette Onofrio. So Callahan winning both New Milford districts. We are waiting to hear from New Fairfield, Sherman, and Danbury as far as the winner of that race. But both precincts in New Milford going in favor of the Republican Patrick Callahan.
Okay, so for anyone who didn't catch that, in my hometown, in the 108th district, which is a split district, both districts went red, barely, but they did go red. Let's see what Mike has to say.
Was that expected?
Kind of. So the 108th district is one of these districts that's a complete purple district in New Milford. So it extends out to Sherman, New Fairfield, and a tiny bit of Danbury. So it covers a few towns in my area. One of the towns that it includes is a part of my hometown, and that part of my hometown tends to be very purple. And by purple, I mean could go one way or the other. But I think New Milford is kind of like a good petri dish for the general population here, because New Milford is pink. So if New Milford goes blood red in these type of elections, it can be kind of a good barometer for how things are going, around the country, because we are a very pink town that will vote blue, will vote red.
What percent in is for Texas?
Let's see. We got 48% in. Joe Biden up less than a percentage point. Oh my God. He's up 3.16 million to 3.11 million. So this is extremely close. This is extremely close.
Too close for my comfort.
Yeah. The gap in Florida is widening. 89% reporting. This is going to be an insanely high turnout. This is going to be an insanely high turnout in Florida.
Oh, what's up there? North Dakota is starting to go red.
Yep. 7% reporting with only 25. It's pathetic. That state has no people in it.
There's 12 people voting in North Dakota this year. And they're all one family arguing among each other.
That's where like me and 4 of my friends could completely flip a state.
Yeah. And they're going cow tipping after the vote.
Yep. Yeah. 7% reporting in North Dakota. Don up 53 to 43, 14,000 to 11,000. That state will go. That state's as red as it comes. So that'll be a fairly sure win.
And hopefully South Dakota too.
They have. This is all AP according to the AP, and I'm using Google to aggregate this. But the locks, the declared victories are being declared not by Google, but by the AP apparently. And we have, let's see.
Thought they weren't going to allow it.
What?
What changed? I thought they weren't going to allow any declared victory on election night. I thought Facebook, Google, Twitter all said you will not be permitted to declare a victory.
Well, did they say you could declare victory within a state?
Well, what's the difference if you know that state's going?
I don't know. The media, dude. The media is just dumb. The media is dumb. Right. I don't. Yeah. Google is stupid. I hate it. A little bit of reporting in Maine. Trump's leading in what little reporting we have in Maine.
And just so you know, Ed might be able to come on. I sent him the Zoom link.
Yeah, son. Yeah, man. I would love to have Ed's thoughts because I think Ed and Laser may have some disagreements here.
Oh, he said he might try to join later. That was 20 minutes ago.
All right. I mean, I think I might need an intermission here to get something to eat real quick, to microwave something real quick, and take a leak.
Yeah, I need to let the dog out.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, we're going to take a brief intermission. We will be back.
Vote or die, mother, vote or die. Rock the vote or else I'm gonna stick a knife through your eye. Democracy is founded on one simple rule. Get out there and vote or I will kill you. Yeah, I like it when you vote, bitch. Shake them titties when you vote, bitch. I slam my Jimmy through your mouth roof. Now get your big ass in the polling booth. I said vote, bitch, or I will kill you. Vote or die, mother, vote or die. Can't run from a 38, go ahead and try. Let your opinion be heard, you gotta make a choice. Cause after I slit your throat, you won't have a voice. Vote or die. Vote or die.
Okay, I'll vote.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear Elliot. Mike?
Yeah.
Mike, can you hear Ollie, the axe attack?
Yeah, I can hear everybody. Everybody's coming in just great. I just want to make sure I got all right.
Is Laser still there?
No, he ditched. He's apparently in Ukraine.
Well, that I knew, but didn't know much else about him.
Yeah, well, his internet sucks. Surprise.
Yeah, well, I can't believe I actually heard him. I turned on the freaking thing and I heard Laser's voice. And I'm like, damn, it's from across the world.
We were so ready to have a hilarious conversation about infinite boner pills, and then the Russian bots came in and interfered.
What?
Or it could be the Ukrainian women that heard infinite.
Why were you talking about my brother's boner?
Saw a rich American.
Mike, you can't be without a member of the staff.
Well, it's November 3rd. It's election day. We got to talk about infinite boners. Isn't that what you were voting on?
I'm pretty sure I'm missing a joke.
We were voting on dicks.
All right, Elliot. So I don't know if you got a chance to catch our takes. So I'm going to do some share screening with you. And then that way you can chime in. Elliot, let folks know you live in New Hampshire now, right?
Yes, sir.
So we are streaming. So if you don't want to get yourself in trouble.
I'm always ready to go.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm a cowboy, so I'm always ready to go. I mean, I'm not going to turn on the video just yet because I'm still pretty naked, so I hope the video's not on.
No, you're audio only.
If I am naked.
No, I mean it's too much. It's too much of a bitch with Zoom's API for me to bother.
Okay, good.
With video with you guys right now. All right, so I'm going to share. I think it's this one. All right, what we're going to do is I'm going to make Florida neutral again. Dan, tell me if you can see Florida changing color to neutral.
Yes,
it's great.
That's a good one.
Okay, so let me make sure I have that one on OBS. Nope. We want full. That one. Yep. Okay. So now people can follow along at home. We've done this before with everybody that's come on so far, but let's see let's see. We want to do.
What are you doing with everyone that comes on? What are you doing with me?
Making you pass the test. All right, so I'm going to turn Florida to red. So this, Elliot, is my map, my prediction going in.
Sweet.
I don't know how well you've been able to keep up with the real-time data. First things first, you worked the polls today, right?
Yeah, I helped stand with a lot of polls with holding the Republican signs.
Oh, all right. That's what you mean by working the polls. I thought you were actually
No, I didn't do any election official stuff, if that's what you mean.
Who did you specifically campaign for? Out of curiosity.
I was at Hooksett for a while, helping the 4 rep candidates, Yakubovich, Walsh, Boyd, and Levitt, and Jason Siverston for state senate. And the signs I was holding, some of them probably said Trump, Sununu, Corky Messner, Matt Mowers. I held all the signs. Then I went to Manchester for a little bit and held signs for Carla Garrick and a bunch of other local state rep candidates. And I bumped into some Chinese immigrants who were holding the Asian Americans for Trump signs, and I spoke to them. My Chinese isn't that good, but their English was decent enough, and they seemed to say that they were part of the PAC. There's a PAC here that has bought a lot of big billboards and stuff, and it says Asian Americans for Trump, and on bottom it says paid for by Asian Americans for Trump, so they're a PAC or something. They're pretty official, and we spoke to them for a while and gave them all the Liberty Block gear, like the social distancing tape measures. And then from Manchester, we went to Merrimack and helped out a bunch of other local candidates. There are 8 state reps running in Merrimack, and the state senator, Gary Daniels, and a bunch of others. And then we bounced around and met some other people. And then what? I don't know. And I came back here. Now I got to go to work.
So how long do we have you for?
Me? I don't know. A few more minutes.
All right. So take a look at this map. Tell me what you think.
I don't know what to think about anything because everything is so crazy in 2020. Anything can happen. I like that you have New Hampshire in pink. I do think New Hampshire is in play more than it has been in the past because unlike 2016, Trump is working here. And from what I see around me the last few years, I see Trump having a lot more momentum, meaning it's going to be close. What else you have there is Arizona, light blue, which unfortunately, again, I've said this before, but Arizona was always very red, considered the most pro-gun state with the freest laws, very conservative. Then I blinked and it became purple, apparently. And I blinked again, and in the last second, very recently it's become apparently a blue state. So again, these things are moving very fast. Same with Colorado, New Mexico, maybe Nevada. So Arizona, I don't know much about, but it would be sad to lose it, but whatever. Minnesota, Michigan, what do you have there in blue? It's too small. Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Wisconsin,
yeah, I always thought Minnesota was pretty blue. Wisconsin, I was upset when Walker lost re-election. I don't know much about him, but I thought Wisconsin was quite conservative, but then it all went blue. Did Trump win Wisconsin last time?
He won Wisconsin, he won Michigan, he won Pennsylvania, he lost New Hampshire, and he won. There's a seat in in Nebraska that I'm going blue because it's the Lincoln district.
Yeah, it's so hard to say. I think he could win Wisconsin, Minnesota, and all those states. Michigan too. He could lose them. I don't know exactly what he has to win. I think he has to win those, or at least one of those.
Well, there's some interesting has to wins. One of them is actually Alaska. That to me, in terms of his pathway to winning, Alaska's a must with its 3 votes. I think New Hampshire is one of these ones where, I mean, it's going to be so close that his pathway to victory.
He's going to need every point, right?
Yeah. So there's no way he wins. Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton, so because of that. And of course, the media's gaslighting of his entire tenure.
The surprise that I see is Clinton was a very, very bad candidate. Even on the Democrat side, her negatives were tremendous, right? The one thing she had going for her, as far as a positive, was that she's a female, which I think is very
the
big.
Identity politics, yeah.
Yes, it's just a woman, and women are a lot more likely to vote for women. I wrote an article about some of the poll numbers. Women do turn out a lot more than men. Women just vote more, and women do lean Democrat.
Yep.
So right there is a built-in advantage for Democrats. And when you have a woman on the ballot, the polling shows that women are a lot more likely to vote for a woman than a man is for a man. So women are actually more partisan based on gender, if that's how you want to put it. So Clinton had that going for her, whereas Biden is also a pretty terrible candidate, maybe not considered by the Democrats to be quite as corrupt as Clinton, but he loses the gender advantage that we're going to see in a few hours how big it was. I thought it was pretty big, and he loses that advantage. He's just another old white man who's a corrupt piece of crap, who's been in politics for 47 years and couldn't even be bothered to consider passing something like the First Step Act that Trump did in a few months. So we'll see if that matters. If Biden wins tonight, clearly the gender advantage that Clinton had, then it wouldn't be an advantage for Clinton. Then he clearly kind of get those same amount of women to vote for him. Also, another thing that I would disagree with most pundits is a lot of them are saying the big suburban women are leaving Trump in droves and Trump's losing all the suburban women. Again, it's hard to say. I don't know every suburban woman in the world. I know quite a few in my suburban town. Some of them are put off by Trump's politics. A lot of them are put off by Trump being a pig, quite frankly. But
Which
and
he
I
is.
think
I mean, there's no denying that. He's a pig.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's a pig. And we all knew he was a pig.
How do you get around the fact that Biden is sniffing everything in sight?
Yep.
Raping Tara Reid.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in fairness, part of Trump being a pig, first things first, his history is so much worse with women than Biden's. So much worse.
I would push back, and there's a lot to say about that. But one of them was credibly accused of rape, and one wasn't. But they're
Tara
both
Reid.
kids.
Tara Reid, you're right. You're right. Tara Reid. If you're going to split a hair, it's going to be Tara Reid. But like Trump's track record with women is not good. I mean, like just in the generic way that he treats women, has just until 2016
again, think of his life. He's had a few marriages. He's had openly he's had affairs and stuff. Not justified, but he's been the baller billionaire dude. Being with lots of women and pageants and being the WWE fighting Vince McMahon, hooking up with women. Whereas Biden was probably doing the same thing, but pretending to have one loyal wife, Jill, his whole life. Which is better? I don't know. If you're an open pig or if you're a politician who's most likely a pig and has lots of issues.
Here's the other half of him being a pig that Biden does not have. Trump's Twitter feed.
Yep.
Trump's Twitter feed sucks.
I mean, for sure. Trump is kind of a wild loose cannon, kind of a pig, a very interesting guy who, if you say is unstable, I can't really argue because he seems pretty crazy. On the other hand, he's very genuine and down to earth and normal considering he's a president. So I go back and forth on whether he's crazy, unstable, wild, loose cannon. and a pig, but also like some of his interviews, like with Dave Portnoy of Barstool, it was so genuine and so cool. And just the other day, like hearing him talk about, like, he sounds like me when he talks about good running backs. You know what I mean? Like no president does that. He's like, Christian Walker gets like 11 yards per carry. He's a pretty strong running back. I love when he carries the ball. No presidents talk like that. So in a sense, Trump is the most genuine bastard to ever be in DC. But on the other hand, he's a politician and he's a bombastic loose cannon pig. So I really see both sides of his personality being excellent or being terrible, and I totally understand both sides.
So, all right. So the result we have here, and I agree with you, the suburban women are, I think that they're going to decide the vote, because they always have. Well, have for the last 30
all I'm
years
saying is
anyways.
I'm not convinced that they all hate Trump and look like. I might be wrong, but I just don't see it so far.
Well, my mom is a suburban mom, and she doesn't like Biden. She's going to hold her nose and vote Biden because Trump's rhetoric. That's it, right? So the map I've shown you has Biden winning 270 to 268. So overall, I have Biden winning. They're in a very,
I hope it's not that close,
race.
because we're going to have a crisis if it's that close. You know it.
Well, I hope. I don't know. I mean, Florida is going to come in incredibly close, and I think we're going to get 2,000 again. But here's an interesting thing. You can see the map that I've got right here, right?
Yep.
Watch what happens when I take Nebraska's 2nd district and make all of Nebraska go red. Now look at the vote count.
Yep. Then we'd have pretty much civil war, and no one would deny that.
Yeah. So Elliot, we talked about this with Laser.
Yeah.
We talked about this with Laser. Check out this book. This is the book I think I told you about. Finally finished it.
American Secession. Buckley. Yeah, I think you've spoken about Buckley, right?
I actually didn't really like it. And dude, I should be easy to convince of this. And I did. He makes a pretty poor case. But for those watching at home, you can go. Oh, he just says that America's too big.
Oh, that's lame.
Right? He says that because it's too big, it's corrupt. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Burundi is incredibly small in terms of land area and population and is horribly corrupt. Rwanda, no, I would say that he's got the causal link backwards, if there even is one, and that is that because America is one of the least corrupt countries in the world, and Elliot, I mean, it is. Like, if we're going to compare it to Central Africa, the Middle East, most of Asia, South America, I mean, there are some countries that are less corrupt than the United States. Granted, but we're in the bottom 10% at least. And I think that's what has allowed us to be as big as we are.
I've written numerous articles that make a case, like 5 or 10 different cases for secession, like 5-10 different reasons, each of which on their own would stand strongly as a solid case for a breakup of the Union into at least 50 different states. I've written at least 2 articles about it on libertyblock.com. Just search for secession or independence, and you'll see these articles. I've written one.
I'll do it. You can't share that link on YouTube, so I'll do it for you.
Yeah. Thank you. And then I wrote just one general one, why we need to secede, and it speaks to both sides. Hey, Democrats, do you want, possibly the U.S. to possibly be run by people like Trump and McConnell and Paul Ryan and other evil right-wing bigots, yada, yada, yada? They'll ban abortion and they'll fry all the gays. Because they said that's what Pence would do, and Pence has electro-shocked and killed all the gays, right? In the last 4 years, they said that's what he would do. So do you want Republicans to run the country and have guns all over and ban abortions? And they'll say no. And then they say, Republicans, do you want Democrats? Those damn socialists want to tax you and ban all your guns. Do you want to live with them? No. Okay, so we all agree we should secede. That's one of the 10, 15 arguments I make. And so far, I've not even heard any decent, coherent argument against secession, besides but we're one nation under God, indivisible.
No. So Elliot, you heard my case against secession, right? Like that you have to accept that it is going to be an act of war in doing so. Or or what you're suggesting basically is returning to the Articles of Confederation, which what I would do is I would just say, all right, so I'm going to take. Oh, I don't have it here. I was going to say I'm going to go ahead and just take the Federalist Papers and say all but 3 of these are pretty damn good reason to stay in the Union, to have the federal republic that we have, right? I agree with you that what should be done in D.C. should be limited to basically border defense.
Can I propose? Can we consider having this debate sometime on Liberty Block Live debates?
What would be the major thesis?
secession and breakup into 50 independent states would be best for the union, for each of us, for all.
And you would envision
people
that
going forward.
as basically just instead of it being each state individually seceding, it would be just basically redrafting the Articles of Confederation.
Yep, trash everything and go back to totally 50 states. And then naturally the next day, those 50 state legislatures and governors would naturally come together for some common sense alliance to some degree, militarily, trade, and otherwise. But in our state constitutions or other documents or agreements, we would make sure that no federal central government ever is created, because now that we know how cancer works, it grows and it kills us. So we can't allow for any central.
That's our EMT, yeah.
Yep. And I wrote a whole article about that, comparing government and cancer. And throughout writing the article, I realized more and more similarities. Pretty incredible how similar they are, actually.
Yeah,
Government and cancer.
I mean, there's some area for disagreement there, man. Definitely.
Yes, and if we can have a debate.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
All right, so what else is going on?
But that said, so I mean, we kind of all acknowledge that all of the major cities are going to be in utter flames tomorrow morning if Trump wins, right?
Yes.
Yep, and even Democrats admit it by way of boarding up the.
Did you see Wolf Blitzer's post on Twitter?
No, I don't follow Wolf Blitzer because I'm busy working and not.
Oh my God! So Wolf has a picture. I can't believe that in D.C. outside CNN headquarters it would come to this. This is Trump's America. And I'm like, no, this is what you guys did. Specifically, CNN is what's inciting this. Like, you guys are covering and openly encouraging this writing and giving them cover when they've done it.
Was this D.C. or Atlanta?
D.C.
Wow. Yeah. So CNN is Democrat, and D.C. is all Democrats. There are no Republicans in D.C. besides Trump, and he has better things to do than go to CNN and smash their windows. So if they're afraid that they're going to have their stuff smashed, it's Democrats who are being babies about "Not My President" season 2.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we talked about that earlier in the show. I described them as just utter 5-year-olds.
Yep. And even me, like, I was thinking, I mean, if Biden wins, a part of me was very upset. But not much would change because I think America's screwed now. And if he wins, I'll still think America's screwed. But I'm not going to go and like smash CNN or Fox News. You know what I mean? Because I have work to do. I'm going to go to work like always, and I'm going to come home like always and go to the gym and see my wife and, go about my life. And that's the thing that Daniel Horowitz talks about a lot on the Conservative Review podcast. Like, whether Trump wins or loses, tomorrow we have work to do. We have to hold Trump accountable, Biden accountable, our state legislatures accountable. We have an issue with our governor, who we want to reel him back in and give the legislature power again, as opposed to his emergency orders. So we have work to do tomorrow, regardless of who wins or loses.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm actually taking a look into the local that's happening here in my town. And it looks like I said earlier that New Milford which is my hometown, is a pink town. So that means that it could act as kind of a petri dish for the American voting populace here, especially because these results come in pretty quickly since we're on the East Coast. So if this town, Trump won this town by 5 points in 2016, if it seems like this town is going to be flipped to blood red, then that should be an indicator of how the turnout is going to work out. So that's part of why I've been really following the local. Although I also care about my local, because get this, folks, what happens in your local elections has far greater impact than what's happening in DC on your day-to-day life.
Yes and no. I mean, I could argue either way with that as well. Local could matter a lot, state could matter a lot, federal could matter a lot. I mean, a lot of these things, like you're seeing with the ATF, with federal income taxes, with immigration and trade and foreign policy and military. I mean, a lot of massively important things happen federally, for better or for worse. I mean, it's mostly for worse. And state things matter and local things matter, depending on how strong your town or city government is versus state government. Here, our towns and cities have very little power, and the state government does most things. So I think it all depends on a lot of factors. And what's important to you, many people consider their school system being good as the most important thing in the world. So then local matters a lot to them. It depends on your priority.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, like, what are the bills you're going to have to pay on a regular basis? And most people who own homes, they pay a tax bill, right, on that home?
Yeah, property tax is big, but the biggest expenditure for almost every American is the federal income tax bill.
Right.
About
But what?
20%
But like what? I mean, what is it going to take for that to have a meaningful effect on your day-to-day life? And then on top of that, like once it's there for 4 years. You know what I mean? Like the Trump tax cuts happened in year 1, and they're there for 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Like you can have a huge impact on your day-to-day life if you pay attention to the local level and hold those people's feet to the fire. Especially when it comes to zoning. I mean, I know you live in Hooksett, right? You don't even have zoning, do you?
Oh, we do. We have a zoning board.
All right. Is it pretty limited?
I think it's not the best, not the worst. I think similar to most of them, if you try to do something in your house or property, you do need a permit in general. So it's not great.
Yeah, I mean, I just got back from Cookeville, Tennessee, as you guys know, where we had no zoning. So they defer to the county and state building inspector. So if it looks good, all right, see you, move on. There's no actual code that you have to adhere to in terms of what you're building before you even start building it. You own the property, you get to do whatever you want with it. You own the property, you build on it. And if you're the dingus that builds in a swamp and your house goes under, it's your property. You're the dingus.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, and that's stuff that like is entirely local. So, how about this, Elliot? We wanted to get the stream yeeted. So we tried to get Laser to talk about the Big C, and he immediately started losing his connection. We couldn't get anything out of him for all intents and purposes. So you're an EMT. I'm assuming you deal with COVID.
That's what you mean with deal with. There are a few cases, and that's part of the whole thing. But yeah, go on.
I mean, how many cases are you dealing with? Would you say a lot?
No, in New Hampshire, I haven't seen any confirmed. No, I've transported 1, maybe 2 confirmed COVID positive patients back from the hospital back to their nursing home.
How about the literature? How much literature have you read on it?
Probably not as much as some experts, but I read this and that and the other and various reports that may or may not be reliable to some extent. I was also in Atlanta with Laser for 3 weeks or so in a COVID hospital, one of those temporary hospitals with treating those patients, but they were all COVID patients.
I'm assuming there were a bunch then, because if it was Atlanta, it was specific to COVID. I'm assuming they're coming in from all around the area.
Yep. Well, they had a temporary pop-up hospital at a big convention center that had like 200 beds or something, and we had at most like 11 or 12 patients.
So I actually chatted with the guy. his name is Stephen Bonham, but his channel is Destiny, and he has millions of followers on Twitch and hundreds of thousands of followers on YouTube. All we talked about was property taxes, and he seems to have at least relatively reasonable take on property taxes, but he seems to think that Trump's handling of coronavirus has been just utterly terrible, and he seems to think that what he should have done is what South Korea did and did it in February. And what South Korea did was not much in the way of shutdowns, but it was individualized forced stay-at-home orders that they issued via really, really, really bizarre contact tracing, which I don't think there's no way it would be considered constitutional here. So, I mean, like, how about since you voted for Trump, was coronavirus part of that?
I mean, the biggest reasons I voted for Trump was probably not much about COVID. I mean, I know that he's more for opening and Biden is more for lockdowns. The biggest reasons I voted for him was he's done a lot of good and a lot of bad, but he's actually done some good and kept some promises, which is pretty great for a politician. But the biggest thing was Biden. If it were, someone else, I don't know what I would have done. But with Biden, it's a very easy choice because he is so evil, corrupt, disgusting, and has sold us out time and again to China, Russia, Ukraine. And I think that China would be the world superpower in every which way if he were president by the end of his first term.
Well, and as this map's looking right now, it's not going good. So why are so many people voting for a corrupt Chinese-owned piece of shit, senile bastard?
Because, as I've said a million times, the U.S. electorate, I don't know how to say this politely live on air, but the U.S. electorate is very not agreeable with me and what I consider to be a rational person. And as we've seen over the last 200 years, U.S. voters vote for all sorts of tyrants, and they vote against their interests and against their liberties. So, yeah, they vote for corrupt, terrible socialists.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. If Bernie were the nominee in 2016 or 2020, it'd probably be a landslide. So that clearly, and a part of me wishes that
he would have lost. He would have been a sure loss in 2020. Though I agree, landslide in 2016.
And that would have meant that the U.S. effectively voted for overwhelmingly a socialist. And then all those conservatives in denial who are overly optimistic would have to admit I was right, and the U.S. is socialist. And that's what they want, and that's fine. Again, you can deny it and stuff, but the fact is, if the U.S. votes for socialists, then you have to admit it is what it is. And then again, conservatives have to either live under socialism and be happy and obey the law, or support secession. So that's kind of where I'm at. And again, I think win or lose tonight, whatever happens with Trump, I think secession is still absolutely 100% the only way forward to have any liberty for more than one more generation.
I mean, it's going to happen in Portland if Trump wins.
Good. And then that's, kind of why I prefer Trump win as well. I think that if Trump wins, the Democrats may have the backbone to secede, whereas Republicans probably won't.
Well, I mean, I think the Republicans in that area will be like, well, here's how we're going to do this. Greater Idaho.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that movement that I mean, you followed at least is has some real heels in that, real legs. So how about Biden's health? I mean, you talked about him being a crazy batshit socialist, but as bad as you might think he is, I mean, I assume you think Kamala's much worse.
Well, again, what I would say is it's hard to know how much principle these people have, whether they're principled socialists or whether they're just opportunists who want power, and they'll say whatever they have to say to win elections. Like Clinton, everyone could see it was transparent. Everyone knew that she did not have any principles. She could pretend to be right or left or this or that. She just wanted to win and be president. She wants power. Yeah. With Biden, I think he's very similar. He has no principles. He used to be against gays. Now he loves gays. He hates blacks, but he loves blacks. He wants to ban fracking, not ban fracking. He doesn't know where he is. I think Kamala might have a bit more principles. Kamala may be a bit more of a principled socialist, maybe. But I think they're both, for the most part, still not that principled. They both will say what they have to say to get power, and they will enact socialist policies. Don't get me wrong, but.
So, did you vote for Trump in 2016?
And Biden's a bit more corrupt and goes with the wind. But they're both terrible. I wouldn't say one's worse than the other. I don't know. They're both unimaginably bad and would destroy this country really, really badly.
All right, Elliot's in his car now. Hey, Elliot, do we still have you?
Yep, you still got me. I'll turn off the Wi.
All right, so and what did I just
Looks
ask
like
you?
McConnell won, though.
Yeah?
I'm getting a report that McConnell won.
Well, he should have, considering his district. So, Elliot, did you vote for Trump in 2016?
You still got me?
Yeah, did you vote for Trump in 2016?
I did not. And I was in New York, so it didn't matter.
Who'd you vote for?
Gary Johnson.
Okay. Why aren't you voting for Joe this time around?
I'm in New Hampshire, so it's going to be an actual consequential vote. In New York, my vote meant nothing. In New Hampshire, where it could come down literally to one vote.
Yep.
I think it's that important. And if I can do anything to help keep Biden out of the White House, again, I think the country's screwed whoever wins. But if Biden wins, within a few years, Xi Jinping may actually own the U.S. And that's scary, because even if we succeed successfully in my dreams and in a year we're independent, China controlling that much more power is a very bad thing, and that is a threat to all of civilization in the world. So I have to do whatever I can to keep Biden out of the White House. I've made fun of others, and people, a lot of libertarians say, don't vote against someone, don't vote for someone, don't be afraid. They're both evils, lesser evils. I get all that, and I understand and I respect their decision, but Biden is that much. Will sell us to Xi Jinping for a nickel. So that was the big factor, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I voted the way I did here in Connecticut. So I didn't vote for Jorgensen. I actually wrote in, and Dan, this might not come as a surprise to you. I wrote in a name. Dan, let's see if you can guess, because we've talked about this. Who did I write in?
You?
No.
Noah
Wait.
Webster.
Nah, Noah Webster. He's been dead for 200 years.
Ben Franklin.
No, I wrote in Ben Shapiro. I wrote in Ben Shapiro.
Oh, Ben Shapiro, yeah.
Yeah, and the reason I wrote in my vote was because Connecticut's going to get won by Biden. It doesn't.
Right.
There's no point in voting Trump. Right.
Right.
And Joe Jorgensen is somebody who, if I'm going to vote my conscience, I have a hard time voting my conscience for. All right. Like we talked about it. She's sided with the SJWs. She only walked back BLM after her own party basically said, you got to do it. You know, she's not.
No, I think you and Daniel got a bit too upset about that. I got upset when she said, you know, we need to be more than anti-racist. We need to be like actively non-racist.
Yup.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's
yeah,
the rhetoric.
I got a bit upset, but I didn't totally lose my mind like you and Daniel.
Yeah,
I don't
but-
think it's the worst.
Okay.
And I know, again, I'm also used to it. The LP is socially quite liberal, BLM progressive. It wasn't a big surprise to me. I didn't see Joe as being the biggest pro-BLM person in the LP ever. Because there are some big, Daniel, I know you know Sarwark. Isn't he a lot more pro-BLM, you know, pro-social justice, socially liberal? I think Joe, either she's neutral, which is good, or she toes the line as a good politician. Either way you want to call it, I don't see her as being that bad on social justice.
I think she said it just because it was the popular thing to say it that day.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't
It's hard
think
to know.
I don't think she believes it as much as Sarwark would have believed it.
Maybe not. In general, I think she's pretty genuine and sincere. She may not be. I don't know her that well.
Yeah.
But again, and here's another issue. On the actual issues, assuming she had an equal chance to win as, you know, Trump and Biden, on the issues, she believes in little to no taxation, like 1% flat tax maybe, no gun control at all, no foreign entanglements.
No, dude, she is not Karen Testerman when it comes to the 2A.
She's not?
She's not
she
Karen
believes in
Testerman.
no gun laws and abolishing the ATF.
Texas just came in. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, she didn't take as hardline a stance as I would have taken on 2A. And that to me is, if I'm going to vote my conscience, I want 2A.
Someone asked her if we can have tanks, and she said, yes, you can have a tank. You can have anything you want.
Really?
I don't believe in any, you know, gun
All
control.
right,
Yeah.
because that's not what her
Joe
website
Jorgensen
said.
is totally anti-gun control.
All right.
Yeah. That is the libertarian stance. Again, that's pretty much everyone in the LP. I don't think I've met many in the LP who believe in any gun control at all. They're essentially anarchists on that issue. But again,
Her border patrol policy, I think, is a little bit backwards.
Most libertarians are pretty open border. Again, it's not a surprise to me whether I like it or not. It's
Yeah,
not a
but
surprise
that's
to
the
me. I
thing,
think
Ellie. If I'm gonna vote my conscience, I want to vote for somebody who, in terms of policy, not only can I rely on them,
for sure,
they have a plan spelled out very clearly, and I agree with virtually all of it. So if I'm going to vote my conscience, I have a hard time voting for Joe in that case. So in that case, I would rather vote.
I agree.
I would rather vote strategy, and strategy says vote for somebody in 2020 who you want to run in 2024. Who won't run in 2024 unless they see this
All
sort
right,
of vote.
you know how write-ins work? Are they going to count the number, or will they count the number of write-ins if one person gets a lot?
Yes, they have to. They're legally obligated to do it.
To do what?
To count write-ins. Now, most tracking agencies, most non.
But they're not going to count every single write-in. Will they count only those that get over a certain amount of votes?
Okay, so the aggregators aren't going to. But like, if you talk to your Secretary of State, they have to disclose that information.
So, for instance, NODA, I assume is going to get quite a few votes in New Hampshire for various offices. I voted for NODA twice on my ballot today. Will they count all of those and let everyone know how well NODA did?
If you FOI it, they have to.
So you think maybe if they don't tell us, maybe I should do a FOIA and go to the Secretary of State and get all the NODA numbers of write-ins?
If it's worth it to you, you're gonna have to pay for it. It's
I think
not
it'd
free.
be pretty nice, yeah.
It's not free.
If it's $1, I'll do it, but I'm not going to do a whole big thing. But.
Yeah. They're probably gonna have to go through ballots one by one to do it, but they have to report that information. Now, aggregators like 270 to win or 538 or Politico, they're not going to report that. Unless a write-in candidate gets millions of votes, they're not going to report it. But they don't have to. The states have to. They have to. But,
So you think that you're hoping Ben Shapiro gets so many write-ins throughout the U.S. that it becomes a story?
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. I don't think it's going to happen. But I mean, my strategy when it comes to voting that way, I would never vote that way if I was voting for Joe Biden, right? Like, Joe Biden's going to win Connecticut, but I'm not going to say if I was a Biden supporter, Joe Biden's going to win Connecticut, so I'm going to ditch. So like somebody like who lives in Wyoming, Donald Trump is going to win Wyoming, right? But that's not a reason for me to not vote for Donald Trump. But if I was voting for Biden in Wyoming, Donald Trump's going to win Wyoming. It's a wasted vote to vote for Biden in that case.
Same strategy you just used in New Hampshire.
Basically.
Yeah.
Well, in New Hampshire, it's a swing state, so I voted strategy.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's a different strategy, but you voted.
Same reason that you didn't vote for him in New York. Reverse of why you didn't do it.
In New York, exactly. I didn't have to worry about conscience because my vote for president was inconsequential. And here, it's my first time in my life voting for president in a consequential election. So that was interesting.
Texas is swinging back red.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, so Gary Johnson got, I think it was 3.4% in 2016. 5% threshold gets ballot access in every single state automatic. And in each state, it's usually 5%. I don't think that
states are very complicated, I think, but yeah.
Yeah. As a general rule, as a general rule in many states, 5% is the threshold for automatic. In Connecticut, 5% is automatic.
Unfortunately, I think Joe is a great candidate, and she actually got like on Fox a little bit and got some press, but because Gary Johnson was in a different league of name recognition, because he was governor, I think Joe Jorgensen will get closer to 2%.
I think
I'm
it's
kind
going
of
to be
saying
about
between
1 and
I'm
1.5.
saying around 2%.
Yeah, I'm going to say 1 and 1.5. I mean, the other thing is that her campaign was not nearly as well run as Gary's. Like, we knew who Gary was, and we knew he was going to be the candidate months in advance of Joe, right? Because of the nonsense happening at LP National. And the campaign they ran, I mean, Gary spent way more money, collected way more money.
Well, he has more money. He's a bigger guy. He has more money.
Yeah.
And a lot more name recognition. And Bill Weld also was a 2-term governor.
That helps.
Democrat state. But I think Weld also did a lot of damage, as obviously we all know. He endorsed Clinton, and now he's out there endorsing Biden or doing whatever the hell he's doing, but he's not a libertarian. But what's amazing is that he said he didn't have to, but he said, quote, "I am a libertarian for life." And now he's back to being a Democrat piece of crap. But another thing about the Jorgensen-Cohen campaign is I see Jorgensen doing a massive bus tour. I assume Gary Johnson did it too, but Jorgensen is actually going out there visiting like every town in the country. Spike Cohen, the VP candidate, is visiting tons of towns, drawing a small crowd of 20, which is twice what Biden can draw, and speaking to people and, answering questions and speaking like a normal person and doing great. And, just having fun and doing salsa dances, doing events and stuff. And he's a salsa dancer. He's out there doing stuff.
No,
so again, I don't remember Gary Johnson campaign that well, but I think this campaign is not that terrible as far as an LP campaign.
No, I mean, I think if they were not gonna announce Joe until like late May when they did, and they finally announced their candidate for officially, right? Don't run a candidate. Don't run a candidate. Focus on those small, just cross endorse Trump. Throw him $1,000, right? Just as a hey, this is our endorsement, right? Then go to the local level. Go to these local elections, like our friend out in Wyoming. You're in New Hampshire. Yep. There's like 1 million people that can get into the House, right? It's not hard to get into the House, right?
Well, as a libertarian, it's still hard to win, even for state rep in New Hampshire.
But I mean, it's hard to win anywhere as a libertarian. But still, those are winnable seats. And if you take all that money and all that time and energy and just pump it into those lower levels.
I have been lobbying the LP for this exact tactic of work on the smallest down ballot stuff first for years, and 90% of people in the LP shout me down and call me all sorts of names.
Yeah, I know, and the reason they're doing this is because they don't realize that in 2016 Gary Johnson was anathema to the trend. Like, the only reason Gary Johnson got as many votes as he did, in my opinion, was because the two candidates were Donald Trump in 2016 and Hillary F. Clinton, right? Like,
and he hit the ceiling, and the ceiling was still 3.5%.
Yeah. And the thing is that,
and that's probably the ceiling for LP.
So many of Gary Johnson's votes were these two candidates suck, so Gary Johnson.
Yep. And
like,
it was a lot of Gary Johnson fans, or LP,
Yep.
libertarians.
Yeah, but
and Trump and Clinton obviously helped their stuff.
Okay, how many Trump voters in 2016 held their nose and voted for Trump? A lot of them, right?
Oh, a ton, yeah.
All right. How many Trump voters are holding their nose and voting for Trump this time?
A lot, but a lot are actually fully on board with Trump now.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Now they're going in with MAGA hats and Trump flags. They're not going in holding their nose. You know?
Yep, I agree.
So, like, that's a percentage of the Gary Johnson vote that is just gone in this year.
Yep,
right?
And that's why I think Jorgensen will get a lot less.
Oh, a lot less. So the ballot access argument in terms of strategy in a state like Connecticut or New York is just useless because she's no matter.
Yeah, I'm not as big on ballot access as most libertarians because having access doesn't mean much if you're still going to lose again and again and again.
Right. And I mean, the ballot access matters at the extremely low level, like town councils, you know. But
yeah,
I mean, beyond that, either you're a good candidate or you're not, you know.
Yeah.
At the national level, what would be much more important than ballot access? Debate access.
Yep. And again, that's never going to happen.
It's not.
Commission is never going to allow it.
Gary Johnson put on a threat that he was going to get to the threshold that they needed, so they raised the threshold.
Exactly.
I mean,
they'll keep raising it no matter what.
He didn't actually get to the threshold that he needed to get on the debate stage, but he was threatening it, and so they raised the threshold.
Again, I'm a pessimist. I'm a realist. I think I understand what's going on. People argue with me, but in general, I'm usually correct with these things. The Libertarian Party person will never get on a debate. And I wrote an article about Rainwater, who's a gubernatorial candidate in Indiana. He's a libertarian who's actually somewhat mainstream, relatively decent, well-spoken. And he was on the debate stage, and he crushed Holcomb and Myers. And all the polls after the debate seemed to say that he won the debate. Like 97% agreed that Rainwater won the debate because he was, making the most sense because he's a libertarian, saying, let's keep the government out of our lives. And in the article I wrote, the Democrats are never going to make that mistake again. Definitely not on the federal level, because if you let a libertarian in the debate, they can get 20, 30, 40% of the vote and win. So they're never going to let it happen.
Yep. So some good news before you take off, in case you're getting close to work here. 91% reporting in Florida. The gap has widened for Trump. He is up now 51.3 to 47.8 with a almost 6 to 5.2 mil. So
now, does that include the ballots that are mail-in or early or not?
I don't know. That's tough to say. It's 91% reporting. And I believe that refers to the number of districts. However, Elliot, the final count last time around was only about, Dan, was it 4.4 mil to 4.5 mil?
Yeah, that's what you had said.
Yep. So we're more than a million votes each more than 2016. And this has got to be a record for Florida. Yeah. So, I would say that.
Yeah, turnout is going to smash a lot of records.
Yeah. So I would say that with 91% reporting, that almost 400,000 vote count difference, it's not a guarantee, but Joe Biden's got an uphill battle now in Florida, I think, based on that. Now, I don't know which precincts have reported, but I would say that there can't possibly be that many votes left. Some bad news, PA.
Yeah, well, maybe they could find a few thousand ballots.
Ohio just flipped to Trump. 49.6 to 49.1 with 2 million each coming in.
But isn't Pennsylvania a must-win?
Pennsylvania is not a must-win, but damn close. If he doesn't win PA, he's got to win a lot of states that aren't likely to go in his favor. Biden is up 55 to 43 with only 583,000 to 455,000. So 15% reporting, which isn't much. And clearly Philadelphia hasn't chimed in. So otherwise, if Philadelphia had chimed in, it would be way more than 1.1 million reporting.
All right, I'm gonna run.
All right, man.
I'm gonna be following it a little bit if I can, and I'll catch you guys soon. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Yeah, Elliot, I'm gonna stay up pretty late, so feel free to check in.
All right, yeah, we'll be in touch.
All right, man. See you later.
Awesome. Take care. Be good.
That was Elliot Axelman from the Liberty Block, our buddy who I guess is the face of the site at this point. So again, you guys can check out libertyblock.com, facebook.com/the Liberty Block to check into that. Elliot is a bit more towards the anarchistic side than Dan and I are. So
a little bit.
Yeah. So, all right, Dan, you want to go through some more states?
Okay. Well, I think your YouTube's having a lag over your audio. You just scared me because I was looking at Ohio being blue there, but it just refreshed.
Yeah, it's called latency. It's kind of defaulting to a bit of a higher latency because apparently the stream health is shit. But it doesn't make any sense because I've already done a whole bunch of tests from my end. My end should be pretty good. I don't know what's doing it. I would imagine it's probably it's rating my stream status as poor, which is causing some buffering too.
Oh, so that's all right. It just turned red, so I got relieved a little bit. I'm hoping for Texas, but I'm worried about Kansas and Missouri right now. Look at those.
Kansas just now flipped red, 49% to 48.9%. Holy crap! Just flipped red.
Which one?
Kansas. So almost 400 votes each, 400,000 votes each. The difference is just over 800. So Kansas is really close, and 62% reporting. Missouri, Biden has a pretty substantial lead, 19% reporting.
No, that's St. Louis.
All right, I am going to take as much as I can. David Sullivan. All right, 7 out of 8 precincts in New Milford. David Sullivan's winning here in New Milford. Donald Trump is slaughtering Joe Biden in New Milford, 57 to 43. Holy cow. Danette Onofrio is getting crushed by Pat Callahan. She's down by 2,000 votes with 3 of 5 precincts reporting. I don't know what the other 2 precincts are, but that's probably a guarantee. Oh my God. Billy Mo Buckby, 68% to 32%. He just gained 10 points. 10 points net since last year. Holy crap. Oh my God. So you know this guy Dave Groenbach that I keep talking about, who's kind of a scumbag.
Yeah.
He's down. Wow, he's down more than 4,000 votes. Craig Minor has more votes than Donald Trump right now. So wow. Yeah. Apparently New Milford does not like Dave Groenbach. Holy cow. Yeah, let me see if I can import this into so you guys can follow along. There it is. Dave Groenbach, 3,800 to 6,400, losing 62 to 38, 7 of 8 precincts. Sullivan up 5,800 to 4,600 in New Milford, at least 7 of 8 precincts reporting. So he probably is going to win New Milford, at least. Thank God. Trump up 6,200 to 4,600 in New Milford. That's 57% to 43%. Onofrio losing 66 to 34. Wow, New Milford is getting redder. And Buckby is destroying Hillary Graham.
I'll get you in a minute.
Yeah, I might actually have to send him a message here. So.
You're not going for a ride. You're not going today.
There it is.
Okay, now I see Kansas.
Excuse me, folks, while I send my good buddy Buckby a quick message. This is my local, my state representative. So in the House, we only have one representative per district, unlike New Hampshire, which has 100 representatives per district and 1,000 districts. Actually, I got to do this through the computer. Let me send him a message. Let me go to here. And do. Oh my God. I hate you, Zoom.
What's your source on the map in the YouTube feed?
The map in the YouTube feed?
Yeah, what's that source?
The map?
That looks different from the 270 to win that I'm looking at. It looks different.
I don't have a map up on YouTube. The YouTube feed right now should say Johanna Hayes and David Sullivan.
Oh, that's right. I'm lagging on you. But was it 270 to win?
No, it's just Google actually.
Oh, Google. Okay.
How?
Because 270 to win, I have Missouri called for Trump. Oh, they have Florida called for Trump on 270 to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think Google's a little less quick to call states that aren't that weren't sure things going in.
I think Google's forecasting calling because they don't have Texas shaded at all. They don't have New Mexico shaded at all. They don't have Kansas, Georgia, or North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. None of them are shaded.
So what does 270 have? That's different.
270 is Biden 115 to Trump 129 right now. They've got Colorado for Biden, Illinois for Biden, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, New York, Vermont, and Massachusetts.
Okay.
They haven't called Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Maine, which I'm sure they're going Biden.
Those are going blue. Those are one of those ones that Google called before they even had any results coming in.
Yeah.
Just like
then again, your Google map is showing Missouri as blue still, right?
Yep. 51 to 47. Joe Biden.
Yeah.
22
And
reported.
they're showing a solid Missouri red.
Oh, what's their vote count?
They're showing.
Maybe it's one of these district things where the districts that have reported aren't going to make up for, like we talked about with Virginia.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is still winning by 300,000 votes in Virginia, and they're calling it for Joe Biden. Huh. There must just be zero reporting from Arlington and Virginia Beach. Just nothing. There must just be nothing coming in. 49%. So you said 270 to win?
Yeah, 270 to win has Biden at 115, Trump at 129.
All right, so let me get that out.
But Missouri, they're showing Biden at 64%, Trump at 34%, but they're calling it for Trump.
Wait, what?
I don't know if I understand how they are reporting.
Where are you getting? Is this a real time map?
Yeah, election results live.
270 to win. Election results. Damn it! Come on, Zoom.
They're saying Trump at 361, Biden at 214 right now. Jorgensen's at 1.1%. She's going to cost them so much access. Republican winning in Missouri for governor.
All right, I just did 270 win election results live. I don't see anything. I see House election results.
Well, you can up at the top. I clicked on president.
I must have stuff in my way. President. Here we go. They're not calling New York yet? All right. So those are the ones they've called. Do they have the actual vote counts in each?
You have to click on the actual state on the map.
And then it brings up an entirely separate page. Yeah, screw that.
Yeah.
Screw that.
I mean, I can open other tabs.
Yeah, that's too difficult to pump into the stream.
Yeah. But I can keep this open alternately and report this to you as we
in case we get something different coming in. Yeah.
Florida's interesting. They're calling Florida.
They are calling Florida. All right. Well, I mean, this is what I said though. Like Florida's got 91% reporting, and it's 5.6 mil to 5.6 mil to 5.2 mil. I don't see how Joe Biden makes up 400,000 votes when there's that many that have come in.
All right.
Like, I can't imagine that the winner is going to have 6.5 million votes, let's say.
Well, I know Jorgensen didn't steal them from anyone. She's at 0.6.
Oh my God. 1.1 according to the Google aggregator. 1.1 for Joe. She's at 600. She's not even at 750,000 yet. Although she's destroying Howie Hawkins. So
Yeah.
in terms of third-party candidates, she seems to be the more popular.
Yeah. Well, which, from what I've seen lately, it's been libertarian generally. Because, I mean, generally, libertarian, I think you're going to pick up some Democrats coming in there and some Republicans that are disenfranchised. Whereas green, I don't think you're picking up any Republicans.
That's true.
So you probably pick up a heavier percent of Republicans into libertarian.
Yeah, so my friend Billy Buckby, who is running for state rep, 5 out of 6 precincts reported. He's up 6,200 to 2,100, or 2,800. He's got over 3,000 votes, an over 3,000 vote lead. There's no way that the final district that's reporting in comes up with even close to 3,000 votes total, let alone a spread of 3,000 votes. So I sent him in congratulations in advance, and he's still saying, what did he say here? Don't know yet. Yeah, like, yeah, sure, Billy. Come on. She's not making up 4,000 votes.
All right. You want to hear some Senate races?
Sure. Let's do some Senate.
All right. Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, they're calling Republican. Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia went Republican. Colorado, Illinois, Virginia, Delaware, Jersey, and Mass. Was it Markley, or it wasn't Warren running in Mass, right? Was it Markley?
I have no idea.
Who is Mark? Let me see.
Isn't Pocahontas California? Or was she Massachusetts?
No, she's Mass. She's the one that, remember, they briefly had that Republican in there for like 2 years who assumed a seat. I think he won the special election when Kerry ran, and he was in there, which shocked the hell out of me. And then she beat him on the real election 2 years later. Yeah, because wasn't she professor of Harvard or something before she went Senate?
Yeah. But professor full of shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro apparently was at Harvard Law when she was a professor at Harvard Law. Apparently he never had her, but apparently she did do his convocation, invocation. What's it called when you say, like, all right, welcome to the freshman class. Everyone look to your left. Everyone look to your right. By the time you graduate, something about the two people to your right.
One of you will be gone.
Yeah, or something like that. By the time, I was told my freshman year, by the time you graduate, you'll be married. One of the two of you will be married.
Where was that?
Binghamton University.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad introduction. Binghamton University, folks. I don't know who else is watching. Binghamton University is the most, when I was there, was the most Jewish public school in the country for my sophomore year. I think it was number 2 or 3 in my freshman year, and it fell off at number 1 for my junior and senior year. But because it was over 33% Jewish, they went there, did their holidays, and they built their schedule at a public school in the State University of New York system around the Jewish calendar. This is not me being outraged. This is just interesting that we didn't get an Easter break. We got a Passover break. Right. We didn't do anything with Columbus Day, but we sure as hell did something with Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah. Right. So I think there's
I just
another.
know you don't want to work on Yom Kippur.
Really?
Wait, which is the one in October? Right? Yom Kippur, right?
Oh, if you're Jewish, yeah. No, if you're Jewish, you're not supposed to work.
Yeah,
on
no.
Yom Kippur.
I when I was a sales rep, I worked. The family that owned our company was Jewish out of Chicago, and I was newer to the company. I'd only been there 6 months or whatever. And I was a sales rep, so I had an account I knew I had to call on, and we had Yom Kippur off. And talking to my manager on the phone Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm like, yeah, I called on such and such on Monday. I was on speaker. Grabs the speaker real quick, picks it up. He's like, dude, that never happened. You never speak of that ever again. I guess they take it that serious because it's something with we'd have to ask Steven It has something to do with even your servants aren't supposed to work, which modern interpretation is your employees. And he's like, dude, that's the one thing that'll get us all fired around here, is if they found out you worked Yom Kippur. So I pulled up Congress. Congress is going pretty good red.
Are there any actual flips?
Well, this isn't showing flip, I don't think. I could scroll probably in. Oh, wait.
How's your girl doing? How's your girlfriend doing?
They don't have anything on New York reported yet.
How?
Hey, talk to 270.
It's 10 o'clock at night. How do they not have anything reported? They've got almost 2 million votes counted for the president.
Well, they have to see how many extras they need to stuff in the ballot box to get certain people over the line. I've got all of Kentucky. All of Kentucky went. All of Kentucky and West Virginia went Republican. Only one district in Tennessee.
That would be Memphis, because I bet you even that the people in Nashville hate the mayor. So, and he's a Democrat mayor. So yeah. And also Tennessee's getting more red. Like Ben Shapiro moved his entire operation to Nashville with his 75 employees and all of their families. So
yep, I heard.
Yeah, so Nashville's getting more red. So the one district that went blue has to have been Memphis.
To go with what Laser was just telling us, Nebraska, of the 3 districts there, that Western district is in and it's red. The other 2 are not yet reported as you get closer to Lincoln.
Yep. Well, Donald Trump.
Oklahoma's all in.
Almost all of Oklahoma. 81%.
Almost all. I can't tell if it's 1 or 2 districts left. It could be a gerrymandered district that's pinched there.
Do you guys have like gerrymandered districts in Arizona? No results yet from Arizona.
Oh, hell yeah. We didn't even pick our district. We didn't even pick our districts this time. We drew our districts based on the 2010 census, and the Democrats went to court and got a judge to say, I'm not accepting that. Here's your borders. Our districts right now were drawn by a judge.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I mean, pack the court, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think they knew we were going to be in play coming up.
All right. Well,
so they needed it to.
We're still here. It is 10.
Because when you look at it right now, we're
PM,
represented.
and
Arizona has 9 seats, I think. Most people think Arizona's so red, which I try to fight against. But of the 9, 5 are Democrats, only 4 are Republicans.
Wow. More than half of the ballots that were collected in my hometown were absentees.
Really?
Yep.
I hate this mail-in ballot shit.
Holy cow. Let's see what Mike has to say.
So the process is a cumbersome one, but we will be here until
all right. So they're
we
doing
get
2 of
those counts
Nebraska's.
in
Hang on a
and
second there, Dan.
declare a winner.
Yeah.
Right now, we have Bill Buckby with a substantial lead over Hillary Ram in the 67th district for the state House of Representatives. Craig Minor with a pretty big lead as far as New Milford is concerned over Dave Grombach. We're still waiting to hear some results from north of here. David X. Sullivan with a lead, 56% of the votes over Johanna Hayes for the U.S. House of Representatives. Donald Trump, 57% for the U.S. presidency. Here in New Milford, of course, they've already called the rest of the state for the Democrat Joe Biden. And Patrick Callahan, 66% of the vote over the Democrat Danette Onofrio for the 108th district. So we will remain here. We are not going anywhere until we get those absentee ballots to you. I just wanted to come in here, touch base with you, make sure you guys know we're still here. So thank you for sticking around. It's 10 o'clock. We'll be here until 10 in the morning if we have to. If it takes until 10 in the morning for them to count these absentee ballots, well, that'll be something. All right, guys, we'll be here. Thank you so much for watching. Again, this is a presentation of Mike Fu Media. I am Mike Furman.
Yeah, all right. So I guess it looks like I guess they have a ton of ballots to count because of the absentees. So that huge lead could actually be lost that I was talking about with Billy Buckby, because there is still a district that needs to report. And apparently they've got almost 5,000 ballots to count in a district where there are only, where Billy's only got 6,000 votes total, and he's got a huge lead. So it's entirely possible that of that 5,000 votes, like 4,000 to, he loses the absentee, 4,000 to 1,000, and loses the election. Which may be happening across the country. Hey, do you want to snipe somebody else's stream?
What do you mean?
No, like let's have a live look in at TYT as they lose their minds over Florida getting lost. And
Now,
Pennsylvania just flipped. Pennsylvania just flipped. Hell yeah. Well done, Pennsylvania.
Nice.
Hey, Michigan's flipped. Oh my God.
Well,
if this map stays basically as it is, if this map
Michigan's
stays
been sitting pink for a while.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's almost no reporting. We're nowhere near even halfway reporting. Ohio's 75% reporting, but Trump's barely leading. 25% in Pennsylvania, and he's got a not even 2% lead. Hey, look at that Utah red.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You want to snipe a stream though? Let's see if we can snipe somebody's stream.
Go ahead.
And see just how angry TYT is. Let's say you want to do TYT.
I don't know who they are, so go for it.
The Young Turks.
What's AOC? Oh yeah. What's
my God.
AOC? Is she District 3?
I have no idea what district she is. We could look that up. I mean, here, watch.
I can check it real quick. You can pull your thing.
Yeah, look it up and let me know.
New York's 14th.
AOC is the first person that showed up and on their ads that they're running here on TYT. Oh my God. The live stream chat is hilarious. It's just nothing but MAGA, Trump 2020, MAGA, Trump 2020, MAGA, baby, MAGA, meltdown 2.0. Let's go, MAGA. Oh, this chat is so good. I may have to pull this in just for the chat. All right, let's see what he has to say.
Female employees, people who...
Oh, it's just an ad. Okay, yeah. It's still just an ad. Vegas odds now say 64% win. Oh my God. I might just have to pull in the chat because this is hilarious. Oh my God. All right, let's see if I can do this. Miscellaneous. Come on. Give me this. Oh, this chat is so rich. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this and share screen with you.
All right.
Let's see, this one. Share. So on the right-hand side, see if you just follow the damn the chat on the left, on the right. Oh, here we go.
Jesus. Ida, great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Yep, and we got a great guest.
I
think, I know, right? So I'm gonna get to that in a second. We got a great guest for you guys in a sec too.
No,
but
I can't hear it at all.
First, I got to give you the bad news. So first, some standard stuff. Spencer Cox has won the governor's race in Utah.
Okay,
He's a Republican. That's of course. Trump has won Kansas. That's an of course. But an armed Trump fan arrested outside of a North Carolina polling station. That's unfortunately probably an of course. North Carolina is still a giant mystery with all sorts of different media organizations going in completely opposite directions on that. But now
for
Ohio.
some reason,
so
the Zoom is taking over.
Trump has taken the
sound.
lead
I can't pull sound like anybody
with
else.
69% reporting.
Right, so let me cancel the
Trump with a 2.5-point lead in Ohio. Earlier, the White House was very concerned about Biden's early lead in Ohio. Biden does not have that anymore.
'Cause I was trying to do when
but
we were on
on
the
the other
break, I was
hand,
trying
as
to
we
pull
know,
the Blaze
with
in for a
covering
while,
elections
and,
here for
couldn't
nearly
get it.
2 decades on the Young
I don't know
Turks,
why.
we don't know if.
All right, here, let me just send you the link in chat, and then maybe that'll allow you to.
Why are they melting down though?
Oh, because it's the Young Turks.
Oh.
Did you never watch the meltdown video? There you go. Did you get that link?
Yeah. I can't figure out. It's the first time I haven't been able to capture my sound back. I may have to just reboot because I have so many things open right now.
I mean, just wrap your mind around that. 80 of the 88 counties. It was great to see my state try to make amends for that. It is a state that President Barack Obama won twice, and so
But seriously,
it is.
we're still worried here.
You know, it is possible for Vice President Biden to win this.
Oh, I mean, right now the map, right this instant, looks bad for Democrats. It looks bad right now. Right, the map right now has. He just flipped North Carolina. He has PA, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Georgia, and that's a win. Montana's blue right now, but Montana's only got 3 votes, so that's a win. He's got Maine apparently. I don't know how many districts that's going to work out to.
Maine has what, 3 or 2?
3. So it has 3 votes. No.
2 senators and 1 rep, so 3.
I think it's 2 senators and 2 reps. I think.
Okay. So then they should have 4, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but it's one of those states that does the split.
Oh, and they give 1 at large and then the other. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's do share screen with. There. Now you can see that. We'll go back to the.
Yeah, they're saying Arizona blue. See, and 270 still not calling New Mexico. They're not. Oh, they don't shade at all. Got it.
Okay, let me see if I can get.
So it's looking like for governor, North Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, Vermont, and New Hampshire all to the Republicans. North Carolina and Delaware to the Democrats.
See if I
and
get
we're still waiting on Utah, Montana, and Washington.
You want to read off some House districts? Do we have any House districts from New York yet? If you know what I mean. While I look up a friend of mine.
Yeah, hang on. I just had the map here a second ago. Let's see. Where'd it go? So they're saying 27's likely to go Republican. 26, 25 are safe Democrat. 24 is leaning Republican. 23 safe Republican.
You're gonna have to give me states to go with this.
Oh, this is all districts of New York.
Oh, of New York. Okay, yeah, because there's a million in New York. Yeah, I think isn't it like 17?
27.
She's 27.
Oh no, her district is 14. You want to know her?
14. Yeah, of course I want to know her. I want to know how your girl's doing.
Oh, I thought you were asking for all of them. She is winning handily, 70% to 28.
Well, she won by over 80 in the last one, so.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, maybe they've gotten wise to her.
She loses another Amazon contract. I'm sure they will.
Well, or what they'll do is
70% of them are still voting for is surprising after that debacle.
Or what they'll do is they'll do what they've been doing here in Connecticut for a long time now, which is move, right? Like we've had an exodus. We've had Connecticut. So I live in a town where we haven't had full capacity of residential residents Full residential capacity. We haven't reached that in decades. We did it this year.
Oh, really?
Oh,
so
we
you
did
have
it.
empty buildings.
No, we used to. In terms of residents, this year we're at full capacity because New Yorkers are fleeing New York City.
Oh, they're coming to you. You've been down, now they're back up.
Yep. So New Yorkers are fleeing New York City. Now, unfortunately, there's no business that they're bringing with them. There's no big business that they're starting up because they've moved here. But,
how much
taxpayers
more
are taxpayers either way.
Is it more expensive to net worth? Are they higher net worth individuals coming in?
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Rich people.
So they can afford to take some cuts in their lifestyle if they wanted.
Well, I mean, it's called a switching cost, and the people that can afford switching costs are rich people. Part of the switching cost is the lost income during a transition.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, it's like all rich people. And it's been good for me because I do some handyman services and I do some mowing and landscaping on the side. So, I mean, I'll take the money. I'll take their money, Yeah, I have nothing against rich people. I have something against dickheads, but,
Yeah.
Okay, are we going to call Florida yet? It's got to be called by now. 5.6 mil to 5.2 mil.
They've called, and when I look at the congressional districts, I was just there. When I look at congressional on Florida, almost the panhandle looks mostly filled in.
Well, let's do our 270 to win. Okay, so Florida is red right now, right?
Yeah, they're calling Florida.
Okay.
They have filled in Kansas now.
Kansas is red. Okay, I'm going to go by the calls that I have here. Okay, I got Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. We've got Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi.
Yep.
Okay. We've got South Carolina, Arkansas, Louisiana.
Some results from Danbury for the 108th state representative seat. An exact tie between an over.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Let's do this again. We want, that. So the entire, everything north of Texas. Okay. Texas, we're going to make pink because it's not.
Yes. Nebraska, they still have one out though. Well, Iowa, Minnesota, North Dakota are not in yet. Right now, they're just calling Wyoming, South Dakota, a portion of Nebraska has 5. I thought you said there were 3.
Okay, so it's Nebraska that's got 5, and Maine has 4 votes. Yes, okay.
Maine has 4.
All right, so we've got New Hampshire, light blue, Minnesota, Iowa is light blue.
They're not New Hampshire yet?
No, but there's also almost no reporting going on in New Hampshire right now. We've got 220,000 votes, 29% reporting. Okay, PA is pink. Let's make some guaranteed ones. Okay, those are all done. Illinois is a guaranteed. Yep. Wisconsin is pink. Michigan is pink.
They're not showing Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania yet.
Okay, so Utah is pink. Arizona is light blue. We'll lock in Colorado, New Mexico. Why not?
Colorado, they have locked.
All right. I'm leaving DC as a lock. I don't even know if they have it listed. Yeah, they do. 92% for Joe. 174,000 vote count to 11,000.
And this is the thing that's scaring me. We have to at least hang on to one house, either win the House or keep the Senate. Because if Joe got in, then they make DC and Puerto Rico states, and Republicans are locked out forever.
Yeah.
At that point, secession has to happen.
If the map holds and we just fill in Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, and California, and Alaska and Hawaii as we think they're going to go, especially given that Utah is going to go red, Idaho is going to go red, Washington, Oregon, California are going to go blue, Nevada's probably going to go blue, Hawaii's definitely going to go blue. If we hold, right now, if we hold, it's 288 Trump, Biden 250. If everything holds.
Mm-hmm.
And if everything holds, it's basically 2016. Pretty close, except Arizona. And Iowa blue, for whatever reason.
Yeah, Iowa, they're not listing yet.
62 to 36, 148,000 to 86,000.
What's that? How much?
148,000 to 86,000, 62 to 36.
So that's almost 2 to 1.
Yeah, I mean 14% reporting. So
1.8 to 1.
Yeah.
What did I want to see? Where are we at? House Governor. Where's Senate? There we go. So far, Democrats have only, let's see, they've kept, I think they were already. Shit, they gained a Senate in Colorado.
I think that was actually that was pretty well predicted, actually.
They're keeping Illinois, obviously. They kept Virginia. Delaware.
Yeah, let's can you get to YouTube right now? And that
I won't be able to hear anything. I can see it. It's running on
Can you plug in your headphones?
Maybe. Let's see.
So let me know when you get your headphones plugged in. I'm just going to keep talking until you can hear me. Yeah.
All right, try it.
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
No. For some reason, my Bluetooth speaker has taken over everything.
Interesting.
And it's only locked on the. Let me see if I can turn it off here.
Run it through the sync. Sounds like something got turned off. All right. Well, while you're figuring that out, I'm going to go snipe somebody's stream because this is going to be awesome, I'm sure. Let's do.
Come on, where is it?
Let's do Sargon. Here we go. This ought to be golden.
You know, you are where you've grown up and what you've grown up thinking and believing, and so that you're teaching people to hate themselves. And you can look at, and you've seen a million times, every Democrat, like radical left wing Antifa style.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear
when
me. I can't
when you
hear
see
anything.
the mug shots in Portland and they look absolutely awful. You're not looking at a person who's got a lot of self-love there. You know, you're looking at a person who kind of hates themselves.
They look like mentally ill meth heads that escaped from a mental institution.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they look like.
To say the least.
Yeah. But this has been a common theme through like left-wing politics for a long time. Like the people commented how about a lot of the Bolsheviks were basically like the scum of society that Lenin had managed to wield into a tyrannical terror regime. And like it really does seem like the same sort of thing is happening in Portland and places like that, where it really is like people who are like look at the people who Kyle Rittenhouse shot. You know, they weren't exactly pillars of the community, were they? You know,
one was a convicted multiple child rapist. The other was a robber. They were all criminals.
Yes. They are all criminals because the scum of society.
Sargon's got Alex Jones on, man.
And it's like, no, they have. The left wing way of looking at things is if everyone's a victim of circumstance. Well, okay, I mean, yeah, okay. If everyone's a victim of circumstance, then no one's a victim of circumstance, and we don't even need to bring it up.
Why'd you rape an 8-year-old boy? Why'd you rape an 8-year-old boy?
Yeah,
and then rape another a 9-year-old boy?
Society made him do it. Is what they'd say. They'd say society made him do it. It's like, yeah, well, you know, society made Kyle Rittenhouse shoot him. So
hopefully it finds it.
Maybe we can just write off this entire conversation. You know what I mean? But but basically, it's really, really good news that Trump is doing so so well, and it's really good news that Trump is engaging with these ideas on like the level that they're engaging with society at. So yeah, no.
Well, you're
generally
on
it's good.
fire, Sargon of Akkad, and we're going to keep you on with us. I know you're live streaming with a huge audience right now. We're very honored to have you. Where can people join your stream? Where can people support you or visit you?
You can just head over to my channel, Akkad Daily. I think I'll actually have to jump out because I've got a few other people I've got to talk to.
I understand. Well, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, but
we only have for like 20 minutes. What else do you want to add then in closing?
Just don't ever apologize to them. Make sure that they understand that they earned every defeat they're going to get. You know, the absolute steamrollering that they're going to get. They deserve this. They were the bad people in the conversation because they.
So you're predicting a Trump victory tonight?
Oh, totally. Yeah, I've been predicting this from the start. I think Trump's going to steamroll them. And that you can see the fear in their eyes.
We only got you on like a year ago. We had steaks.
Yeah.
You and I and Count Dankula.
It was great,
You got to come back on the next few days.
Totally.
Promise me that you'll pop back in with us to give us an aftermath. Okay?
Well, I don't know if I will tonight because it is very, very late. But maybe another day.
Not tonight. I'm saying the next few days.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. I definitely will.
Okay,
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks very much for having me.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
We appreciate
Computer's
you.
not
Let's go back.
recognizing
There
the
goes.
headphones at all.
Oh, that was nice, wasn't it?
I tried to put a bet, but it said it was maxed on contract.
Hey, welcome back. Did they actually get you on?
Yeah. It took ages to get on, but it's always very nice talking to them because they're all really nice people. You know.
Alex looks smashed.
Yeah. To be honest, that's how I feel. To be honest, I'm just fucking wrecked. Like. I need to go and get
You heard about the betting markets? We're talking about the betting markets.
No. Tell me what else has gone on. Because
so the betting markets originally they had like Biden at what 66%, something like that, 70%. Trump is now at 72.4% in the betting markets.
Whoa!
Excellent.
Did you hear? Okay, so in case you didn't hear that,
and
Dan,
80% on predicted.
Right. So Trump is now 74% in the betting markets.
20-cent thing. Oh my
While
God.
you've been gone,
As opposed to what?
Nevada
Trump
went to a favorite.
Oh, so hold on. Let me get OBS brought over. Let's just transition to something else. All right. So that's the map right now. So let's look up some betting odds then for Trump, right?
All right.
2020 betting odds. ActionNetwork.com. Do you know that one?
No, I don't do much betting.
Wow. Okay, this is great. Oh, we're sharing this for sure. Okay. So these are the odds. So let's bring this in. Let's bring this in for sure. Okay, so the at 11:30 p.m. on Monday night, the odds were 66-33 Biden. Right?
Okay.
That was the Vegas betting odds. Vegas betting odds then peaked at around 5 p.m. Was that yesterday? No, actually, hold on. And then at 2 a.m. Tuesday, so that's today, they dipped down to 61.4. All right. The betting odds peaked for Biden between 12:50 p.m. and 5 p.m. So none of the election day votes had been counted, right?
Gotcha.
68%. 68%. The betting margin has now swung completely the opposite direction, and Trump. They're now putting at 10 p.m. Trump has now in the Vegas betting odds a 74% chance of winning. That's what the odds are right now. Yeah, and if we go back to our main map.
I've got North Dakota now called for Trump.
Oh, I mean, that's not a surprise.
No, but they have it locked in now as official.
Wow. Okay. So he's probably going to win Florida. That's a big deal. The gap has widened in PA. He's now up to 52 to 45. The gap has really widened in Michigan. I mean, 36% reporting, but 55 to 42. Hey, your state's finally come in. 73% reporting in Arizona. Can you see the share screen?
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
It's not good from McSally, probably. Let me see. Well, they're still not showing anything.
So what city do you need to burn down tomorrow if Arizona goes blue?
Fuck. They have Kelly 300,000, well, 250,000 ahead of her right now.
Ahead of McSally?
Yeah.
Is that Senate or is that Senate or I think it's Senate, right?
This is Senate, and this is for the full term finally. McSally's had to run like 4 times in the last 2 years.
Huh.
The way our laws are between the primaries and the actuals. She had to run against Sinema. She lost. Then she got appointed for the open seat that was still there. Then she had to she had to get primary to get into that one against Sinema. Then she had to run against Sinema. And then she had to run another primary recently to get onto this one. And this is actually for the full class. I think she's in the B class.
So, so Trump's down 8 points, 73% reporting in Arizona. So my prediction of Arizona going blue might be correct. Now, I'm happy to have gotten PA wrong. I'm happy to have gotten Wisconsin wrong.
And let's hope that holds. The reservation's going to go for Democrat. We do have a lot of rural areas also that take a while to report. Which is why, that's why I was saying last time, that's why everyone went to bed thinking McSally had it, because we figured, okay, the rural areas are going to come in more Republican than Democrat. So we're like, okay, we got the ones we needed. We can only be helped at this point. And and then Sinema just flipped it. Good thing is Ferguson only has 1.3%. She's gonna kill libertarians for a decade.
Okay, so let's do what did I say, between 1 and 1.5% for Jorgensen? Yeah. Dude, Donald Trump has the popular vote right now. In fact, he has a majority in the popular vote. Oh my God. So if that interstate compact or whatever, where like whichever president wins the popular, your state concedes to the electoral. My God. Connecticut was one of those states.
It if that holds.
Oh my God, he's got it by a mile if he wins the popular vote. If he wins the popular vote, that means he's got all those states in the interstate compact, and they're all blue states, all of them, every last one of them. I think it's California, Oregon, Wisconsin, Washington, Colorado, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, Vermont.
I never heard that much. I heard something of it. I never paid attention to it. So what is it? A bunch of states banded together?
Well, let's see if we can figure it out. Let's see if I can get an article for it. Interstate compact. Popular vote. There it is. Oh, National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. All right, so we're going to bring this in for everybody, and we're going to go ahead and read through it. And we're going to do a little bit of an analysis. This may get dry. Deal with it. I got beer at the end of this waiting for me. So there we go, folks. This is from Wikipedia. So, excuse me while I do my old Vosh Wikipedia scholar. And I got to make sure I got the page properly widened so that people can see it. Okay, so this is going to have to get shrunk. And we'll do one of these things. All right, Dan, I'm about to share a screen with you so you can follow along. All right. Wikipedia. So, excuse me while I don my Wikipedia scholar hat. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, NPVIC, is an agreement among a group of U.S. states and the District of Columbia to award all their electoral votes to whichever presidential candidate wins the overall popular vote in the 50 states and the District of Columbia, which is absurd.
Oh my God, California's in that?
Yep. Is absurd. Which means that if Donald Trump wins the popular vote, okay, let me list the states. Holy crap. Okay. So here's the states that have enacted it. DC, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey,
Almost
Connecticut, Rhode Island,
one.
Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, Illinois, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Washington, Oregon. Oh my God. if Donald Trump, if this actually took effect, and states
What's
that are
the
pending,
yellow?
Pending, so it hasn't made it through the legislatures. Pending
So
includes,
it's literally every state that's currently blue is going to have to give it to him
if he wins the popular and they actually enacted this.
Yeah.
All right. So
is
compact,
is this not enacted?
I don't think it's actually in effect. The compact is designed to ensure that the candidate who receives the most votes nationwide is elected president, and it would come into effect only when it would guarantee that outcome. As of October 2020, it has been adopted by 15 states in the District of Columbia, although it is suspended in Colorado. I can't imagine how this would be considered legal in any way, including Colorado. I mean, it's basically the states directing how they want their ECs, voters, to vote. So I guess that's how you would look at it, and I guess that's how it would be legal. But holy crap, this is bad. Like, you're just then why vote?
Well,
like, if I live in Connecticut, why vote?
I would need to check with the Declaration of Independence here to figure out how.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for two.
Can the states can the states put rules on the electors, or is that bound by the Declaration of Independence?
No. First things first, the Declaration of Independence isn't binding to anything except our association with Britain.
No, I know. I'm making a joke. It's I know no one's listening, but I got in an argument with today. Hey, there's a little town north of here, and there's a flaming liberal up there that posted something that a couple of us started getting on him for. And to his credit, he'll stay in the fight for a while, but he got on somebody about grammar. And then so he posted something that had some grammar errors. So I started tearing him apart, telling him, well, first, you don't put spaces before your commas and periods. And he brought up such and such. And I seriously think the dude was supporting my accusation of Joe Biden pedophilia, twisting that little girl's nipple, because his comment was, well, it's in the Constitution, the pursuit of happiness. I'm like, okay.
No,
let's
the
deal with
pursuit of happiness is part of the Declaration, not the Constitution.
I said, let's deal with your grammar errors first. And I dealt with his grammar. And I'm like, by the way, that the Constitution has the pursuit of happiness in, are you referring to what most of us call the Declaration of Independence? That actually stopped him from responding.
Okay. So, I want to just make this clear. Wins overall popular vote in the District of Columbia. The compact is designed to ensure that the candidate who receives the most votes nationwide is elected president, and it would come into effect only when it would guarantee that outcome. What is that talking about? What does that mean? Like,
that if you're down enough where you don't have the electoral votes, if you don't have, basically it would have put Hillary in.
Yeah. I'm not reading it like that, but I guess that's one way to read it. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. Basically, it's if the team that gets elected is the team that we like, great, it stays.
Yeah, we'll let it go. Yeah.
Yeah, and if the team that gets elected isn't the team that we like, then it goes. Let me just.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Where does it talk about electors?
All right. Including Colorado, these states have 196 electoral votes, which is 36% of the Electoral College. Wow. And 73% of the 270 votes needed to give the compact legal force. What do they mean?
So in other words, how many states is it? 15?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 NDC. 14 NDC.
In other words, 15 of us have 70% of the power to tell the rest of you what you're going to do.
Yeah. Certain legal questions may have... Oh, wait, hold on. We got to go to legal force and see what they mean by legal force. In law, coming into force or entry into force is the process by which legislation, regulations, treaties, and other legal instruments have legal force and effect. So did that just use the rule of law? Term is closely related to the date of this transition. The point at which such instrument comes into effect may be set out as the instrument itself, or after the lapse of a certain period, or upon happening of a certain event. The effective date of a law. Okay. So In terms of legal force, they're talking about it would need 200. It would need to assume 270 votes. Like there would have to be enough states signed on to the compact to reach 270 votes for the compact to take effect.
Oh, like what they're trying on the Article 5 convention.
Kind of.
Get 35 states signed on.
Yeah. Certain legal questions may affect implementation of the compact. No kidding. Some legal observers believe states have plenary power to appoint electors as prescribed by the compact. Others believe that the compact will require congressional consent under the Constitution's compact clause, or that the presidential election process cannot be altered except by a constitutional amendment. Mechanism. Taking the form of an interstate compact, the agreement would go into effect among participating states only after they collectively represent an absolute majority of votes. So that's what that part means. That's, I think, what that part means. I don't think it means that it's going to take effect when it can swing a vote. I think when it says, and it's been adopted by 15 states in the District of Columbia, although it is suspended in Colorado. Okay. The compact is designed to ensure that the candidate who receives the most votes nationwide is elected president, obviously, and would come into effect only when it would guarantee that outcome. So you see, I think it means that when enough states have signed on such that their electoral vote count exceeds 200, equals or exceeds 270.
Yeah. Which it's basically an electoral vote version of the 17th Amendment, which I despise.
Which one's the 17? Is that the Senate thing?
I think it's 17 or
16 is
yeah,
taxes.
Yeah.
17 is you're going to get us in trouble if you want to nix the 19th. Do you know what the 19th is, right?
Hang on.
Women's suffrage, dude.
Oh, I ain't going to say it out loud.
We can't talk about Matt Christensen's buddy there, blonde, and her take on the 19th. Or who is it that was the big
what does she say about I don't think I've heard
blonde
her.
Blonde wants 19th repealed.
Because does she think that certain groups are too stupid to vote?
she says that women shouldn't vote.
Nice.
And that she should concede her vote to her husband. I think she's just being she's just trolling, but Ann Coulter isn't. And she agrees.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah. Ann is I would love to have a chat with Ann. She's something else.
Yeah, I've liked her for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting. I don't always agree with her, but
yeah, I think she takes immigration too far. But
yeah. What's her current stance on that?
She wants the border closed. Period. No one in, no one out.
Oh yeah, she's pissed because he is not building the wall quick enough, right?
Well, I mean, Dan, the wall that. First things first. Here's why I'm against the wall. Because if for no other reason, like, what wall are you going to need to build to completely put a halt to immigration at the border?
Oh yeah.
You're going to need to build a freaking Death Star.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a million other ways to spend that money that would be much better and resolve these problems. For example, like get rid of the safety net. Get rid of the safety net, and then the only people that come here are going to be either, hard workers.
Well, you do that for
or they starve.
You do that for citizens too. After my dad left us because he ended up having PTSD kick in from Vietnam and he left and had to go do his thing. We were on food stamps. The old days, it's the joke. Nobody would get Eddie Murphy's joke now about government cheese.
Yeah.
I get the government cheese joke because I was on government cheese and you had to go down and pick up the box at the food stamp office.
Yep.
I remember getting the government, and I still love government cheese. If I could get that, if I could find that stuff, makes the best grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, that crap. I mean, but you have to use like a chainsaw to get that to cut right. Did you ever deal with government peanut butter?
I don't remember the peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter was
sure
awful.
We did. I'm sure we did because we had the whole box. But
yeah,
I remember
the peanut butter was that peanut butter that was like super thick and wouldn't spread. And would destroy the bread that you.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, yeah. Like the only way it was worthwhile was to like microwave the peanut butter so it was a little bit soft, and then you got to toast the bread. So it's like got some rigidity to it, and then it would kind of like go on like actual butter. Yeah.
No, cause my mom got off that as soon as she found a job that paid enough, she got off of it. She had incentive to, because it was a pain in the ass to go down to the office to get the damn food.
That, folks. And all right. That, folks. That is Georgia's EBT card. Food stamps. So I'm right there with you, man. And the reason I carry it around in my wallet, never forget.
What's it look like?
Here.
Ah.
There you go. Real deal. So if anyone ever questions.
Was that when you were in college?
No, it was shortly after.
Ah. I remember hearing you when you were having the immigration debate. I heard you say something about Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I got my focus back aligned. Well,
you're out a little bit, either that or your lights too.
I'm doing it on the lower camera, so the lights are too bright for the camera that you're seeing because there isn't any way for it to turn down its brightness. Here, watch this.
So it looks like we picked up Utah on governor also, which isn't surprising. So at this point, we're just waiting on Washington and Montana.
All right. So the interstate compact we talked about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The agreement would go into effect among the participating states only after they collectively represent an absolute majority of votes, currently at least 270 in the EC. Once in effect, in each presidential election, the participating states would award all of their electoral votes to the candidate with the largest national popular vote total across the 50 states in D.C. As a result, that candidate would win the presidency by securing a majority of votes in the EC. Until the compact's conditions are met, all states award electoral votes in the current manner. The compact would modify the way participating states implement Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution, which requires each state legislature to define a method to appoint its electors to vote in the Electoral College. The Constitution does not mandate any particular legislative scheme for selecting electors, and instead vests state legislatures with the exclusive power to choose how to allocate their state's electors. Although systems that violate the 14th Amendment, which mandates equal protection of the law and prohibits racial discrimination, would be prohibited, states have chosen various methods of allocation over the years, with regular changes in the nation's early decades. Today, all but 2 states, meaning Nebraska, award all their electoral votes to the single candidate with the most votes statewide, the so-called winner-take-all system, meaning Nebraska currently award 1 electoral vote to the winner in each congressional district and the remaining 2 electoral votes to the statewide winner. Yeah, so I mean, this seems pretty obvious as to what I don't think we need to read the rest of this article.
So congressional districts, so far it looks like Wisconsin, something just updated. I don't know what, but Wisconsin, only 1 has gone Democrat. 1, 2, 3. I can see 4 look like they're Republican.
Congressional districts?
Yeah.
I mean, do you think
something
that's
just up?
So does it look like the House is plus red, or do you think it's going to be plus blue or even?
So far it's looking plus red, I'm hoping.
All right.
I mean, you still have California that's like 38 seats, so that one's going to suck. But there's a lot of red going on. I mean, there's smaller states, obviously. Come on, close. So far, the House is 76 Democrat. Oh, just updated. 86 Democrats to 118 Republicans. Utah's almost entirely. We're just waiting on Salt Lake,
which is all of the population of Utah.
Yeah.
But I mean, Utah should go red, right? Like, I mean, he's got a pretty substantial lead anyways, and Salt Lake City is the reddest major city in the U.S. Maybe, unless you want to call Fargo a major city.
No.
Yeah, so it's the reddest major city in the U.S. by a lot.
When they make the movies and the TV show making fun of the place.
Salt Lake City?
No, Fargo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the poke in the eye of you think you're big, but you're not. So far, Texas is pulling. I'm only seeing 2 congressional districts. Let's see what it says.
Well, it finally did go red. Plus 4% for Donald.
Oh, did they call it?
No, they haven't called it yet, but it's finally turned red.
It's up.
Yeah.
So Texas has damn. I knew it was a lot. Texas has 36 seats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 are either definitely are or leaning.
All right, let's see if we can snipe another podcast here. Let's see what Destiny's up to.
The fires and some charities, the naked philanthropist on my stream,
called you,
and she's
Tom,
actually flying to Canada
Trump.
to meet me. Then I'll be streaming with Destiny in LA with her, and I just think like
115 to
you know, for
144 on
David
270
Beckham
to
and stuff,
win.
we're reaching out there. I'm on David Beckham's level. Like, I should-
Wait, what the?
They still have Georgia and North
I need this
Carolina
shit.
out there.
I
Yeah, so
asked
I'm-
if I
I'm
can have a
sniping-
weird
I'm
flex.
sniping Destiny's
I
podcast
asked
for a
for
second.
consent.
He basically found the best way he could do a quick advertisement of a big stream happening.
Exactly.
But it was
already
awkward as hell.
happened. It already happened, Trey. The stream already happened. So it's not an advertisement. I'm just flexing that like women like me. Okay, is that cool?
It's okay though. I still love you. But anyways, Destiny, explain to oh no, you already explained. I'm so stupid.
Oh, you explain what? You explain what?
No, he explained how the governor is is going blue, but the
Oh, it just means
Before
people
that,
didn't like the governor. Yeah.
They're gonna recount some shit, or they're gonna count more mail-in ballots of whatever the fudge.
Wait, no.
What was that?
Does that? Oh, so it means that from what they've counted already, that the governor, the blue governor, won so decisively that it doesn't matter if the rest get counted.
Oh God! Wait, somebody just posted in chat. Mail-in ballots don't count till tomorrow in Ohio. Is that true?
Wait, who here has a fucking typewriter? Like, what the fuck did I just listen to?
My bad.
Why do people think that certain types of votes favor one party more than another?
Because just historically, certain types of people vote certain types of way. Like I think black people are more likely to vote early. I think Democrats right now are. I don't know why. It's maybe just culturally thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like I think right now, I think that early mail-in voters are more likely to be Democrat because they're more conscientious about the coronavirus and shit. Like it's just there's different trends that you can see for people voting in different ways.
Interesting. What is voter suppression?
9 minutes, by the way. 9 minutes.
So voter suppression is when people talk about voter suppression, sometimes people will do things to make it a little bit harder for certain people to vote. So in North Carolina, for instance, the state legislature tried to shut down certain polling places that was used predominantly by black people and disallow certain forms of ID that was used predominantly by black people. And they were saying, well, we're just trying to make the election safer. But other people will look at that and say, well, hold on. Like, it feels like you're trying to keep people from voting. This feels like a form of voter suppression. That's what people are saying.
Yeah.
Do you know in Texas how it had all those little districts there? If you're looking at that statewide
That would be
map,
arguing.
did you see that one?
That would be arguing based on the outcome. Vosh.
The example of voter suppression is Texas was trying to have it so that there was only one, I think it was Texas, only one ballot drop box per each one of those things, even though in fucking Houston and Dallas, there's 1 billion fucking people, and in some of those places, there's 1,000. So there'd only
That's
be
not
one
voter suppression.
drop-off box in a place with a fuck ton of people, for instance. That would be also
What's
voter
that?
suppression.
That's not
I think
voter
that
suppression.
they overturned that though, didn't they? Didn't they get more?
Yeah, but that's just an
but
example
that's an
of something
example.
that
Yeah,
they
for
would
sure.
try to do, yeah.
All right, let's get your food.
PA going Biden now? Wait, what? Is it?
Doesn't look like it. We got 10 more
Mids.
minutes. Wait,
So
did they
what-
not overturn the Dropbox ruling? I thought they did.
Guys, so what are the candidates doing right now?
Just sitting and waiting with their teams, like fucking probably biting their nails, being worried as fuck.
They're probably just watching like trains. They're probably just watching your stream right now, actually.
Yeah, 100%.
Getting into it.
Okay, I've always thought about this game. What are the odds you think of very big, extreme celebrities have come across your stream in any way, shape, or form and actually looked at it for even 1 second?
I imagine that quite a few probably have, like, just for a second, because a lot of them probably do some kind of like looking into it, like because even it was like 2 years ago, wasn't it, when fucking Drake played with Ninja or some shit, wasn't it?
Yeah, but okay, see, that's a bit more targeted because, you know, like,
yeah, sure,
it's
but
like
I imagine that probably by chance, like somebody's like, oh, like click some shit or whatever, and it's seen like at least like the really mainstream. It was like you probably, or like a really big Fortnite or League player. Yeah, there's probably a chance. Yeah.
Obviously, if they saw me again, they didn't want to know my name, what I look like, what I do. Like they have no idea. But I mean, even one frame of one of us in one of their daily lives, one of these big celebrity juicers. It's probably really likely, right?
Wait, what? Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Trump watches my
Yes.
stream, 100%.
There will definitely be like articles about streamers and what they think for sure.
Somebody told me that. So I don't know if you guys know this, but when you stream on YouTube, the YouTube algorithm, Google will automatically listen to and like record like all of your words and write them down so that they can do like ad targeting and arranging of like like boosting and unboosting or whatever. Apparently, because we were talking about that flat Earth shit earlier, or Zerka made a joke or some shit. I had a flat earther warning under my fucking stream for a while.
Are you serious? Oh my god. That's actually crazy.
Somebody linked a picture showing that I had like a little oh, like here, like this shit was underneath my
information about Earth.
Yeah, this shit underneath my fucking YouTube stream.
Zerka, how long did it take you to
wait, people are
learn
saying
all that
it's
shit about the flat Earth?
People are saying
Believe
it's
it or
there
not,
right now.
I was so like since I beat Hassan in the debate when I first started, it was some political. I didn't really know politics, so I had to learn politics. And then I'm like, if I beat Destiny Handicap, not only do I make DGG my bitch, I go viral, stupid. But it didn't go that viral. 300,000 views on YouTube, so it backfired. But I smoked a joint and had a lot of coffee.
Well, apparently so many people see it. I don't see it.
All right, we're gonna go try the Young Turks with their
union voters in Ohio. You suck at your job.
Ah,
mean,
here's
not
the
by a little,
meltdown.
but by a lot.
All right,
You get
This is
an
what I was
F
looking
minus for how you do politics. But no,
What happened?
hey, on TV, no,
All right.
Democrats are
You don't have
geniuses.
sound, so you
My
can't
ass
watch
they are.
the TYT.
Anna.
But they're melting
Yeah,
down,
I
and I
mean-
love it.
I don't know what to say. I mean, when you really look at in retrospect the
See, and this
way
is like,
Biden campaigned, I mean,
I still have them open.
Oh my god! Anna Kasparian hit the 30 wall like a ton of bricks too. She's got like 10 pounds of makeup on and still doesn't look great at all. Do you know who Anna Kasparian is?
The name I've heard of, but
Okay.
I don't know who she is.
Yeah, I mean, she just looks awful. Holy crap!
Is this lady it's on now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Blonde
Yeah.
lady.
I guess she's blonde, if you want to call it that. I mean, she's clearly not blonde. She's clearly just dyed the hell out of her hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, the chat is hilarious. Oh my god, we may have to expand this so people can follow along with the chat.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, hold on. All right, give me a second. Arg, come on now. The one major downside of OBS is that like repositioning things is a bitch to grab onto. And now we want to go this up. All right, so hopefully this will come into your YouTube pretty soon. Oh my God, they're already beginning the meltdown on TYT, and it's just glorious. It's just utterly glorious. Oh, the chat is just hilarious.
I can see the chat. Yeah.
Meltdown, that's wait till MAGA, Trump 2020, meltdown, Trump 2020, troll donations. What is the chat? What is the chat? Okay, do we have troll donations? No.
What's a troll donation?
$5 just to say stuff that they're never going to read.
Oh.
Okay.
Isn't that the promise generally, though? If you contribute, they're supposed to read it?
I mean, it's not like they're not like legally obligated in any
That's
way.
what I mean. There's no law, but that's kind of the ethical thing.
Yeah. So we can look what this guy said. Tell me when you get to see it.
I see it. But what it does do is it locks it into the window for everyone to see, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's another one from England.
Whether they read it or not, you're forcing people to see it.
Basically, Trump 2020. All right, we got another $5 donation. No brakes on the Trump train. Choo choo. In the TYT chat. I love it. Watching Anna Banshee shrieking without the sound on is like watching a crazy person crochet a blanket with twigs from a bird's nest. Oh my god! I almost want to buy my own chat. Internet won't let me send my edgy super berry because it isn't loaded with soy. Oh my god! This chat is golden. Oh man, we sniped the perfect. We sniped the perfect chat. Oh my god. WYT progressives don't want to tell the truth about their racist family members. That's where your flippin' praxis is with your family. Get real. Y'all need to be on their tails at your reunion. I don't know what the hell that guy is talking about. That doesn't even make sense grammar-wise.
He started. They called Texas.
Look, YouTube, you demonetized Steven Crowder, deplatformed Stefan Molyneux, and others while promoting your golden children. TYT still lost. Oh, this is so $5. MAGA sons, we love you. You know what? This might just become the hey. If they're not gonna read their super chats, we'll read them for them. Right? Fuck it, because this is so good. Trump is still your president. Oh my God. The corporate Democrats don't want to win. They can just whine and complain about Republicans because winning means they have to do something. That seems like a real contribution.
Yeah.
It only took like 8 of them to get a real contribution. How are you getting sound through Zoom? Trunk, show us your O face.
What did it say?
Here it goes. Oh my God. The Trump is still your okay. Trunk, show us your O face. Oh, this is brutal. This is savagely brutal. And here's the thing, like I can scroll up real quick so that the viewers can see it. Yeah, that like to dislike ratio is just golden, just utterly glorious. TYT is like the biggest supporters of Bernie Sanders on earth.
Now, why do you say that like to dislike's good again? I know you told me once.
Oh, that was with Twitter. But so normally in a video that people like, it looks like a blunt, like a barely lit blunt. This is just like a Mike and Ike, or not a Mike and Ike, like a pill. Like the like to dislike ratio is pathetic, and that's usually an indicator that people hate your video, right? So
because you should be higher on the like side if you're doing good, right?
Oh yeah, I mean we could probably we just sniped Destiny's videos, and I mean it was just like almost all likes, right? Like they've got 32,000 votes chimed in. Destiny would have like 31,000 likes and 1,000 dislikes. So they oh my God, this is just so good. Let me see if I can get just a few seconds of their audio.
But what Ida's saying is so important, and if you want constructive critique of the Democratic Party and how they ran this election, and within the context of this issue of sexism, because I understand that it's tough to challenge, right? So you say, well, all right, you're losing guys who care about machismo, but you also want to point out that it's toxic masculinity. So how do you square that, right? I think that in the long run, it's a relatively easy thing to do. How do you do it? When Kamala Harris is in a debate with Mike Pence, you let her debate him. It was, when we covered it live for you guys, for those of you who watched, you'll remember. I said, why does she have that fake smile? Oh, the corporate media is aghast. You're not allowed to talk about her smile, etc. No, you're missing my point. We know Kamala Harris can be tough. So why don't you let her hit him? Pence kept hitting and hitting and hitting. She might have won that debate on that night, according to the polling. But
no.
they keep winning the battles and losing the war. Why do they keep losing the war? Because they never make their own case. If the country had seen a strong black woman basically rip Pence to shreds, that's what in the long run gets people to go, oh.
Cenk, clearly you are utterly delusional, Cenk. Have you watched any of Kamala's back and forth in the Senate like judiciary committees? She got destroyed. She was utterly embarrassed by Gorsuch, and still got destroyed by Brett Kavanaugh. Like, she's not a good debater. End of story. And it's striking because she was a prosecutor, and part of being a prosecutor usually involves some debate lessons and understanding like a logic course that you would take in college, or at least in law school. No, she's actually terrible at it. I mean, Jim Jordan's just would like wipe the floor with her, and that's why the moment you remove the Trump from Trump and all we got was Trump's policy, Pence wiped the floor with Kamala. It wasn't close.
Oregon and Washington, obviously. Trump has obviously won Idaho. Jim Risch has won re-election. He's a Republican from there. Inslee has won re-election as governor in Washington. And Jeff Merkley has won re-election as a Democratic senator in Oregon. He's a good senator. He's actually a rare progressive. But you know what? Anyway, even the Merkleys of the world. He's a good progressive. He's good on policies. You remember when Merkley stood up for you? I'll wait. No, the correct answer is no, you don't remember that. Because no strong Democrat is allowed on TV, is allowed within the Democratic Party. They're all taught civility, compliance, and utter contemptible weakness. That's my take on it. All right, hit the join button below, tyt.com/join. Let's build a giant army, run over the rest of the media so that we could run over the corporate Democrats, so we could run over Republicans. That is the logical thing to do. You're never gonna.
Yeah, and you know what? Anyone else who's watching this stream, went up watching the stream, hit the sub button, because we'll actually read Cenk's super chats. In fact, let's engage in some more Schadenfreude. Did we read this one? No. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be a man. Well, I hope I don't get yeeted from YouTube for reading that. Trump wins. Shade glasses. It's okay to be orange. What? I don't get that one. Okay. I believe this race came down to right-wing media influence and pure racism. Here we go. I don't believe an increased progressive stance will change that. When in doubt, blame it on racism. When in doubt, the other side is just a bunch of racists. That's why. Now, don't bother getting introspective. Don't bother looking at strategy. Don't bother using this as a watershed moment to say, this is 2 years in a row. Maybe we should do something different. Nope. Double down and blame it on racism. Anna, you look beautiful tonight. Things are going to be wonderful. Hugs for all of you, Trump 2020. This guy had me. I even read it as though I was some crazy liberal. Anna, you look beautiful tonight. Things are going to be wonderful. Hugs for all of you. And then Trump 2020. Oh, got him. I've been had, and I'm perfectly willing to admit it. That was just wonderful. God, I should snipe the TYT live streams more often. Cenk, I know you hate European Americans, but it's okay to be white. Don't, oh God.
Oh, jeez.
Don't hate superior genetics. Disavow. Susan, if you're watching, I'm not laughing with, I'm laughing at. Yes, that's why I'm laughing. Jesus Christ. Dance, chunk. Dance for your peanuts. Oh man, these. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna put a little message in here. I'm gonna put a little message saying, listen, we're reading this. We're actually reading his super chats because apparently he's not going to. Okay, we got a member. Okay. Let's see if we can bring in people. So that would be, let's see, how do we do this? We're gonna. Hey Chank, learn to code. This is recorded. Come on, live talk. Joe for prison. Maga racist. A lot of crying. Oh, I don't know what the tacos are. Do you know what the taco meme means, Dan?
No.
All right. I don't know what the taco meme means.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Okay. I don't know what that's going for. Weekly liberation, whatever. Team TYT, you are the center of my sanity, emotionally and factually. Keep pushing strong progressive policies and being the backbone of the media.
Travis has a little too much money.
Yeah. 90% of your chat is laughing at you and Anna. How's it feel? And since you won't read your chat, I will. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's joining in. $88,000 watching. The party is just starting with Trump. You ain't seen nothing yet. Generation Zyklon is unstoppable. Yeah. Yikes. Disavow. Oh my God. Shout out to Team MAGA up in here. Waiter Trump team. Trump train these turkeys. This is so good. Oh man. Oh man, I gotta share this. I gotta share this with some folks. They
gave Oregon to Trump, obviously.
They locked that into Trump?
Yeah, 270 to win, just gave Oregon to Trump. Or I'm sorry, to Biden. What we expected. New Hampshire went to Biden. Connecticut officially.
Yeah, I mean those are not
the ones
surprises.
We expected.
Yeah. I'm just gonna share this because this is too good. You want to just read off some results here while I get some of this shared?
Yeah, let me. Okay, let's see. So Oregon. So right now, and again, most of the country is conservative. When you look at this, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, all for Biden. Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska mostly, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, all to Trump. So 138 Biden, 144 Trump. So at 144 Trump, if Texas comes through and Georgia comes through, if Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa all go Trump, now we're at 268. He could hit Alaska and
that would do it.
get it. What's that? Alaska would put over by 1. So basically he would still have the questionable Minnesota, which might or might not be questionable, but there would still be Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona out there. Assuming Arizona goes the way Senate's looking, it's not going to be as wide a margin as before, but it still looks like Trump. Oh, they just called Washington and California.
Really?
Biden's at 205 to 144. But those weren't in my factors anyway.
All right, let me get that. Let me get that brought up. Okay, so I have Google is basically just filling in the West Coast the way you would expect. Yep. Georgia looks like it's going to be a Trump win. North Carolina, ooh, that's 94% reporting Trump has a 500,000 vote lead. Florida, 98% reporting Trump has a 400,000 vote lead. That's a biggie. Pennsylvania, 46% reporting, so who knows what to make of it, 400,000 vote lead. Winnable. Michigan, 54, oh boy, a pretty sizable lead, but only 44% reporting. Here we go. Ohio, here we go. Dan, you're going to love this. 92% reporting in Ohio. Trump's up 53 to 45, 2.8 mil to 2.4 mil. They have called New Hampshire for Joe Biden with a 53.4% to 45% margin, 218,000 to 100. Well, okay, 222,000 to 189,000 votes, 53% reporting. He said they called Texas. Trump is up 51.
No, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was looking on the Senate one. Texas is still out, but Senate, they did win Senate. So, and they're trending House.
Yeah, let's see. The West Coast is pretty blue. Pretty blue. Washington's got no reporting going on right now. 1% reporting. 56% in. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a Trump win. This looks like a Trump win. If it stays as is, and it looks like it might. It might.
Texas, I'm still worried. If Texas goes, it's gone.
If Texas goes, it's gone, but I don't know. I mean, 74% reporting.
How far off are we on North Carolina?
Very close. 94% reporting. So we're almost done, but less than 100,000 votes. Difference. 2.7 mil to 2.6 mil.
So 2.7.
Very close. 50.1 to 48.7. All right, let's do some more TYT super chats that they won't read. Wearing masks when clearly unnecessary also contributes to it being a partisan issue, which probably had to do with something they were saying. Big presence from the Biden campaign, crying, laughing emoji. We have to be more aggressive, progressives. Hey, guys. Yep. Hey, guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they... Okay, that's a weirdo. Here we go. Thank you, nice. Trump, for giving me the financial stability to send this message. All aboard. Choo choo. US. Oh, man, this is golden. Oh, man. 12 more years of Trump.
What is it? 212?
12 more years of Trump.
Nice.
Again, I mean, Chank, if you're not going to read your super chats, I'll read them because they are golden. Okay, we already read this. Oh my God, this is so good. All right, so there's this trope going on that's just cope. PA for Trump, MAGA, Trump 2020, cope. Trump El Jefe. Oh, here we go. We got another super chat in. God, if only I could make a fortune off of being just terrible. The explanation that it is close is that it should have been Bernie. You're an idiot. Bernie would have gotten landslided. Landslided. My mother would not have voted for Bernie. She did vote for Oh my God. Here we go. Trump 2020 and 2024 and 2028. Demo-rat salt is delicious.
Nice.
Oh man, this is the perfect. I did not think this was going to be this good. I didn't think this was honest. I honestly didn't think this was going to be this good. Do we want to listen to these screeching banshees just yet? It's okay to be white is the most recent.
So it looks like Georgia's having a runoff on Senate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what those tacos are.
Yeah, I don't either. Look that up for me. Do taco emoji meme. And if there's an Urban Dictionary listing, that's the way to do it. And while that's happening, I'm going to turn on some sound.
So maybe that says that Western Pennsylvania is going to go for Trump in a way that it didn't do before. We don't know, and we're not going to know tonight, clearly. And neither Georgia also. All these votes that haven't been counted yet in Georgia, they got some problem, and they're going to sort it out tomorrow.
All right, one thing seems clear. Since it's not a blowout, we're now in territory where the race has become stealable. So one of the things we were worried about is they would say, hey, Trump's got the lead on election night, and that's it. We're ending the game in the third quarter.
Oh my God.
Stop counting, or do massive hijinks doesn't really describe it well enough. Treachery, whatever it takes. Brooks Brother mobs, militias, whatever.
Oh my God, you idiot. So Cenk, here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow morning, the winner is going to declare themselves the winner. Do you know how much standing that holds under the law? None.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, they have to allow the votes to come through. That are going to take a while to process because there's some weirdness going on apparently in Georgia, right? And Trump's and Cenk here has basically just accused Trump of something that he hasn't done yet, which is he said, "Oh, in advance, yeah, I'll just blame it on Trump cheating," right? Like. This is why, Cenk, this is why your ratio is so bad. This is why your only followers are hate followers, because everything you say is just cringeworthy nonsense. But let's listen in.
In a basketball game.
Did you find the definition for that word? Did you find out what the hell is?
Not exactly, but I think I'm onto it here.
All right, then let's listen into some more TYT then.
In the Ben, you were talking about Philadelphia, you talk about Georgia. It's funny how the cities seem to be where the votes don't count or aren't counted. You know, in Atlanta, there's always something, like there's a problem. If there's a problem in Georgia, the problem's in Atlanta. You know, the Philadelphia votes won't be counted because the cities are overwhelmingly Democratic. So, as you said, Cenk, the closer it is, the worse it is. And I think one of the shames is that we, as like most people, we can't trust the vote. Like, this is something new.
We can't trust the vote.
Trust voting.
Isn't this exactly what you accused Trump of doing before he did it? Isn't this exactly what you guys said like 2 weeks, have been saying for months now about how Trump is going to refuse to acknowledge the results of the election? Isn't this exactly what you guys said? And you guys are the ones doing it?
No, just we're heading in the wrong direction.
Well, I'll keep on my theme because it's correct. Democratic incompetence. If I'm running a presidential campaign and I think Pennsylvania is going to be the most critical state, and I know that by far the place where I have the most votes is Philadelphia, and I have the governor is a Democrat, you can't figure out a way to count Philadelphia votes quicker? No, the Democrats always say there's nothing we could do. Well, that's why people don't vote for you, because you're constantly telling them there's nothing that you could do for them, ever. So
I just want to point out,
just always blame someone else. Never take responsibility. And that's not a bootstraps comment. That's you doing the exact opposite. MAGA 2020, salty army. Just remember, Cubans are not Latin inks. Here's $5 to dry your tears with. Classical liberal here. I love people. TYT is a hate organization. No one cares, Anna. Hang in there, guys, and keep on with the good fight from Manchester, UK. Okay, whatever. The Norfies. Okay, Biden 209, low teen 118. Love you all having fun making trolls play. Whatever that means. No comment associated with that one. All right. No update on the tacos.
Best I can find is, do you know what the eggplant emoji is? It's the other version of that.
Yeah.
I'm not finding any that said exactly that. But there was one link, although they didn't describe it, but it said real meaning of eggplant and taco emoji.
So probably not something we can read on stream.
No, if you know what the eggplant emoji is, it's the genetically opposite version of that emoji.
Yeah, from the front.
Yes.
Okay. 4 more years. Donald Trump Jr. 2024. Oh man, Wynn didn't change the rules. Amazing. Classical liberalism is dead. Yeah, welcome to TYT, folks. Wynn didn't change the rules. We got a Trump wins. Oops. Make sure I have this caught up all the way. Let's do some more listening in.
Oh yeah, that's what it means.
Oh, hey, your girl's on. Oh no, did I mute her?
We're going to fight for the issues
there we go.
and win on policy.
This is incredibly personal.
We're going to win on policy.
Healthcare for everyone.
We're fighting for $15 minimum wage.
We're fighting for $15 million minimum wage.
Debt-free college, and we
are
going to...
Oh my God, you guys get money out of politics. Get economics out of brain. Oh my God, speaking of no brain.
Because the last thing we're going to do is go into another presidential election and run a corporatist against a populist candidate.
At some point, the buck needs to stop, and it's going to stop with us. It's going to stop with Justice Democrats.
So who are we?
People who do not take corporate PAC money.
We're relying on small donors.
99.9% of our contributions came from people.
You're a Justice Democrat, so you don't take any corporate PAC money.
I'm not influenced by money.
As a Justice Democrat, I made that pledge.
You're not influenced by money. So if you manage to collect more money than those people that are getting money from super PACs, which Bernie did, and corporations, which in the end Bernie did. What's the difference? What is the difference? God, you guys are such babies. All right, let's read some more. Let's read some more super chats. Oh, Dan, do this for me. If you've got an answer for me, just let me know in a second. There's a super chat here that says, "Google this: dancing Israelis." That's probably going to get us in trouble. So let us know what you found out. Himha says MAGA. Subawu says, "See the lib cucks. Keep saying racism, fascism, sexism, and keep losing. I voted Bernie twice and then Trump for the peace deals. Democrats equals war, riots, and lockdowns." Yep, yeah, we will find that out tomorrow morning for sure. So what'd you find out? And you said, ooh, like you knew something.
No, I was looking at something else. What did it say exactly? Just Google dancing Israelis?
Dancing Israelis. They had it in quotes, though, so be aware of that. And if it's going to get us in trouble, just let me know.
I remember this. This was a 9/11 related thing.
Crowder sent me. What happened to the 14-point lead? Laugh my fucking ass off. Go ahead.
It's related to 9/11. There were some, they're calling them dancing Israelis, high-fiving as the towers came down.
Okay, so we probably can't talk about that too much.
Yeah, probably.
Probably going to get us in trouble.
I guess it's on YouTube.
Am I going to get in trouble? I'm going to get in trouble, aren't I? Are we really going to mix? Are we really going to mix a statement about Jews and 9/11? Like, there's no way that conversation doesn't go dark.
Yeah, that looks like what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think we can really spend too much time on that. So let's quickly move on to another super chat. Nebraska is close. Also, District 1.
What I was excited about was a small win, but it's my Fraudenscheid. Donna Shalala lost to the Republican challenger in Florida.
All right. This might be my favorite super chat so far. Pro tip for Chank. Don't endorse subhumans burning down cities and calling people racist for wanting civility. I'm here for telols. Trump 2020 lol lol. Cry more, please. Oh, man. Man, they are just getting eaten alive. I don't know what this is. Don't count Nebraska out for Trump yet. Okay.
Well, I've got...
What do I have?
Nebraska divides it up. Nebraska currently at... Oh, they're calling it safe. The 270 to win is saying Trump 30 at 54% to Biden's 43%.
Yeah, I mean overall, but they divide it, by.
They're not. Oh, here we go. Districts. So they're saying Biden for District 2,
which is what. Which I'm pretty sure what people are. Excuse me while I yawn on the air, which is exactly the right thing to do. Which is exactly what they tell you to do.
They're not telling the other districts, actually.
Okay, Idaho has been declared a lock. Utah's been declared a lock. Right now, if you just go by only the locks, Don is down 209 to 118. But this is kind of what we talked about much earlier in the stream, which is that Trump's got an uphill battle to fight because, the locks alone put Joe Biden in very favorable territory. He doesn't have much to win on just the locks, right? Like, as long as he's going to get Hawaii, so that's going to be another 4 EC votes. That'll bring him up to 213, which means he's only got 57 to get, which is pretty easy to get out of Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Maine, and maybe he flips one of these much closer states. Like,
well, 270 to win now has Ohio as Trump.
Well, 400,000 point vote lead, so 2.9 mil to 2.5 mil. That's an 8% spread with 94% reporting. That's probably legitimate.
Yeah, so they've called that. So now I think it's coming down to Trump has to get Pennsylvania and Texas, I think, or lose Pennsylvania and sweep all except Minnesota.
I mean, as long as the map stays as is, he's fine.
Yeah, he's down right now. The states I'm still seeing, other than Arizona, maybe the states I'm still seeing still puts him up there.
51.
I think he's going to
67, 77, 85, 105, 120, 136, 165. That would get him the win. Yeah, so if it stays as is, he'd win. Not by much, but he'd get the win.
Yeah, it'll be less than last time.
It'd be a substantial amount less than last time. And I think the huge part of that last time was Arizona.
Crenshaw won at least. The guy who wrote the article again. Which after his ad, I donated to him.
Dan Crenshaw?
Yeah, because they pulled together a good team. I'm trying to remember all the people on his team. Louis Gohmert got back in easily. Van Taylor, Patrick Fountain.
500,000 people are watching Crowder live. Okay, let me pull up a new window.
Yeah, my buddy Al he's texting me.
Well, Crowder's actually really good live.
Yeah.
Live now. Holy crap, he's got a legitimate 500,000 people watching now. He might have more people watching his stream than there are people watching CNN right now.
Yeah.
And he's kind of doing what we're doing too. He sniped in on somebody. I mean, it would be like YouTube jail for us to go and snipe that, because we'd be doing the old meta, the old Inception there, where we're sniping somebody who's sniping somebody, you know?
Right.
Commenting on somebody. Oh, are these his guests? I think those might be his guests. Holy cow.
Let me see.
He's having problems. They're okay. Yeah. He's having problems with his stream because there's so many people watching it. Chat disabled for the live stream. That's too bad. They could have gotten super chats out of that. All right, speaking of super chats, let's get back over to Chank. $100? Oh my God. I have supported TYT since 2004. You have made me a better American. This is the only news that actually informs you. P.S. John said my daughter Haven's name earlier. Can you please shout out to my daughter Ember? They will be future members of TYT. My fam is with y'all. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You're the center of my sanity.
What's Crowder wearing a holster for?
Because he's Crowder?
Yeah.
There are exactly 2 reasons Biden's going to lose Michigan outside of Detroit to the red. It looks like he's using @55 hats to mean ass hats. Ask me and I'll explain. Yeah, whatever. I think somebody mentioned that the Crowder stream, and a ton of people jumped. I kind of want to dislike this video just to help with that ratio. Anna is built for BBC. I wonder if this is a hate super chat, or if this is legit. Anna is built for BBC. Is that British Broadcasting Company, or is that 3 words I don't think I can say either or any of?
I don't know that one.
You don't know Anna Kasparian? Yeah.
No, not enough. BBC, you said?
Yep. Oh, that's an Urban Dictionary I can't talk about. Chank and TYT, the voice of reason that keeps me kind of sane. Yeah, maybe they got moderators. Maybe they got moderators because there's just fewer comments coming in through chat. Learn to code. All right, here we go. We're going to do it. We're going over to Steven Crowder. We're going to snipe his. Okay, of course we have to deal with an ad because it's Crowder. All right, he's got no chat going on, so we'll have to do a quick bit of just touching things up here so it shows up properly. All right, let's see if we can get to
have a separate needle that I see for those areas, but we do have the counties if you want to go through those at any point. Or...
Okay, you know what? Hey, I hate to cut this short, Kumi and Lando, but we're having a little bit of feedback going on, and we do have to get going. And Alex Jones has been waiting, and if I keep Alex Jones waiting, I might end up in a river.
That's going to be a problem.
I might end up with a gay frog head in my bed next to me. So it's Compound Media, and from what I understand, you guys will be in the great state of Texas sometime soon. We'll have you in studio.
Yes, indeed, sir. Very cool. Thanks a lot, Steven.
Thank you. I'm sorry it wasn't longer. It's just, next time get your shit together and arrange it.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Take it easy, man.
I love those guys.
They're good guys.
All right. So we have so much. I'm trying to think of what we have to get to as far as the show. Do we have any updates here on states? I really need to pee. I don't know if I can take a break here to
Go
pee.
take a break.
By the way,
We're
you
gonna do a
guys can
little
take
bit.
a break. You can hand it off to pee. You know what? Really quickly, before we go, I'm wondering if we don't need to bring on Dr. Choi. He's probably busy. But we can go to, I think, well, we can't shoot, right? We can't. No, wait, we can shoot. We can shoot. We're going to shoot. So everybody, tweet this out. We are going to shoot Gerald.
No.
Thomas Finnegan is going to shoot. It's Gerald B. Thomas Finnegan is going to shoot Gerald B. right now with our wonderful sponsor. Before we go to this commercial break, Spartan Armor, and I'm going to tell you about it right now. We're going to shoot Gerald B. live. Thomas Finnegan, let's go.
Give me 1 second. There he is. There he is.
He's almost.
All right, we're not watching Crowder's ads. We're not watching his ads. We'll go to TYT. You know who else? You know who else is probably losing their damn minds? Although Vosh is completely delusional. So let's see.
Face and through the eyes of statisticians to understand what the problems in our world are and what we can do about them.
34,000
Never before has
watching,
life
which
been
is
so
funny
clear
because
and
Sargon
so
had like twice
potentially
that many.
fruitful. And
Sargon
while
is
there are
watching
many challenges
Vosh.
we have yet to
Mike is
face,
watching
I think
Vosh.
that, generally speaking, it is much more effective to approach them with an open mind and a calm demeanor than it is to approach them with the feeling that must have been the feeling experienced by the many millions and billions of humans who have died tragically before you. It is better to be, well, self-aware, if you know what I mean. Is that good? Are we all a little bit more calm? Are we all a little bit better? Okay. Um, 94% of North Carolina has been counted. Trump's 1.5 ahead. Yeah, Trump is currently leading 100%. I've enjoyed spending the last 10 hours with you as well, Bob Quillen. Thank you. We just need Michigan and PA. Yeah. Well, you'll see how things go. Remember the red mirage, okay? Remember. Look at Biden's vote percentage in California. It is 69%. Let me read through a few more donations. Kai Cavender.
Oh man, gotta love the children.
Really appreciate the donations.
Of
I
Vosh's
appreciate
chat.
everybody who's donated. I can't tell you how much I appreciate
Let's
it. I really
see what a Cad's up
Please.
to.
67. So.
And Ohio's at 96.
So Sean just announced that he didn't win at all.
Ohio's pretty much.
Oh, was he
Come
close?
on, call it.
No.
I think Ohio.
Does he want to come on?
He lost 3-1.
Not until they call it, man.
Oh boy,
I
do you want to have him on?
called
You
tonight.
want to send him an invitation? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we're gonna-
is it like rude at this point?
I mean, 400,000.
That's why I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know, man. 3-1's bad.
Yeah, 75-25.
Was he running as a libertarian or was he running as a Republican?
I think he was running as libertarian.
Well, that's not bad then. 25% is a libertarian? That's not bad.
I was a longtime Republican. The Wyoming GOP super fracture and the LNC wanted to jump on the opportunity. Yeah, so I think he was running as a libertarian.
Huh. Hey, my district went pink. What? Oh, he's about to talk about my district.
Like
Hold
the
on.
day of.
They'll throw them away.
Just
Don't
put
worry. They'll recycle them. Don't worry.
They'll do the Florida thing, yeah.
You know, actually,
Trump leads in Peach
Louis.
County, Georgia, considered a bellwether. The Middle Georgia County has picked all but one winner of the White House since 1992. Okay.
Yeah, Trump's up like
Almost
10
points there.
Yeah. In Georgia.
Louis, you know, you said about recycling ballots. That actually happened in Belarus. The government put out a post on social media like, "Oh, look how green we are. We recycle all the ballots." And then some activists found them all. They were in a fucking furnace. They were just burning them all. They were uncounted as well. They were just like, "Fuck these ones."
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny.
Who knows the big Democrat areas in Wisconsin, because that vote's up to 57%. Trump still
It's
has
going to be
a decent
Milwaukee
lead.
and Madison and like those are the main ones, I think.
Trump's up half a million in Pennsylvania.
Virginia just flipped. Virginia just flipped.
Yeah, I mean, that was expected.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
it still
no.
shows Trump ahead
I
by
see a Trump
70,000.
lead.
Yeah.
Not on
Yeah.
mine. On mine, he's
How many
Biden's
votes?
up by 200,000.
What's the vote
Really?
total?
1 million. Yeah, 1.8 mil to 1.6 mil.
Then
Oh,
you
yeah,
have
so,
you have
yeah,
more up
that's-
to date numbers.
you gotta-
Yeah, I just saw that in Real Clear Politics. Yeah, it did just flip.
Oh no.
Crowder also had a little laugh on T1T.
Yeah,
I jumped
I still
between
think
channels.
he was gonna
Yeah,
say
so
I wasn't even-
Emmanuel, thanks for coming back, man. Like we haven't had much in the way of viewership here today, which is I'm okay with. I don't care. I'm trying to do this kind of casually here, but yeah, I mean TYT isn't reading their super chats, and their super chats are they're hilarious. They're absolutely hilarious. I don't know if you've been. I'm going to call you Emmanuel because I don't know if it's well Emmanuel, but yeah, like we've been reading them, and it's just amazing. It was like a solid 30 minutes of gold on the TYT stream where clearly it was just completely overtaken by MAGA. I'm suspicious the mods jumped in because the viewership did not decline, and yet the MAGA train chat, all of a sudden the chat got quiet. 43,000 watching now. That's now dwarfing. That's now actually a lot less than his peak because he has a lot of his viewership is in the UK where it's like 4 a.m. now. So for Sargon to have way more viewers than Vosh, kind of a big deal. Vosh, who I've talked about, by the way, who is he's so clearly doing everything he can to avoid like straight up crying. You can tell he's so close to crying. But let's bring up some data. Dan, you said 270 to win has some live.
270 to win. What are you looking for, President?
Live president. Are
206.
they the ones that are breaking it down by what the hell was Sargon just on?
That looked like your map. The 270 to win map looks like they're not filling in until it's called. I'm not on the with live results forecast. I'm on the actual. They don't vary much.
So he is doing that. Okay. Interesting. That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, 270's called Florida. Okay.
Although when you do the forecast on 270, they're calling Biden 279 to 210 Trump.
Yeah, Johanna Hayes beat David Sullivan by 10 points. There are Johanna Hayes in the 5th district in Connecticut is up 126,000 to 303,000. That, folks, is basically all the votes you're going to get out of this tiny little district. So I don't know how many have reported, but we estimate this to be 62.9% of the total vote. No, it's done. It's done. Johanna Hayes won, which is kind of how I predicted it would go. I think it was 3 was the one DeLauro was in. Yeah, DeLauro won by almost 10 points, even though Margaret Stryker outspent everyone in Connecticut. Yeah, so let's bring up the main map that I've been watching here. Wait a minute. Did I just get a message from Mike? I don't know. I don't know if I did or didn't. All right. Let's do some real-time updates. God damn it. Give me OBS. Your screen sharing is paused. All right, I'm stopping the screen share just so it's a little less.
Well, 270 to win has not posted it, but on my local boards here, I guess they're calling Arizona for Biden.
Man, all right. How about Litchfield County going pink? Trump won 3 counties in Connecticut so far, or is winning in 3 counties in Connecticut, which is interesting because he only got 2 the last time around. And I believe Litchfield was one of them. Or was Litchfield the only one? All right, here, I'm going to do a screen share so you can see this real quick.
Son of a bitch.
All right, Dan, so you see that pink in the upper left-hand corner of northwest corner of Connecticut? Yep, that's my county, man. Hell yeah. Kind of proud of that, actually.
All right.
All right, let's go to Bumblefuck. Let's go to the middle of nowhere, Arizona. Are you this big blue at the top or the red below it?
No, I'm that red just above the blue of Phoenix.
Where my hand is?
Yeah, well, those are counties. That's not our districts.
Yeah, no, it doesn't break down by district. Is that your county?
No, I'm in the Phoenix County. I'm barely inside that
right.
Phoenix County.
All right. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't really break down.
Yeah, I'm almost of the line where the pink is above Phoenix.
All right.
Unfortunately, but they just passed weed here, 60% to 40. So basically, my DUIs I have to live with. people 21 and over, marijuana offenses can now be expunged. But I have to live with my DUIs.
How many years ago was that?
3.5 now.
Okay, so it wasn't that long ago. I mean, if you had said you got Deweys when you were in college or in high school, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That seems like an appropriate place to expunge a record.
But yeah, somebody local must have called it, but 270 hasn't updated.
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say, especially because, like if I go back to my local here, let me go back to my local. Sorry, we're having trouble playing the video. Let me refresh this. So did Mike actually call it then?
Hang on, I'm going to message somebody that might be in the know on something.
Billy Mo Buckby, all right, well done. Winner in New Milford here. Craig Miner, thank God. Winner in New Milford for the 30th district. Hayes wins in New Milford, barely. So I told you this is a pink town. This is not a blood red town.
Right.
Biden. Here, let me do Mike Fu. All right, so let's go back a bit. Oh my God, OBS, come on now. So Biden won New Milford narrowly, very narrowly. Pat Callahan won 3 of 5 precincts in the 108th. Buckby wins. All right.
Jahana Hayes was able to flip the script. And she has 52% of the New Milford vote, as well as Joe Biden narrowly defeating Donald Trump for the New Milford vote, taking 51%. So the absentee ballots all coming out, and excuse me, the 108th district, Onofrio picked up a couple of percentage points on Callahan, but still trailing there as we are awaiting final numbers from Danbury and from Sherman. So I had previously announced the every race going red, but as we see, the absentee ballots came heavily in favor for the Democrats. Didn't give Ram nearly enough to catch up on Buckby's lead. It was somewhat insurmountable with the in-person votes. Onofrio caught up a little bit, and of course you saw that the federal races both flipped from red to blue here in New Milford. So we are going to just play those final results on a little bit of a loop before we head out of here, but those are the results for tonight. We presume that Patrick Callahan will be the winner, although we will not have that race certainly known until they count up all of those absentee ballots there in Danbury, as well as the Sherman ballots. Presumably Callahan has a safe enough lead to be able to be the 108th district state representative. Craig Minor versus David Grombach. That one's going to go long into the night. We'll post something on our page, but just not part of the stream when we find out who wins that one. And of course, you saw the federal races locally, at least, went to Joe Biden and Jahana Hayes. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us today. Congratulations to Representative Buckby, to Representative-elect, presumably Callahan, and
so at the bottom
we'll
of the presidential,
Craig Minor and
on 270 to win,
everyone,
they have
thank you so
uncalled
much for
states. This is just got to be what's counted, but Texas is a blowout for Trump, if I'm reading it right. They're showing Texas 15% for Biden, 84% for Trump.
I have I gotta get this minimized. I have 52 Trump, 46 Biden, 78% reporting. Which means that if Houston alone isn't reporting, which is kind of tough to believe, considering how many votes have already come in.
Well, Sheila Jackson's been projected, but that's kind of obvious.
So, what did we say we wanted to get betting odds? How did I do this before? Live betting odds. Live betting odds election. Let's see how this goes. DraftKings. Where did I find that link before?
I forget what you said.
Where did I find that link before? From electionbettingodds.com? Nope. Buy traffic. Nope. OddsShark? This is usually pretty good. Here we go. All right. Okay, Trump's line now is minus 150, which is not what it was at 10 p.m. At 10 p.m. it was minus 775. Holy crap. And Biden was plus 450. So it's not the landslide odds making that there was before. It wasn't the 77% chance that there was before.
Right.
But
that's still in Trump's favor. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's still in Trump's
favor. By being
favor.
a negative because you don't want to bet on the winner?
Yeah, that's what that means.
Yeah.
Negative means favorite.
Right, yeah, you'll get more by betting on the potential loser.
Yep, that's what the plus means. You'll gain. If you bet $100, you'll get your $100 back and then also get $450. If it's minus 770, that means you have to bet 770 to get the 770 back and then also $100, which is not a really good return.
Yeah, that's bad ROI.
Yeah. So it looks like Trump's going to win. Sargon's gone to bed finally.
Well, I wish I'd see some updates. So I have somebody here local that she follows it pretty close. She's calling 336 for Trump, whatever she's looking at.
Yeah. I don't know how that's the case.
She has a good point. She thinks they're avoiding calling it and giving states to Biden too early.
What do you mean, giving states to Biden too early?
I think she might mean Trump. She's saying she's not worried and she's uber conservative.
Yeah.
Trump bet.
Yeah, I mean, if okay, so if the Midwest holds, so if he holds PA, if he holds Ohio, if he holds Michigan, if he holds Wisconsin.
Well, here's my question. When did Minnesota close?
1 second. I actually have that open on another tab. Minnesota closed at 8 p.m. and I think they're central. So that would be
That would
be 9 p.m. my time, and it's now almost midnight.
7 my time, so 3 hours, and 270 to win is not updating Minnesota.
Well, Google isn't. I don't know if 270 to win is doing anything.
Google hasn't called it though, according to what you have up there, right?
No.
So that's my question. They've been closed for 3 hours and they still won't call Minnesota. That makes me feel good.
I mean, they're nowhere. They've got nowhere near the full vote total.
Where are they at?
Let's see.
What's it say?
70%. Like that is a lot. That's a lot to count in terms of number of districts. Let's see what the result was in 2016. Let's see if we can do.
Yeah, and PA, they're still not calling. I'm showing nothing on 270 to win. Your map is showing that they leaning Trump, but they're still not calling it. That tells me that they don't want to call it because that basically makes it a Trump win.
Wow, Hillary won that. Hillary won 46.44 to 44.92. That's nothing. That's nothing. All right. The vote totals were 1.36 mil to 1.32 mil. Now, we know that if we go back to real-time election results, we're at 1.1 mil to 940,000 with 70% reporting, which means that this could easily wind up being 1.4 mil to something. And it's entirely possible that Donald Trump comes back to get the 1.4 mil. I wouldn't put money on it.
No. But the fact that they even called Pennsylvania, when did they close?
They haven't called Pennsylvania. They closed at either 7 or 8.
Well, that's what I mean. Using her point, if they call that for Trump, they're basically calling the election at that point, I think.
Well, there's only 54% reporting, and the margin here isn't very great. I mean, it's 15%, which is a big deal. I take it back. 500,000 votes. That's kind of a lot.
They called the Eastern Seaboard with 0% in, and then they retracted it.
Yeah, I mean they've called New Hampshire, which is probably all right because that's one of those things where if 64% reporting, a lot of those districts have like nobody in them, so you know.
Yeah, it's quick and easy to count the 12 people that show up.
Yeah, and it may just be that you know whoever was supposed to report just went to bed and said, "Fuck it, it's midnight, I'm going to bed."
Yeah,
you know, and the 8 people that they need to report, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's go to our. Where was it? It was the. Let's create the map. All right. So Trump now right now, probably just won Florida. He's leading in Georgia, North Carolina, Let's go to
He's
our...
leading in North Carolina now?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see that flip.
50.1 to 48.7, 94% reporting though. It's less than 80,000 votes. It is a very narrow margin in North Carolina. That could be a big deal. Okay, he's got Ohio. He's losing Iowa, right? No, just took the lead in Iowa. All right. He's losing Arizona. He's gonna lose Arizona.
California.
Nothing reported from Nevada yet. What the hell? All right, so let's make Nevada neutral then. Let's somehow make Alaska and Hawaii neutral, even though we know they're blue, even though we know Hawaii's blue.
But how many is Hawaii have?
New Hampshire's blue, and let's leave the split votes in Maine undecided yet. Michigan and Wisconsin, PA, and Ohio went red.
We hope.
All right, so if everything holds as is, let me share this with everybody. Damn it. So if everything holds as is, that's what we're looking at. So if everything holds as is, Trump wins. So let's do some locks and some not quite locks yet. So everything east of the immediately east of the Mississippi's locks, okay. Indiana they've called as a lock, okay. South Carolina is a lock, okay. They're not locking Florida for whatever reason. PA, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan are soft. Iowa is soft. They're calling Utah, Wyoming, Montana as a lead. Oh yeah, Montana's barely gone Trump. Minnesota. What's the lead in Minnesota? Pretty decent. Not a guarantee, but pretty decent. All right. Illinois lock. So they're calling Maine no longer a lock. They're locking in New Hampshire at blue.
Who were they calling Maine a lock for? Biden?
They're not calling Maine a lock.
Oh, I thought you said they're no longer calling it like they used to.
Oh no, so I'm on the 270 to win, like make your own map.
Yeah.
So I'm basically like mapping out in real time what the current results would produce. So in this case, if everything holds, did they lock in Virginia yet? Yeah, they locked in Virginia.
Oh, something updated. 270 to win now is at 210 Biden, 204 Trump.
Yep.
I don't see what updated though.
Oh, hold on. I got locks in Kansas and Missouri. That's probably what did it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could be Missouri.
Did they lock the Dakotas? Yep. They locked. All right. Did they lock Georgia yet? No. Okay. So what we're looking at now is the map as it stands. The dark reds are locks. The dark blues are locks. The light blues are favoring Democrats. The pinks are favoring Republicans. Trump right now, if everything holds, wins the election 290 to 235. That sounds like a lot, but it's really not. It's actually very, 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 very narrow margin. Nevada's out still, and Alaska and Hawaii are out still. We don't get any results back from either of those states for a while. I think it's because Nevada has Las Vegas, where they don't close the polls until like midnight, and that's in Pacific time at this point, I think, which would be 4 a.m. So we won't get any results from Nevada for a while.
Nevada, Montana, and Iowa all close at 10.
Okay.
Hawaii doesn't close until 12 a.m.
Well, that's because they're so far out of time zone.
Yeah. Oh, do they adjust this for the time zone you're in?
They don't end until midnight in Hawaii.
That's what it says. Yeah.
Oh, maybe they don't. If they don't close till midnight in Hawaii, that's like 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like,
I wonder if this is adjusted for my time zone.
I don't know. So let's see. That's 10 votes to go to Joe. So that would be 245. 3 to Trump. 293 to 245 is a very narrow margin. That's Florida flipping.
Yeah.
And
in
you're done.
which case they'll probably look for a couple states to demand recounts on.
I mean, do you think do you think they'll sue? Do you think they'll have any standing? Do you think they'll have any grounds? Like what would? Let's see if we
They'll
can
find
get.
something.
Let's see if we can
With
get
all the, how much more mail-in and early do we have over before? They'll say, oh, that's still an untested system. We need to test it.
All right. Well, you know what I'm going to do because it's this close. I think we're at that point. I'm going to crack. Crack her open. And no,
Yeah,
I'm hiding the label.
What are you cracking for? A celebration?
Well, I've got one more to make that decision. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's after midnight. And it's just time. So I don't think I would I've ever brought myself. What's that?
Texas is what they filled in.
Okay. So I guess we'll do this. Here's to Texas, the Lone Star State, for picking the right president.
Let's hope.
That warmed up a lot more than I was hoping it would, sitting in that bucket.
Don't
And
you
this
have
isn't
ice?
very good beer. Well, it all melted. and now I've got like water all over my pants because it's condensed to the side of the damn course, to the course.
Right.
What the hell? What the hell? This is why John gave this. What a snipe! Oh my God! I don't know if you can see this. So, there's a guy I mow lawn for, his lawn for him, and he gave me a 6-pack on top of what he normally gives me for mowing. He's like, go ahead, go ahead and take it. I thought it was just like a friendly gift. I know why he gave it to me.
Oh,
Can you read that?
NA. It's NA.
Yes. Let me change the focus here so people can read it at home.
I've never seen it, but by the name, I can take a good guess.
All right, let's see if the people at home can read this. No, are you gonna actually pull focus? There we go. Non-alcoholic brew. What? John, I don't know if you're ever gonna see this. I didn't even think about it. I just kind of took the 6-pack and threw it in the fridge. I've been duped. I'm drinking non-alcoholic beer. I mean, I guess there's a tiny contains less than 0.5% alcohol by volume. So maybe there's like a tiny percent. Wow.
It's probably enough to set off my interlock device.
Now I know why he gave it to me. Like, of course, this dude drinks quite a bit. So for him to just give me a 6-pack and say, yeah, put it in your fridge, drink it, and then not drink it when he came over, I know why he doesn't drink it, because there's no booze in here. There's no fucking alcohol in here. I feel not cheated so much as like, why didn't I look at the label? That's why he would give it to me. And that's, I mean, I remember thinking when he gave it to me, like, you're giving me beer? And then when you come over to visit, you're not going to drink any of it? Huh.
Nice.
Huh. It almost seems like a gag gift at that point. But I don't know. I mean, Dan, what's your thoughts? It's open. Do I drink it?
It's liquid. You need to hydrate.
I guess. But what a jib.
Warm.
I mean, it's somewhat warm. Oh.
Actually, I forget who it was because we get these samples because I work for a grocery chain in the buying office. So after the buyers come in, they don't want to lug their samples back home with them. So they go into the break room. I wish I could remember who it was, but there was somebody that had a non-alcoholic IPA that actually was really good.
I mean,
this is... I don't like the NAs because they taste funny.
Well, I mean, this isn't a very good beer to begin with. And, like, there's no booze in here. If it's not going to taste good, it better get me drunk, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Like, otherwise, what am I doing? I guess, like, I'm not going to pour it down the drain because I've already popped the top, but I'm definitely putting the other one just back in the fridge and not drinking it, which is kind of a bummer. I was looking forward to having a cold one.
Well, you give that to him when he comes over next time.
How am I going to dupe him? He knows it's coming. He's the one that did look at he clearly looked at this and was like,
you pull one out for each of you. One for you has alcohol in it. The one for him is the extra one of that.
Did you ever hear the show Kenny versus Spenny?
I think so. It sounds like something Dallas watched.
It's a show that was, I think, produced by Matt and Trey, but it was weird as hell. And they would just do these stupid competitions. And one was to see who could drink the most beer or something like that. So they got this brand of beer, and Spenny cheated. And he pulled the labels off the non-alcoholic version and put the alcoholic version labels on his.
Nice.
And it looks identical. So, like, Spenny had like 30 beers. And it was just like perfectly fine.
So Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, has announced that Texas went red.
Of course he's going to. He's the governor. And isn't he a Republican?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but he's actually making the announcement 11 minutes ago.
All right. Well.
So that one,
I'm really not even enjoying this at all. I don't know. I might just pour it down the drain.
Yeah.
That's a real bummer.
It's not alcohol, so I don't think technically it's alcohol abuse.
How is Crowder still going, man? Like, he has to be on the West Coast.
He's in Texas now.
Oh, that's right. He's in Texas. Yeah, and Shapiro's in Tennessee. If he's in Nashville, that makes him central by like an hour.
Well, I heard that the business is going to be there, but that he's going to be based out of Florida.
Really? Why?
That's what I have a buddy that follows him. In fact, the guy that I said is watching him. The other day, he told me, "Oh yeah, I found out that he's moving the company in Nashville, but he moved his family to Florida."
What?
Which I don't know why it matters, because they're both no income tax states.
Exactly.
So Al doesn't always have the info correct. Sometimes he hears it different.
Well, let me see. Ben Shapiro moved to South Florida, October 14th. What? Ben moved to Florida. Ben Shapiro, Reddit. Thought he moved to Tennessee. Well, welcome to Florida. The company moved to Tennessee. He moved to Florida. How? All I know is South Florida. I don't really know Florida all that well anyway. I know where Jacksonville is, and I sort of have a vague idea about Miami and Orlando, and that's probably wrong. We know exactly where he's going. He's probably going to Boca. Can we say it? Can we say it?
Does it have anything to do with garments he wears?
Yeah.
Is there a big population there in Boca?
Oh yeah, there's a big population of the Oh God, we're not. God, there's no way to have this conversation without getting in trouble.
I know what you're talking.
Yeah, them, the ones I went to college with.
People like Elliot's family and.
Well, I don't know about Elliot's family, but yeah.
Different variety, but
a different variety, yeah. But by all means, a different variety. The kind that you might see voting for Bernie. So I don't know why Shapiro would want to surround himself with that. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, he grew up in California, so I guess Nashville does experience winter every once in a while. Yeah, right? Like Nashville does have some degree of seasons. Maybe that's why he moved to Florida. Because Florida is just eternally summer.
Unless the guy likes saltwater fishing, maybe.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he just couldn't. He's lived his whole life 10 minutes from the beach. Maybe he. Yeah, it could be a beach thing. It could be that he was planning on moving there in the first place.
Or Boca, as in Boca Raton.
Yeah.
There's somebody that's going to probably be retiring out of there real soon.
Who?
Supposedly Russia's cancer is stage 4 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I almost expect somebody told me, oh no, he beat it, but then I keep seeing these things talking about
No, the cancer that he has, you don't really beat.
Right.
I thought he was already moved to Florida.
Who?
Rush.
Oh, he's been in Florida for 3 decades almost.
Yeah. Didn't he move? He used to be
right after the TV shows. I think he moved there.
Yeah, I think the moment he moved on to TV, he moved to Florida, and I think it was specifically to avoid paying New York taxes, because I'm very sure he was in New York at the time.
Yeah, because he was making tens of millions a year.
Well, he was the #1 talk radio host for decades, and in the early '90s, it was him and he I think was competing with Howard Stern at that point for the largest.
Out of New York,
yeah. Yeah, I think they had both actually surpassed Don Imus, which is a pretty big accomplishment. Crowder is swinging a bottle full of bubbly of some sort. It looks like it has to be whiskey. And he's got his cigar. And he's got Alex Jones on. Do we snipe Alex Jones?
That might be worth watching for a minute.
Yeah,
Is he live in the studio or?
No, I mean nobody. No. It's all virtual. It's all coming over through Zoom, just like you and I are doing. Let's see if we can snipe it. What would I do this with? This one. Crowder's going by basically the same Google live updates that we are.
Listen, I don't know that that's necessarily foul play. I just think people are eager to try and call something first. So it really does come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And if Donald Trump wins 2 of those, he wins. It really is. Listen, it's anyone's game. They haven't called Iowa, as far as I know. That's obviously Donald Trump. And they haven't called North Carolina or Georgia.
So let me ask you this question, Stephen Crowder, with your great audience right now.
Ask you this question,
what happens if the left wins versus what happens if Trump wins? What do? Like, what's their victory dance versus their defeat event?
Well, I think, remember the song The Mexican Hat Dance? It's similar, only no hat. They just dance on Mexicans.
Oh, Jesus, Crowder.
That makes sense.
They just stomp. My point is they just stomp people. That's what they do. I don't think it really matters. I think maybe they might put Eddie Haskell it and put on a nice face for a couple of days if Joe Biden wins. But I think it's pretty tough, to put that genie back in the bottle when people are ready to burn stuff down right now. If Trump wins, I think there's still going to be some destruction. I come from Montreal, where listen, if the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup, our city rioted. If they lost, our city rioted.
What happens though if Trump wins?
If Trump wins, I expect there to be some significant violence in the street.
Yep.
But you're absolutely right, because they want power. They want political domination.
Right.
And so they want fascism, so they're going to do it. The only question is, how bad is it going to be?
Yeah, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if this if it dwarfed the kind of riots that we've seen over the year of 2020, or I guess I should say earlier in the year in 2020, over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Stephen Crowder, I got to say it. I agree with you.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't want that to be the case. Yeah.
You can't have a gallon of whiskey on your desk without taking the top off and drinking at least 5 ounces right now.
I can't do it.
Trump's gonna,
I can't do it. I'm carrying, Alex. I'm not going to commit a crime. You should know better.
Oh, you're concealed carrying under Texas law. No, you're not driving a vehicle, though.
I'm not driving a vehicle, and technically I'm open carrying. So you know what? All right.
That's right.
5 ounces, I think.
5 ounces of Trump blues.
I'm not going to open 5 ounces. I'm not going to open 5 ounces because I have to finish a broadcast here, Alex.
Fine. You're going to do a great job. This is what everybody wants.
Thank you for look. You know what I wish?
I wish sell 100 mugs. That's probably 5. It's 5 shots.
That's
okay.
probably 5 shots.
Yeah.
I wish that we had those big ice cubes, you know, so it doesn't dilute over the course of the show.
Big juicy ones, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we had some, but unfortunately my wife used them for some kind of a project she found on Etsy, so, you know, I beat her without mercy.
Some kind of ice project.
Here we go. Oh.
Crowdy's being a girly man about it.
Here you can see there's a little bit in there. Now, keep in mind, Joe Rogan couldn't peer pressure me to drink Gentleman Jack the way you just did for 2 reasons. 1, Gentleman Jack sucks.
It's not good.
2, I understand that you have my best interest at heart. I feel like Joe Rogan just wanted to argue with me about pot.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
But I think that you just want me to have a good time. All right.
The truth is, Steven, we're going to get married.
Oh, hey, and by the way, Alex Jones, we do have to get going. Did you read that Bloomberg article, by the way, that came out?
What's happened?
Somebody saying.
No, which one?
Okay, because I was worried that you might read, because there was this Bloomberg article came out that was a hit piece where they asked me about you, and I said, like, oh, yeah, I said I had him on. I said I disagree with Alex Jones on a whole lot, but obviously he's an interesting character, and I don't like the doggy pile, and so I feel compelled to have him on. And then in the article, they just said Steven Crowder said he was an interesting character. So if it comes down to it, I've got the full phone call recorded. I actually was quite nice.
Hey, I disagree with me a lot. I just love your show. I watch you. Here's the thing.
God.
I watch you
Jones
on my
is so
TV.
good.
I like go to your channel and we watch it with the kids. So I watch you every day. So I'm like, I know you. So I don't care if you attack me. I deserve to be attacked.
No, but the point is, Alex, I didn't attack you. This whole piece was I was going, maybe Alex needs to know.
They misrepresent everything. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Because you are an interesting character.
I don't read what they say and believe it. So
yeah, you are an interesting character. You know that, but that's not an insult. You are a character, and I don't mean you're playing a character. It's like you're a character. You're a guy. You're a character.
We're all characters. So gut level, is Trump going to be president tomorrow morning?
Gut level, yes. What do you think?
I agree.
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, he better be. My God, if that walking corpse is the president and people buy into that,
I tell you what, have you actually tried to watch a full Biden rally? I don't mean 5 or 10 minutes, a full Biden rally. Have you tried?
No. I agree with you. Everybody's like, oh, it's out of context. I've sat there like 5 or 6 times and watched like an hour. It's worse than the clips. It's like, what the hell is this?
And I tell you what, I know that you've had a few, Alex, and you're still far more articulate than Joe Biden when he when he's on speed. By the way, right now they're saying on CNN that Joe Biden is to make a statement shortly.
Yep.
Oh, so I wonder what that's about. Please don't tell me he's saying I'm going to pull the switcheroo with Carmella. I get it's Kamala, but I want her to accuse me of racism.
Axios this morning. This morning in Axios, he said, I'm going to assert power and declare myself the winner, and the media is going to declare me the winner. So we're about to see history right now, Crowder.
Oh, my God.
Steven, I've had nothing to drink today, okay?
Okay, well, that's fair. So you haven't had any domesticated fowl 102?
And Joe Biden's not a Chi-Com agent.
No.
I've never had one drink of my life, and Joe Biden is not a traitor.
All right, Infowars.com. Alex, we do have to get going, but I appreciate you being on, brother, and maybe you're right. I do want to stay tuned here for this next statement. I think you just hung up on us. Okay.
And Iowa and Montana are going for Trump.
Oh, surprise!
Oh, yeah.
Remember, Iowa was supposed to be a swing state.
By the way, so Getzman on Wayne County, he's outperforming 2016 in Wayne County. He's outperforming in Grand Rapids, and it just keeps getting bigger. 300,000 vote lead roughly in Michigan right now, 600,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
Is it just me or does Gerald sound a little low?
Deep voice or volume?
I don't know. I think you might need to turn it towards you. Well, you guys didn't put on your bulletproof vests.
Oh, I didn't know.
So that was Alex Jones. Again, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream, and you get $30 off. Folks, listen, if you want 4 more years of this, and you don't have to do this, you can pirate it, you can do it for free. We just ask that you don't. Crowder Election Stream, that's the hashtag, that's the promo code. You get $30 off, and you get to spend every day with us where we read your chats, where we spend time with you. Maybe in a little bit we can actually read some chats from people in the Blaze. I don't know if we necessarily have any. Does anyone know what Biden is going to do? Do you think he's going to try and declare victory?
No, I think he's saying go to bed.
What do you everybody sleep on it.
Is it we're not going to find out tonight? Is that
So probably what it is.
Guys, if we don't find out tonight, you guys can just leave the camera on in the studio, and I'm going to stick around.
He is up way past his bedtime.
Well, in fairness, I'm up way past my bedtime too, and I'm not 78 years old and senile.
Right.
So I don't know how much longer you want to do this. It looks like Trump's going to win. I don't think we're going to get any more information tonight than we've already got.
Right.
Minnesota was just called for Biden. What else do we have? Hawaii was called for Biden with nothing coming in, of course. Trump up a little bit in North Carolina. It's the same amount. It's the same amount. I don't know why these districts aren't reporting. 96% reporting in Florida. Trump up 51.2 to 47.9, which is a little bit of a narrowing from the peak, but also a 400,000 vote difference.
Yeah.
So I would say that's pretty insurmountable in Florida. Pennsylvania has, we're looking at like 650,000 vote spread, 57 to 41 with 64% reporting. I would have to assume, with the number of electoral votes that are there, and the vote count that we have, I would have to assume that that's also basically an insurmountable lead. Ohio was just locked in for Trump, 53 to 45, 3 million to 2.5 million, 94% reporting. That's a big one. That is a big deal that he won Ohio.
Yeah.
Michigan's still only 56% reporting. I don't know what the hell's going on with Gretchen. 79% reporting in Wisconsin, which is a big deal. 5-point lead in Wisconsin. 1.2 million to 1.1 million. So let's update the lock map. So they said Ohio was a lock. We have South Carolina as a lock, Wyoming, Nebraska, Utah. We've got Hawaii as a lock. Why not? Because that's going to be them anyways. Why not? Iowa is now a lock. Montana's a lock. And yeah, I mean, he's probably going to win Georgia at this point. I would say the lead in Florida is probably insurmountable. I would say the lead in PA is probably insurmountable.
Yeah, that one sounds like it.
It's entirely possible he loses North Carolina, but he is in the lead. Do I have that right? He's still in the lead in Virginia, and they're still calling it for Joe Biden. 68% reporting. He's got a tiny, tiny lead, 50.1 to 48.3 in Virginia. But man, if he flips Virginia, that is a big deal.
Yeah.
I say they're saying lock for Minnesota. Biden's got a 53 to 44 lead there. That was no surprise. Colorado, big lead by Biden. 8% lead, 8-point lead in New Mexico. That's probably insurmountable given the number of votes there and given the percentage reporting. 75% reporting in Arizona. 53 to 45, Joe Biden, 1.3 mil to 1.1 mil. And if there are any votes left, they are probably going to be blue at this point. Nevada has not closed yet. Alaska has not closed yet either. Still nothing really from Hawaii. And yeah, Biden did win New Hampshire. How about that? I got that one wrong. He's 500,000 votes. That's pretty much all there is in New Hampshire. So I don't know what districts are left, but that's pretty much all there is in New Hampshire. I mean, I think it's 1.1 mil in the entire state for people. So half as many votes as people. What else did they lock in? Did they lock anything else in? 79% in Texas with Trump having a just under 6% lead. I don't know what districts are left, though. So 5.4 mil to 4.8 mil is 600,000 votes. That could be insurmountable at 79%. I would prefer if that's 79 or 97.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it looks like he's got Florida. That's a big deal. It looks like he's got PA. That's a huge deal. It looks like he's going to wind up with Michigan, depending on how things go, which is a big deal. He might wind up with Wisconsin. Man, if he won all of those states that we said that he had to win, man, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because right now my map has 213 locked in for Biden, 146 locked in for Trump. We can probably at this point lock in the two states to the two main, because two of them are probably going to go Biden at least. So 239.
This is showing Maine has one leaning to him.
To Trump?
Yeah, where'd it go? There's one District 2 is still out, but they're at 33 Biden, 67% Trump. Oh, and then I guess the at-large, they're basically giving that to Biden.
Yeah, so that's why I just gave those two to those
it's a
two.
wash.
Yeah. So
Something
Biden
just closed though because my screen refreshed.
The Biden locks are 215. The Trump locks are only 146, but the non-locks that are right now leaning, that are favoring Trump, bring the total to 290 for Trump. Alaska still hasn't closed their votes, their polls yet, so that might be 293.
Alaska, I don't know what they know so far, but they're showing 1.8% for Biden, 98.2 for Trump.
Alaska?
Yeah, but they're probably not calling it because it's not closing time.
I don't have any results for Alaska. Let me refresh. Maybe that's what's going on. Oh my God, Nevada pink? Oh, okay. 2% reporting.
Nevada, they've got 66 for Biden, 33 for Trump.
Yeah, 70 to 27 right now for me. North Carolina go up from 94? No. 83 in Georgia with a pretty decent lead. 64 in PA with pretty much the same lead. 57 was the same amount as before. Out of curiosity with Connecticut. 46% locked for Joe.
Now,
Why does Connecticut, whose polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern, whose polls closed over 4 hours ago, how in the world do we only have 46% reporting? What's going on?
Right.
Like, I mean, I realize we have a lot of voting districts, but like, really?
Well, you look at PA. What's PA? 11, 12.
64. 64 is very different from 46. And Connecticut land area is a tiny, tiny state. So you're not worrying about like traveling to a reporting station, you know?
True.
Right? Like if we had to report to Hartford directly, like Greenwich to Hartford is maybe a 2.5 hour drive. Maybe. It's probably more like a 2 hour drive.
And I don't know if something's still going on here in Arizona. 270 win has not called it. And they're putting it at Biden 38%, Trump 61. So
Where?
Google maybe Arizona. They still have, if you're on the presidential page on 270 to win.
I got 1.3 mil for Joe and 1.1 mil for Don.
Yeah. So they may be projecting where these guys may be only doing actual.
This is coming in from AP, so 270 might be using a different source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm on the, what is it? I think I'm on the actual that filters out the forecasted.
I don't think the AP is using forecasting models.
No, the 270, I don't think is.
And I don't think AP is either.
Oh no?
No, I think it's just who just got locked? Somebody just got locked. What just happened? They locked Florida. They finally locked Florida. Holy cow.
Trump, hopefully.
Trump. Yep. 5.6 mil to 5.2 mil. Like I said, it's probably insurmountable. So let's go to our... So Florida is now a lock. What are we doing here? There we go. So 175 locks for Trump, 215 locks for Biden. Nevada is pink, so I guess if you want to make it pink with what is it, 2% reporting? 2% reporting, yeah, whatever. Allegheny County. Oh, that's Western PA. That's Western PA.
Pittsburgh, right?
I don't know if Pittsburgh's in Allegheny. I know it might be because it's the only
it's weird.
blue dot in all of Western PA. Even Erie isn't blue. All right. I mean, I'm ready to call it and go to bed. I mean,
All right.
it looks like Trump's going to win, and if he doesn't, I mean, I don't know how much. What more are we going to get tonight?
All right. Well, I'm going to watch it for a little while longer.
All right, man. I'm going to
All
sign off. So I'm going to give you the boot on Zoom first, and then we're going to sign off on OBS. So see you, man.
All right. See ya.
All right. Well, listen, I know we got dry towards the end there because there just isn't any more information coming out, and we don't have skits prepared with a giant with a giant crew or whatever. And I don't have a whole team and staff to keep up with me. So for anyone who has actually stuck with us through the stream, thanks a bunch. Let me see if there's anything else to respond to. No, there's nothing else to respond to. So we almost made it to 10 hours. And it's a shame that it turned out that brew was fake. So it looks like it's going to wind up being Trump. It's not the guy I voted for. Not the guy I voted for. I didn't vote for him in 2016. Didn't vote for him in 2020. I talked about why that was. And we talked about what's going to be happening with this show moving forward, which is I don't honestly know. I don't know what I'm going to be doing with this channel moving forward. Maybe I'll do something first thing in the morning. I actually have a lot of work I got to get to tomorrow, and I have a shoot to do tomorrow night. So I really should probably have gone to bed hours ago. But anyways, it looks like the guys that I voted for, which I brought up. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Yeah, it looks like my ticket was dead on, except for Ben Shapiro, and Johanna Hayes. Hopefully Ben gets that message. Hey, if you're watching, maybe share it with him. And I don't know what I'm going to see next, but we'll do something. We'll do something for sure with this channel. Again, check the links I've posted. Check out Mike Reed's. We had a video come out late this evening at 7 p.m. I will be doing my best to get another video out on Friday night. It'll probably be more like Saturday or Sunday night on Mike Reed's. We are bringing back 2 Americans watching footy. Footy spelled F-O-O-T-I-E. We deliberately misspelled it. It's all one word. Again, it is the link to that is in both in the comment section. So go ahead and check those channels out. And we will see you another time. It's been election night special. Thanks for everyone chiming in. Good night, everybody.